Section 1 of The Undying Monster by Jessie Douglas Kerruish. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. The Undying Monster by Jessie Douglas Kerruish. Book 1. Search by the Supersensitive. Chapter 1. To Thunderbarrow Shaw. The end of the 52 months' war left the family of Hammand of Danow reduced to 2 members. The two had always been good pals, Oliver Hammand and Swanhild, his sister, and now they were left alone. The bond between them was intensified. Swanhild told herself that as she waited on that winter night. It was to allay her growing nervousness that she dwelt on it. She fidgeted too much over Oliver, so she impressed on herself as she looked at the clock for the 5th time between 11:35 and midnight. It was not true, but it served to reassure her for several seconds. She really had cause for uneasiness. Oliver was out late. They kept the sort of hours at Danow Old Manor that make summertime an injurious insult, and it was the kind of night against which the ancient family rhyme warned the Hammands of Danow. Where grow pines and firs amain, under stars, sun's heat or rain. Chief of Hammand, wear thy bane. Starlit, that is, and dry and cold. There was a breeze down in the weald of Sussex, which meant that Danow upon the downs was in the track of half a gale. It was not a noisy wind, but the kind that suggests something very big and thin fresh from the horror of infinite space. Swanhild could not hear it distinctly. The manor walls are a yard thick. Only she felt it sweep round the building, and there is nothing more harrowing than a deadly hush with the feel of a great noise round it. She waited in the Holbein room, not the best place in the circumstances. Flanking the fireplace were the 2 dubious Holbeins, portraits of Godfrey Hammand and his wife, both killed by the Undying Monster of Danow on a frosty night in 1556. Over the mantelpiece, the little black street portrait of Godfrey's father, Sir Magnus the Warlock, who committed suicide after surviving an encounter with the monster on a frosty night of 1526. Swanhild saw all 3 whenever she consulted the clock, as only one lamp was lit over the mantel, and they were enshrined in a little oasis of warmth and light in the vast spread of wainscoted room. The rest of the apartment was all shifting shadows. Swanhild herself was the only bright and vivid feature of it, when the fire had gone down to a sullen smolder. She was a big woman of 20, slimly but largely built, with aquiline features, big gray eyes, calm and wide-set, and a wonderful crown of glowing curls, every lock a separate shade of gold, from coppery to that pale tint that suggests warmed silver. She was a typical Hammand of Danow, evidently a descendant of the warlock Sir Magnus, for the portrait, the face outlined palely in a black wilderness of background and Tudor cap, and the features traced like rivers on a map, might have been a coarsened likeness of her. Soon after midnight appeared Walton the butler, with some trifling inquiry as transparent excuse for a little talk. His manner was one of nicely suppressed alarm. "Mr. Oliver's very late, Miss Swanhild," he observed uneasily. "We can trust him not to get into mischief, Walton." "It's mischief getting at him, I dread, Miss Swanhild. Those 2 aides are likely to be about their tricks on a night like this." Swanhild laughed. "They're only poachers, Walton." "You observed yourself, Miss Swanhild, that fellows who set traps that mauled the poor beasts would be capable of anything. The aides were always a vengeful lot, a gypsy strain about them, you know, Miss Swanhild. And Charlie Aide owes Mr. Oliver one for that thrashing last month." "Strictly, he owes me one. It was I who sent Oliver round directly I found the traps. Oliver would have been content with jailing him." "He swore, and so did young Bob, to do for Mr. Oliver when he was out of Lewes, Miss Swanhild." "Just so, hence my confidence, Walton. They wouldn't dare to do anything after saying it." "Well, Miss Swanhild, there's no knowing." He hesitated. "As Mr. Oliver went to Lower Danow, it's to be hoped he won't take the short-cut back by the Shaw." As he was voicing her own unconfessed fear, Swanhild was curt. "Don't worry about the monster," she advised. Why, it hasn't been about for 40 years. There's no timing it, Miss Swanhild. Once it was quiet 120 years, and then it came up worse than ever. He glanced involuntarily at the warlock portrait. The girl shuddered and abandoned her pretense of indifference. If only one knew beforehand when it was going to manifest itself. She sighed. If you knew when to expect it, Miss Swanhild, might I venture to ask what you would do? Call in, Doyle, or Professor Lodge, or Miss Bartendale. Miss Bartendale, Miss Swanhild. I do not seem to recognize the name. May I ask if we have ever entertained the lady? No, I only know her by reputation. She is the greatest hand at hunting down ghosts and anything supernatural that ever was known. She appears to combine the functions of a white witch and detective. Walton shook his head. It was before your time, Miss Swanhild, but I remember Madame Blavatsky and Professor Crooks coming down after your grandfather's death and failing to find out anything. I doubt, with all respect to your opinion, if this lady or anyone could do anything with our monster. Swanhild laughed again. I believe you would be half sorry if anyone could, Walton. It would lower the prestige of the family to lose its old established ghost, eh? A supernatural bane and luck combined that has gone on for 1,000 years at least. She stopped suddenly. The door was ajar, and from the hall came the noise of the telephone bell. Both the girl and the old man were unreasonably startled. Walton hurried out, and Swanhild followed him after a moment's pause. The hall was poorly lit. At the further end of it, the maid who had been sitting up pending the master's return was at the telephone. She turned, and across the dusk of the long apartment, her face showed with the uncanny luminosity of live flesh in a dim distance. Through the hush, her voice came in almost a shriek. Oh, Mr. Walton! Miss Hammand! They've rung us off from the lodge. The monster's in the shaw. Will heard it howl, and Mr. Hammand isn't home yet. As she ran the length of the hall, Swanhild's heart seemed to miss one beat, and then she was suddenly very calm. She must be calm, for Oliver's sake. Hello, hello, came the voice of the lodgekeeper's son as she took the receiver from the frightened maid. Why don't you call Miss Hammand? It's Miss Hammand. Steady, Will. What's up? The monster's in the shaw, miss. I heard on in. Killin' Mus Hammand, most like. I heard on in a mile away. Horrible it were, like a dog and a devil at onct. How do you know it's the monster? It might be a trapped dog. Miss, I heard'n. I were comin' home from Lower Dunnow, after gettin' a bottle for father for the doctor. And on the bridge I heard'n, like a bark in a voice, and a woman in hysterics altogether. Wind being from the shaw, miss, and it carrying all the way to the bridge. It warn't no dog. Very well. Stand ready with a lantern to open the gates when you see a car coming. 3 violent applications to the house telephone brought the voice of the chauffeur, scared and sleepy. Hello? What's time of night? It demanded. It's Miss Hammand. Run the Maxwell round Stredwick, as quick as you can. She ran upstairs and came down within 3 minutes, buckling her brother's service revolver on her round motor coat. Walton and the maid, the only servants up at the time, still stood by the telephone, as though paralyzed. Miss Swan, surely you're not going to the shaw? The old man exclaimed. The horror in his eyes brought home to Swanhild the incredible possibilities of the crisis. As a youth he had seen her own grandfather, Reginald Hammand, brought home from the shaw after such an alarm as this, living but with his hair turned partly white in a couple of hours. She could see the picture of it was growing in his mind's eye, and to break the spell of horror motioned him to open the hall door. The inrush of wind almost took her off her feet. Suddenly frost had crisped the ivy round the porch to brittleness. It made an odd undertone in the wind. Before her was the courtyard, all black, the pines across the moat tossing their arms fantastically over the girding wall, the sky overhead tenderly gray, with big hard winter stars in it. Past the wall showed copses and hangers like so many clumps of hearse plumes. Ground in the valley between all a soft mistiness of starlit frost fog. Beyond the valley, the last northern wave of the downs humping itself up to the crowning height of Thunder Barrow Beacon. The monster shaw at the foot of the beacon, plumily dusk above the mist. The summit over the shaw only to be distinguished from the sky by token of its blocking out some stars, and having the monstrous man of Danow sprawled on it. Danow monstrous man is a giant figure outlined by stripping the turf from the chalk beneath, own brother to the Long Man near Eastbourne and the White Horses of many places in England. In that night of half-light and dull darkness, it shone strangely distinct and menacing, looking, as shifting mist shadows chased over it, like a Titan's ghost pegged down on the hillside and writhing in agony. Swanhild, in the compulsory pause, up in the sounding emptiness of night, realized herself for a feeble atom bound to pit herself against what had baffled the wits and courage of 30 generations. She chafed over the car's delay, but knew it was unavoidable. And every moment was precious. What was happening to Oliver in that dark patch under the monstrous man that was the wood, where so many Hammands had died hideously? If it was no false alarm, if he had truly fallen into the too tangible clutches of the monster, then she was probably only going to share his fate. Death, in a horrible form, or madness that would end in self-destruction. They had all committed suicide, all the Hammands who encountered the monster and were not killed by it. Her grandfather, and the warlock Sir Magnus, and Godfrey, whom Holbein painted, and many others. And not one had described what he had seen. They just killed themselves, rather than live with the horror of it in their brains. That was the very worst of it. If only one had described what it was. Any horror is preferable to that of utter uncertainty. As she strained eyes and ears for the car's coming, a soft nose was thrust into her hand. "I had forgotten you, Alex," she said, patting the Great Dane that had lounged after her from the hall fire. She would not go utterly alone, after all, though no man within 10 miles would have ventured into Thunderbarrow Shaw on a frosty night. "Miss Swanhild, I can't see a lady of the family run into danger without a man to back her. I'll come." Walton spoke with the explosiveness of desperation. His teeth chattered over the words. He clutched the doorpost as though staggered at his own temerity. He would be less use than hindrance. "No thanks, Walton," she returned. "It may be a false alarm, and you must mind the house. Just get Mrs. Walton up quietly." He opened his mouth to protest, but at that moment a dazzling light flowed round the house, to stop, purling before the steps. Swanhild was down and in almost before it was stationary. The chauffeur jumped out, a ridiculous figure, his livery jacket huddled over the diverse garments he had snatched when awakened. "It's the Shaw, Thunderbarrow Shaw, Mr. Stredwick." The maid called it down. She had an understanding with him. The man's face turned to a mask of panic. "Miss, I can't go," he quavered to Swanhild. "The monster's taken a Stredwick already, besides Hammand's." Swanhild remembered the man's grandfather had been one of the victims whose death in the Shaw had been too horrible for her grandfather to explain or survive. "You'll open the wall gate," she ordered, settling in the driver's seat and calling Alex up beside her. He had it only half open when she guided the car through. It bumped thunderously over the moat bridge and shot into the avenue. End of Section 1. Section 2 of The Undying Monster by Jessie Douglas Kerruish. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 2. In Thunderbarrow Shaw. The wind lashed Swanhild's face icily as she put the car to half speed down the clear span of avenue. It glided over the smooth gravel steadily, the splash of white glare from the lamps slipping along the ground in front, tree trunks seeming to scurry past frantically as the light rippled against them in the pitch darkness that brooded under the roof of meeting beech branches. The lodge was marked by a pink scintillation that was Will's lantern, and a flicker of twisted ironwork as the open gates were passed. Outside, the road curved to the right, beside the park railings, ran high and bleakly parallel to the valley, and dipped to the bridge. So far the wind came to them straight from the beacon. The girl strained her ears for any unusual sound on it. She heard nothing, but felt the Great Dane start and stiffen beside her. The great creature suddenly drooped down on the cushions, whimpered once, and huddled against her, shuddering. Swanhild's brain crept. Alex, fearless, thoroughbred Alex, was abjectly frightened, with nothing to account for it save that the wind was from the beacon, and animals can sense what human beings cannot. Then the bridge was reached, a turn to the left made, and the car sped along a glimmering ribbon of highway, with the wind no longer from the beacon. Hedges ran to either hand, fluffily black, dipping to give a glimpse of the rivulet that ran down from the uplands like a flash of dull, meandering lightning. Then came cobbles, rough-cast garden walls to the right, cottages beyond them peeking unlit up amongst the stars. To the other hand the misty valley and the uplands beyond sloping to the spectral enormity of the monstrous man on the beacon's dark bulk. The village well past the flanks of the beacon, and another down-hump swooped together and then opened to show the road rippling, ethereally pale, into the hazy immensity of the Weald. Swanhild knew Oliver had gone to Mansby Place in Lower Danow village, round the far curve of the beacon's base. She had clung to one faint hope, that her brother had merely stayed gossiping with Goddard Covert unreasonably late. Her country-bred eyes could make out the place on its hillock, black but for one tiny glimmer towards the top. Oliver was not there. Goddard was up, pottering over his chemicals, but she thanked heaven the place was to windward of the beacon that night. Oliver must have gone by the Borstal, the sheep track that ran below the Shaw and through the valley almost to the manor lodge. All this went through her mind in the moment it took to turn the car and race back through the gap. A twist to the right sent it slashing and slicing through frozen grass and dead bracken, and so down to the turf-grown Roman cutting through the valley. It seemed an eternity while she drove principally by instinct and memory into the dull, wet sea of mist in the valley trough. The car rushed down into it, seemingly to stand hummingly still in the smother of it, bumped, and began to climb in free starlight again, the beacon rising in front, to be drawn up on a grass slope with the fringe of the Shaw not far above it. Alex had recovered herself. She sniffed towards the wood, but showed no uneasiness. The sounds of a wind-tortured plantation came down, full and loud. Boughs beaten together creakily, the rustle of bushes and bracken, the swish of lashed grass. A very tornado of dismal noises met Swanhild when she unshipped a lamp and stepped towards the outer fringe of trees. She was hot and cold at the same time, and calmed with sheer dread. The Shaw was mainly full of pines, firs and beech, that stretched up funereally, shutting out the dimly lit sky, save where a birch here and there let a few stars glimmer down between bare branches. The noisy, crowded spaciousness would have been terrifying to any solitary wanderer not country-bred. To Swanhild, the terror was what might manifest itself at any moment, from the treetops, behind or in front, or from the very earth. Alex loped in front with swaying head. Swanhild called her brother's name at intervals, steeling herself against the dread that her voice might bring other hearers than Oliver. The whole Shaw was like a dark cave, a cave with endless turnings, where anything might lurk. Possibly something that made sane men kill themselves after meeting it. Once an indistinct sound made her face round, and far away the other lamp was shining on the car. A turn hit it, breaking the last link with the wholesome outer world, and landed her in a clearing whence several rides branched. Someone had been there recently. The earth was too frost-bound to hold footmarks, but crushed grass and snapped fern told the tale. Alex suddenly ran up the nearest path to her right. A run brought them to an oak that stood at one side of another small clearing. Alex uneasily nosed something on the ground. It was a splash of blood, frozen and slightly opalescent. Swanhild flashed the light round, and on the side of the tree facing the open space was a dark mark, splashed head high, and at the foot a ghastly huddle of torn flesh. Swanhild's heart sunk, but this was not Oliver. It was the next worst thing, his dog. A gigantic mastiff, its body looked as large as a pony as it lay there. One hind leg had been torn off. The whole body had been torn, twisted, and squeezed to an almost shapeless mass before being flung against the tree. Some diabolic force must have been needed to perform such an incredible atrocity. Alex, after snuffing mournfully at her dead kennel friend, led on again, across the clearing to a curve in the line of trees, where the lightning-struck ruin of a beech stood back, overshadowed by a large pine. At the pine's foot, the light lit on black curls prone on the shuffled brown needles and cones. It was Oliver, sprawled over the roots with his head in a puddle of blood. Setting the lamp down, Swanhild turned him over and propped him against the pine. His face was covered with blood. His hair was matted with it, and a thick silk muffler round his neck was black and soaked and frozen into folds. All the blood was congealed. It had ceased to flow some time before, though whether from cold or because Oliver had died, Swanhild could not tell. The sleeves of his thick overcoat were torn to ribbons, and his hands and forearms were black and scarlet and frozen almost stiff. Swanhild could not tell if his heart showed any sign of life, with the beating of her own and the noise around almost deafening her. She stood up and squared her shoulders. A thicket of brambles and bracken backed the trees. It was torn and broken in a way that indicated a titanic struggle. Nothing could be done there. Alive or dead, she must get her brother home. Suddenly, a little, uncertain sound came from the hollow of the burnt beech. Her scalp crept. She stepped before Oliver, listening and staring from the beech to Alex. The dog lifted and swayed her head uncertainly, sniffing towards the beech, then resumed her watch on Oliver. Swanhild could not see into the tree. A gap to the ground existed, but it was round at the other side. There were scores of different sounds on the wind as it poured through boughs and over the hill edge. She could not decide if she had been mistaken. At last, "Come out of that hollow tree, or I'll fire," she ordered, in a scared voice she scarcely knew for her own. There was no answer, and she fired into the trunk waist-high. Nothing ensued but a shower of rotten wood. The explosion of the revolver seemed to blow aside all other noises for a moment, and leave her in a little clear space of silence. No sound came from the tree. She would have been satisfied but for the dog's slight action. Driven by impulse, almost without conscious volition, she snatched the lamp and ran to flash it in the hollow. She had not cried out over her brother, but at what the light showed a half-scream of. "Kate, Stringer!" seemed to ring in her ears without her knowing she had spoken. The sight was indescribable. The broken mastiff was nothing to it, and the worst was that the torn flesh she could scarcely distinguish from the torn clothing was still alive. Nothing to be done there. With strength born of desperation, she thrust Oliver up the pine roots until he almost stood, sagging horridly as she propped him, butted a shoulder under one of his arms, and so slung him on her back. He was an enormous man, his feet trailed on the ground, and both hands were needed to hold him by the limp arms she pulled around her neck. The butt of the revolver, thrust in the breast of her coat, touched her right hand as she held him. The lamp must be left behind. She turned it with one foot, so that the light carried as far as possible along the way she had come. Summoning all her strength, she started off, bent nearly double beneath her overwhelming burden. Alex kept in front of her. The mastiff's body was within the lamp's ray. Seeing it, she realized afresh what a mark she made, weighed down and in the dark, for whatever had done the night's work. A turn took her beyond the light, and a trailing bramble caught her round one ankle like a clutching hand. She jammed Oliver between herself and a tree while she reached up the foot and found what it was. Her eyes were now adjusted to the dark. She could distinguish Alex for a lighter patch in it, as the animal led her over the first clearing, and so, presently, the light of the car hove into sight in a frame of black tree silhouettes. She summoned all her strength, and in a last spurt reached the blessed open, between Shaw and car, tumbled her brother on the turf, and sank down beside him, sobbing for breath. His head rolled over in a hideously limp way when she lifted his shoulders and held him in her arms while she recovered breath, her eyes on the Shaw all the time. So far, good. The monster never attacked anyone save under pines or firs. Oliver was safe from it for a time. Only she ought to go back for the other victim. She tried to think it over frantically in the enforced pause to gather strength. She was almost sure Oliver was dead, but if he were taken to the doctor at once, there might be a chance for him. She knew poor Kate in the beech had been just alive, but she might be dead by now. Anyhow, a woman's first duty is to her own menfolk. Kate was probably dead. She got up and dragged Oliver into the tonneau and tugged the rugs round him, and ran round the car to crank up. The girl who might be alive, her brother who might be dead. The monster had not molested her, but if she went in again, she could come back after taking Oliver home. Oh yes, and Oliver might survive, at the expense of a girl's possible chance of living. She dropped the handle and pelted off to the Shaw again, after ordering Alex to stay with Oliver. There were things a Hammand of Danao could not do, even to save the only brother the war had left her. She charged blindly through the darkness of the unholy wood now, no more conscious of the horror that dark might hold in leash than of the ground under her speeding feet, exalted past fear by plain duty to be done. Only a thrill of horror had power to come when she reached the beach and was stripping off her coat to wrap and hold together the ghastly thing that was a girl like herself. A girl she had played with years before, had talked and laughed with that past afternoon. A pair of pale blue eyes opened in the mutilated thing that had been the prettiest face in the village, and looked at her a moment before closing again. In a few minutes, she was back and had stowed the close-wrapped figure beside Oliver. To turn the car, it had to be run under the fringe of the Shaw, to a wider turf stretch, and so round to the Roman way again. Then it shot down the incline, and along the mist-filled trough of the valley, bumped and climbed again. To Swanhild it seemed 1,000-year stretch of wind that lashed the face like sleet stars racing backwards, smothering mist and sounding empty space with a menacing horror ready to materialize out of the murk, before the car swooped onto the cobbles in the comparative safety of the village street. It was best to head for the manor. The doctor lived half an hour's run away over the worst roads in Sussex. It was 10 minutes' smooth scurry to the now brightly lit lodge. Will was on guard. She called to him to call the doctor at once as the car flashed through. End of Section 2. Section 3 of The Undying Monster by Jessie Douglas Kerruish. This LibriVox recording's in the public domain. Chapter 3. Oliver Half Remembers. In the courtyard, Stredwick and Walton, both pale and wide-eyed, got Oliver out of the car between them and into the hall. Mrs. Walton waited there with the maid, large, composed, capable. She had been a trained nurse before her marriage, and her nerves were dependable. "Put him on that settle," she ordered. Swanhild followed, carrying the girl. Vaguely she reflected that the run must have been a record one, or the cloth between her hands and the tattered body would have been soaked through. Then, with a shiver, she recollected that the monster was a vampire, and a vampire's victims do not bleed much after meeting it. She laid her burden on the other settle. "A bad knock on the head," pronounced Mrs. Walton, examining Oliver. "The wounds on his face and neck are shallow. His muffler saved him a lot, and a cold must have checked the bleeding. He's beginning to come round. Walton, get some brandy." Swanhild felt the room swaying for a moment. Oliver was not dead after all. Mrs. Walton turned to open out the coat that hid the other victim. Even her trained nerves broke at what was revealed. "Good Lord," she gasped hushedly. "I've never seen the like, and twice I've helped clear the bodies from a wrecked train. Kate Stringer, I didn't know her at first. Why, it's like the work of a tiger, a mad and starving tiger. We'll just make her comfortable, Miss Swan, my dear, against the doctor's coming." Here Oliver opened his eyes. They were gray, and they looked diabolically grotesque, pale in the blood-blackened mask that was his face, as they turned about, dim and clouded, from Swanhild to the others. "What?" he began huskily. Then his gaze found the figure on the other settle, and the cloudiness passed away. A stare of utter horror came instead, and before anyone could stop him he sprang to his feet and bent a long look on the mangled girl. "Kate! My heavens! The beast got her after all!" he screamed, and collapsed into Swanhild's arms. "A plain faint from shock," Mrs. Walton diagnosed. "You and me, Miss Swan, can manage those wounds. Walton, you and Stredwick carry him to his bedroom." The telephone bell rang. "From the lodge. Dr. Newton will come at once," the maid announced. Before the doctor came, Oliver was conscious again. Swanhild was alone with him. He stirred, sighed, and looked round slowly. "Hello, Swan," he said hoarsely. "How did I get here? I thought I was at the place with old Goddard." He lifted a bandaged hand and put it to his forehead. "Bandages? And how the deuce did I get into bed?" he said confusedly. He was very like his sister, an enormous black-haired male copy of her, and his eyes were like hers, only now they were clouded. His face had been little injured, but on the left temple was a huge purple swelling. "I found you in the Shaw and brought you home, dear," Swanhild said hastily. "But how? I don't remember. After leaving Lower Danow." His voice trailed off to an indistinct stop. "How did I begin to remember. I fought the monster," raising a bandaged hand to the bruise. "Oh, Swan!" he cried. "Kate! The brute got her!" Swanhild perched on the side of the bed and laid a cool hand on his burning forehead. "Don't worry, dear old boy," she crooned. "I'm all right, Swan," he retorted. Oh, I saw her," he almost sobbed. "It must have taken her after I fought it off. It's our bane, and it's taken a woman. The brute never comes except for one of the family. If I hadn't fought it off, it might have taken me and spared her." "Oliver, dear," said Swanhild abruptly, "what was the monster like?" He blinked at her. "Oh, I see. You want to jerk a description out of me unawares. For fear I'd keep it to myself and go mad brooding over it, like grandfather and the others. But I don't remember." Suddenly a red light glimmered at the back of his eyes, as always happened when he was excited or profoundly shocked. "Reggie!" he gasped. "Oh, Oliver!" cried Swanhild, and it sounded to her like someone else's voice in her ears. "You don't mean... You're mad. I hope you are mad." "I'm not. I mean, people will say it," he answered. "It's the first frost since he went west. They'll say in the villages he's returned as a Good Lord, Swan, they'll call him that." "Hush," she soothed. "You can put that right with a description of whatever you saw, dear." "But I did not see anything. At least I can't remember. What's the matter with my head?" "There's a lump on it. You must have hit the ground there." "Jove, that's it." He pressed his least bandaged hand to his temple. "It feels all squashy. That must be why I can't quite remember." Dr. Newton hurried in, a big-built man, dapper in spite of the midnight call. "You were shouting, Mr. Hammand. That's a good sign, at least," he announced. He believed in an optimistic bedside manner. "I'm all right, Doctor, only sore. I suppose Mrs. Walton's been cauterizing me. What of Kate?" "Young people are tenacious of life. More I cannot say at present. She can't be moved. Mrs. Walton is preparing a room. Miss Hammand, she did not think it necessary to consult you." While he talked, he felt Oliver's pulse and made a quick general examination. "We are doing very well." He nodded to Swanhild. "Nothing but a bit of tying up left for me to do. Miss Hammand has cauterized you to a turn. It must have hurt her more than it did you. There." He slipped the last safety pin into position. "Let us hear about it." "It's soon told." Oliver leant back against the pillows, a grotesque figure with his bandaged arms and neck, and the bruise splashed over the larger part of his forehead, now swelling, had gone down. "I'd been to Mansby Place, and was taking the Borstal shortcut home. When I reached the Shaw, I saw something glimmering in it, and went in to investigate. Thought it might be some beast setting traps, you know, Swan. It was Kate. She lives with her grandfather in the little cottage at the far end of Lower Danow, Doctor. She said the old man had been taken very ill, and she was going to the lodge to ask them to ring you up." "Very good. Mrs. Walton has rung up Dr. Albury and Nurse Black. When they come, we'll send to old Stringer. You met Kate?" "I told her to nip back to the old chap, and I'd hurry to the lodge, of course. We'd walked back on her track nearly as far as the burnt beach. As we talked, then, all of a sudden, I felt rotten." He put his hand to the bruise again and hesitated. The doctor, who had been mixing something in a glass while he talked, handed it to him. He drank the contents mechanically. Swanhild noted the scent of laudanum. "All at once," he resumed, "I felt rotten. Not ill, you know, but simply... putrid." Kate screamed. It sounded awful in the dark, and I knew something was coming on me from all sides at once.
My brain went round, all in the dark but for a bit of starlight, with my tyke rubbing against me. And, Swan, the worst of it was, I didn't feel utterly strange. As sure as I knew it was the monster coming, I knew I'd been through it before. "Yes, dear," she assented. He flared up irritably. "You needn't talk as though I were a scared kid or a lunatic, Swanhild. Only it was queer. It didn't feel novel to me. Stars and pines and cold and the monster coming. I couldn't get away from it. It came from all round and closed on me like the blast from furnace doors opening all round me. All round and above and under me, and the air from them sweeping right through me. But it wasn't hot, only horrible. Horrible. Then Holder started to whimper, and my hair fairly rose. He didn't challenge at all, just began to whimper. A thoroughbred whimpering without warning could only mean something bestial. I seemed to know that what was coming would be the end of me, soul as well as body. If I didn't fight it, it would annihilate me, soul and body. I heard myself calling to God for help, out loud. That'll tell you how I felt. Then it closed on me. Kate screamed somewhere, and Holder screamed too. He absolutely screamed, I tell you, Doctor. A mastiff. Then I was fighting it anyhow, in a darkness that went red. All red dark until a splash of fire split it up and put it out. Put the red out and left proper black darkness. That must have been when I pitched on my head. Then I opened my eyes again in light, and saw the hall, and saw you, Swan, and... oh, I saw Kate. He put his arm over his face and groaned. "Where's Holder?" he asked, noting Alex, who was standing with her forepaws on the bed, eyeing him sympathetically. "Dead," Swanhild thought brevity was best. Oliver started up. "Holder? Dead?" "He died helping you against the monster, Oliver. It must have got Kate first, and you and he must have drawn it away. Why, it was a death a gallant dog might pray for. If I hadn't fought it off, it might have spared him. And Kate, too. I believe it went for me first." His voice was getting indistinct. On the verge of sleep, he suddenly roused. "Why, Swanhild, you're next. The only Hammand left besides me. Whenever it appears, the monster will complete its sacrifice. If I die, you'll be the head." He was in a frenzy of horror that overpowered the opiate temporarily. "Swan, promise me this. Whether I live or die, go mad or stay sane, you'll have this investigated at once." "I will, Oliver." "You'll get Lodge, or the SPR, or that lady the Canastans had." "On my word of honor, Oliver." "Blavatsky and Crooks failed over grandfather, but people have found a lot more out since then." For a few minutes he was awake, a man thinking for the woman dependent on him. "I can't rest, alive or dead, unless you promise to have the investigation as soon as it is daylight. Whether I'm alive or dead, mad or sane." "I promise, Oliver, as soon as it is day, on my honor."
"Ah," he sighed and fell back as though exhausted.
"Your next chief of Hammands. Inherit the curse. Get Lodge, or the lady the Canastans had, on your word of honor."
His voice trailed into silence, and he slept. End of Chapter 3. Section 4 of The Undying Monster by Jessie Douglas Kerruish. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. A Witch Hunt in Prospect. The hours that followed were a reminiscent nightmare to Swanhild. A dreaming over of the time when all efforts failed to save her elder brother some months before. The same reek of drugs and hushed bustle, the same horror of too much white linen overflowing everywhere. Everyone was needed. The Waltons, the other indoor servants, who were roused by the commotion, Swanhild herself and the second doctor and trained nurse when they arrived. The medicos had to be helped, one dispatched to old Stringer. Oliver watched. 1,000 things done for the other victim. The smallest hours were well past before the full difficulty of the situation really dawned on Swanhild. The first exaltation of hurried action over, she waited in the Holbein room and the grotesque horror of it all became evident. Oliver was safe at home. His injuries were severe but superficial. But if he remembered fully what he had seen that night, madness and suicide would be inevitable. She must do something. Something that 30 generations had failed to do. Find out what the monster really was. It was a desperate project, and at that it did not follow that finding out the secret would mean finding salvation for Oliver. What could this 1,000-year-old horror be, anyhow? Why had it not attacked her? Had it left the Shaw before she reached it? Where had it gone, then? Where had it come from? No trace of it had been found after any of the previous tragedies. There was only one thing to be done, and she embarked on it by consulting the Post Office London directory. The door opened and Dr. Newton entered. She stared up at him dumbly. He nodded. "The verdict, joint verdict of Ellery and myself, is that your brother has rallied splendidly, my dear Miss Hammand. His pulse is very normal, and he is sleeping healthily under my opiate. The wound should do well, also thanks to your promptitude in bringing him in and cauterizing them. Exposure might have finished him."
"What of the girl?"
"It is also thanks to your promptitude that she has a chance of life. Very microscopic, but still a chance. She can't be moved. I should like to call in a specialist."
"I give you carte blanche, of course, doctor. What of Oliver's mind?"
"I cannot tell until he wakes. However, it seems unaffected except in the matter of his not remembering what happened immediately before that knock on the head."
"Does the blow account for his partial loss of memory?"
"Can't say offhand. The bone is not disturbed, and after a good sleep his memory may be perfect again."
"He may wake with his memory restored?"
"Possibly, possibly not."
"In the latter case, may it return later?"
"That is also a possibility. I shall advise you, if it becomes necessary, to call in a mental specialist."
"A mental specialist will be of no use if he remembers what he saw in the Shaw," returned Swanhild bitterly.
"Now, my dear Miss Hammand," the doctor chided. "Nothing I have seen this night is due to any but a material cause." She reminded herself he had only bought the local practice when her grandfather's death was becoming a legend, and merely asked,
"Well, what sort of creature made the wounds?"
"That is the one uncertain point. They are so ferociously torn and mauled that no mark is distinct enough to indicate what made them. It is fair season, however. A half-starved beast may have escaped from some show. I've warned the Danow constable. Also, Walton has been telling me that those 2 aides have been threatening your brother lately. They own 3 peculiarly large and vicious curs. If the masters attacked Hammand, the dogs might have attended to anyone else who had the bad luck to be present. I hope, Miss Hammand, that our patient will wake in a fit state to laugh at his fancies of the night. By the way, what is the rhyme about the alleged monster? I might as well know just what he fancies."
"It is I who fancy he may kill himself if he remembers what he saw in the Shaw," returned Swanhild defensively. "This is the correct version of our family rhyme. Danow monster, do ye wit, with the race is firmly knit. While the monster is alive, Hammand's race shall live and thrive. If it die, if die it may, Hammand's race shall fade away. Who its monstrousness espieth, God grant grace that swift he dieth. Whoso spying dieth not, worse than death shall be his lot."
What does the last line mean?" asked the doctor.
"That any Hammand who sees the monster and is not killed by it will pine away through horror or commit suicide. They did, both of them."
Swanhild indicated the street in Holbein defiantly. The doctor pursed his lips. "It is centuries since those ancestors of yours met their fate, my dear Miss Hammand. Plenty of time for traditions to grow round them."
"My grandfather met a similar fate in 1890, she returned. "We have the Times of October 10th in that year, with an account of the inquest."
He frowned at her thoughtfully. "I seem to have read it some time or other. There was some mention of a legend accounting for it, that every now and then one of you Hammands must be sacrificed to the devil, who claims his prey in a pine wood on frosty, starlit nights in the shape of something called the Undying Monster."
Swanhild nodded. "That's one of the traditions, only it has to be the head of the family who is sacrificed." As long as the monster lives to take his toll, so long shall we hold Dano."
"And that's the idea your brother has in his head? No wonder he was upset. My dear Miss Hammand, you are upset yourself, and no wonder after your exertions of the night. By daylight you will be yourself again, and the police will probably bring round the body of the escaped animal that did the very material damage to your brother and the girl. Now I must go back to my patients." When he had gone, Swanhild turned to the directory and made out a little list of names and addresses. She looked up again as the door was opened.
"Goddard!" she exclaimed.
"Swanhild,"
the newcomer responded, in a voice wherein reproach, relief, and horror were blended. He was a tall and thin young man, a few years her senior, with a lean face, bright brown eyes, dark hair, and a humorous mouth. He was dressed in tweeds thrown on anyhow. A tweed cap was squashed down on his head, and a motor lamp was swinging in the gloved hand at the end of his left arm, hand and arm being expensive substitutes for the original limb. From his face, Swanhild's eyes traveled to the lamp.
"Yes,"
said Goddard Covert severely.
"it's your Maxwell starboard light."
"Oh, Goddard, you've been in the Shaw."
"Oh, Swanhild, you never called me when you went in the Shaw."
"Your wire is out of order, you know," she excused.
"You were glad it was," he retorted. "I was restless early, saw this burning in the Shaw, and went to investigate. And, oh, Swanhild, I saw the dog."
He had set the lamp down and held her hands bunched together in his while they talked.
"You? In the Shaw? During frost? And after that? Oh, Swanhild," he went on reproachfully. "Walton has told me all."
He became aware of the cap and pulled it off.
"I was upset," he observed,
staring at it.
"You went into the Shaw?" she exclaimed again. "It was safe, drizzling by that time. Swan, my dear, what are we to do?"
His acceptance of the monster as a fact was bracing after the doctor's incredulity. Very briefly, she gave him an account of her night's experience.
"It didn't attack you," he said at the end. "But Oliver, since he's alive and sane, what do you fear exactly?"
"That the sacrifice will be completed. Whenever the monster has manifested itself, the life of the Hammand attacked has paid the penalty, either at its hands or later on. If Oliver remembers what he saw in the Shaw, he will be sure to do what grandfather did."
Goddard nodded gravely.
"You have an idea, Swan."
"He may never remember. He may wake with his memory restored, or he may suddenly have it restored later. That's what I dread. If it comes directly he wakes, I shall be with him, and Mrs. Walton, and we can do what we think is right. But we can't keep him under observation for the rest of his life, and if he remembered suddenly—"
She faltered.
"I see," Goddard returned. "The shock of sudden remembrance might throw him off his balance. Well?"
"I'm going to try and find out what the monster is. If we could do it before he remembers, and explained it quietly to him, the shock would be much lessened."
"Exactly. How do you propose to find out?"
Swanhild indicated the directory.
"I've been looking up the SPR and Miss Bartendale. She's not in it, though."
"Miss Bartendale? I seem to remember the name."
"Lady Grace Kynaston told me about her. There was something wrong in the family last year. Nobody knows just what it was, but they say the family vault at Stoke Kynaston Church had to be hermetically sealed. Miss Bartendale succeeded when the SPR failed. Unfortunately, Lady Grace is abroad now, and she only mentioned that Miss Bartendale lives in London. Her name is not in the book, but she may live with her family. So I've made a list of all the Bartendales in town, 11 in all."
"What do you propose to do with that list?"
"Call on all if Oliver can be left."
"It's rather a tribe to tackle."
Goddard wrinkled his forehead up as though trying to remember something.
Bartendale, he repeated mumblingly.
Swanhild crossed the room and opened the window facing north. The wind slashed in. With some rain on it, they looked over the dusky country to the monstrous man, sprawling in the now overcast sky, in what light came through cloud gaps, and the blur beneath him that was the Shaw.
"It's so grotesque," the girl broke out. "Oliver is safe and sane so far, yet if we cannot find out this mystery that has been unsolved 1,000 years, he will go mad, and—"
She could not complete it. Instead, she cried,
"I'm a coward, Goddard. A beastly coward. Only Oliver's all I've got left. The doctor said he could not live when he was sent home with Reggie, and I made him live, and now it might have been better if I'd let him die decently."
"Hush, Swan, my dear,"
Goddard's pleasant light tenor was commanding.
"It's the dismal small hours. By daylight you'll be your plucky old self again, ready to fight for old Oliver once more."
"How can we fight it? This incredible unseen thing."
"Steady, dear."
It was a crooning protest, like a woman's way with another woman. Briskly he went on.
"It reminds me of a couple of years ago. Stuck in a trench dug in packed nastiness, with no way of reckoning when, how, or from where annihilation might descend on you. The only way to be any good was to keep quiet and alert, and not look too far ahead. At present we will look no further than the prospect of the impending witch hunt. And Swanhild, it wasn't true, wasn't absolutely nice, was it? Saying, 'Oliver's all you got left'? I thought we understood one another ages ago."
He looked good-humored reproach down into her eyes. It seemed to her, in that little pause after hours of frantic hurry, that the world stood still for a moment, and there was nothing alive in the universe save the two of them, man and woman, in the hushed room with wind-swept dark outside, stretching to infinity's measureless void.
"It just shows how you love old Oliver,"
Goddard said tenderly. He took her in his arms, kissed her very gently, and held her close a minute. It was almost as Oliver had done on the night when the elder brother died, and he became the only kin left to her. With the wakened memory of that, the horror of the monster closed down on her again. But with someone to share it, it was not so paralyzing as before, though she cried out,
"But you're not the only one. Oliver's still here."
He held her at arm's length.
"Exactly. Oliver's still on this nice old globe, and it's up to us to keep him there, safe and sane, please God. And I gather the sooner we get an investigator down, the more chance we have of doing it."
End of Section 4. Section 5 of The Undying Monster by Jessie Douglas Kerruish. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. Suez, west of Suez. It was the chilly, stillest hour of the day when Swanhild came down again half an hour later. The deadly hush that had settled on the big house after the hours of scurry gave a shivering impression of a dead and hollow world. A nurse flitting across the hall in the subdued reek of iodoform explained it too well. In the Holbein room, however, lights and a fire waited. Alex and divers other dogs shared the rugs with several cats, and Goddard and Mrs. Walton were holding a not uncheerful consultation beside a table laid for two.
"I've taken the liberty of ordering the Mercedes round, Swanhild," said Goddard. "Mrs. Walton agrees with me that a couple of hours' spin will do you good." "Run now?" said Swanhild. "Exactly," put in Mrs. Walton. "I can take charge of the house for that time." "It's really a sporting effort to get Miss Bartendale of Kynaston Vault, celebrity, on the spot within 2 hours," Goddard explained. "Don't hope too much, but there's a microscopic chance you may see her, and ascertain if she can and will help us within an hour."
"Oh, Goddard, what—"
"No questions, my dear, until you've had some brekker."
"I'm not hungry."
"Well, the witch hunt won't start until you have demolished this cup of coffee, at least. The car isn't quite ready. Directly she is, we start for Suez west of Suez."
"Suez what?"
"My designation for a place which for everyone has a pet name, ranging from plain Brighton to New Jerusalem by sea. It is said that everyone in the eastern half of our hemisphere blows through Suez some time or other, and you'll meet everyone worth calling anyone in the western fraction if you loaf about Brighton long enough. I've just remembered that somebody told me yesterday Miss Bartendale was seen taking the air with other tepidly distinguished folk on Brighton front the day before."
"You know where she's staying?"
gasped Swanhild. "No, but it's easier to find a visitor to Brighton than a regular Londoner who isn't in the directory. I hear the car."
Swanhild jumped up, but hesitated.
"If Oliver wakes while I'm away," she began.
"Mrs. Walton's here," he replied. "If she had been in charge of your grandfather, he wouldn't have needed a verdict tempered with charity."
Mrs. Walton nodded grimly.
"He ought to sleep another 6 hours, Miss Swan, dear. When he wakes, he'll get a nice breakfast or a dose of something that'll keep him quiet, according to his state of mind. The little trip will do you good. Otherwise you'll fidget yourself to fiddlestrings and be unfit company for the boy when he wakes." Then Swanhild hurried without further protest. Once in the driver's seat of the big car, the growing uneasiness that had been coming to her began to abate. Open air, coming day, and the fact that she was doing something definite for Oliver made a different woman of her.
"What are you going to do, Goddard?"
she asked, when the bridge was negotiated. "Question the gilded hirelings of the night watch in the hotels. If that draws blank, see if an early opening newsagent has a standard and visitors list left from Saturday." The rain had stopped. The stars in a clear sky were glittering their wintry brightest as the car shot through the village. The valley, mist-filled, slid past on their left, the shaw twisted like a black scarf round the beacon beyond it, the monstrous man livid above the shaw. In the hazy spaciousness of the Weald they turned west. Beating was past in the last of the starlight, the Shorehams, old and new, threaded in the blackest minutes of the 24 hours. They spoke little. Swanhild only voiced her ruling, though when Southwick's twin towers of Babel were in the rear. Portslade's twisty undulations, safely negotiated, and the smutty blur under a pink palpitation that is Brighton against a winter's daybreak massed up ahead.
"What if she isn't there, Goddard?"
It was eerie on the nearly deserted road. Between the lamps they seemed to chase through a dreary chaos. Sea and sky, near houses and distant downs alike one insubstantial, tattered mass of varied gray. The hush of that silentest of hours was intensified by the motor's throb, and the sough of the wind that brought clammy dead gusts of sea fret from the lapping waves. Swanhild's voice sounded hushed and shrill, hopeless and excited at once. "If she isn't there, she'll be elsewhere," replied Goddard briskly. "Now, Swan, don't get excited. Here's the Victorian statue. First turn to the left and our inquiries begin." She stayed in the car while he ran up and spoke to the night porters. Miss Bartendale was not in the first hotel, nor the second. In the end they worked nearly along the whole length of the front, alternately stopping for inquiries and making digressions up side streets to news vendors' shops, until the sun rose invisibly somewhere in the newly clouded heavens. Incidentally, they learnt the degrees by which hotels wake up, from the first stirrings of step cleaners to the aroma of frying and coffee which met them at the 8th hostelry. There a clerk presented Goddard with a spare visitors' list, and they consulted its smudgy columns under a lamp. "Eureka!" chuckled Goddard. "See? Hess House, Hess Square, Thursday, Lady Adams, Miss L. Bartendale. We must hark westward again, but first up Ship Street."
"Why?"
asked Swanhild, turning north obediently. "P.O. telephone, dear. It's early for a call. We'll break ourselves gently to the victim." Traffic was getting into its first stride, and it seemed ages to Swanhild while they crawled the length of Ship Street. Her gloves stuck to her hands, and her face felt deadly cold, now that a few minutes would decide if the stranger would help or not. It was then, in the homely bustle around, that she realized the incredibility of it all. Oliver sane but likely to go mad at any moment. The 1,000-years-old monster, waiting in the misty world but a few miles away. In the post office she soon found the number of Hesse House, and the voice of a well-trained maidservant made reply. Miss Bartendale was there. She was up, preparing to take the early train to town. What name, please, would Miss Hammand kindly hold the wire? In a minute another voice came.
"Hello, I'm Luna Bartendale. I suppose the monster has manifested itself again, Miss Hammand?"
Swanhild quite jumped.
"Yes, why?"
"My dear girl, you are a girl by your voice. When a Hammand of Danau, Old Manor, rings up a total stranger who happens to be a sensitive, the inference is fairly evident."
The voice was a light soprano, the kind that does not make much noise but carries a long way.
"The monster's in all the haunted houses, books, and county guides,"
it added.
"When did it appear?"
"A few hours ago."
Swanhild put the night's doings in a few sentences. At the conclusion,
"And what am I to do?"
asked the soprano.
"You helped Lady Grace Kynaston last year."
"The Stoke Kynaston affair is not 1,000 years old. Don't hope too much, Miss Hammond, but I am at your service as far as my powers go. Where are you?"
"The Ship Street post office. I motored over with Mr. Covert, to try and find you, as I mentioned. I cannot thank you enough."
"We'll take all that is said, dear girl. Is there any chance of my examining this Thunderbarrow Shaw before the police and sightseers trample it up?"
"Nobody, even our local constable, will venture in before full daylight. We can get you there in an hour."
"Very good. Come round here slowly, and I shall be ready for you. Au revoir."
"She's coming, and she sounds nice," was all Swanhild could say to Goddard at first. He exchanged into the driver's seat, and she told him all the conversation while they traveled slowly to the front and westward again. Hesse Square is one of the cluster of aristocratically named streets, aggressively redolent of when they were not mainly devoted to the boarding business in the southwest corner of Brighton. A haunt of hushed dullness on sunshiny days, deadly in the winter dawn as the car drew up between the funereal trees of the central enclosure and the light-spattered cliff that was Hesse House.
"Jove, just the place for a witch,"
said Goddard. Swanhild had barely stepped to the pavement when the door opened and a little woman and big dog came down the steps.
"Miss Hammand,"
said the voice that had come over the telephone, and the owner stopped and held out a hand. The advantage of the steps brought her face level with Swanhild's, and it was a very charming face. The stray curls that glinted amidst the swathings of a motor veil were of that fine pale golden tint that so rarely survives childhood, and her features were so delicate that only eyebrows much darker than her hair and the pronounced cheekbones and high-bridged nose saved the ensemble from dollishness. Her skin was creamy, touched with pink on either cheek and with a sharp-cut splash of red at the lips. Her daintily round chin had a deep dimple in it, and she kept her lids habitually drooped so that her eyes flickered darkly behind a screen of golden lashes. She was slightly built, carried herself very upright, and was muffled in a voluminous coat of the heavy woolen stuff humane women wore in place of furs. Swanhild took it all in the moment it took her to stammer, "Miss Bartendale? The White Witch?"
"The super-sensitive,"
the other corrected. The hard red lips curved in a smile.
"I'm older than I look,"
she supplemented, answering the girl's thought.
"I'm thankful I don't look my job, as Americans so poetically put it."
She canted her head to look at Swanhild fairly, and raised her lids. It was like an electric shock. Swanhild stared into blue-gray eyes of a lightness that seemed almost transparent, like ice and shade, diamond bright, and so searching that she instinctively felt glad she had nothing on her conscience to conceal. The lids drooped again, and
"You'll take my word I'm it, myself,"
she said. Then, looking at Goddard,
"Mr. Covert, to whom I owe the chance of inspecting the shaw at once, we'll take the introductions as accomplished, and you'll drive, please, while Miss Hammand posts me in necessary details. I see my dog approves you both. That'll do, Smith, thanks. Pray don't forget the wire to my aunt."
She settled herself comfortably beside Swanhild with her feet on the dog, a creature of indeterminate breed with touches of Dalmatian and bloodhound, and took a little leather bag from the maid who had followed her. In a minute the car was on its way again. End of Section 5. Section 6 of The Undying Monster by Jessie Douglas Kerruish. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6 of The Vampire Hammands. Miss Bartendale nestled in her corner and smiled at Swanhild.
"You've got an idée fixe that I can help you, and now you've caught me, you are bewildered with relief,"
she observed casually. Swanhild stammered,
I wasn't sure you'd come, and at this hour." "Bless you, I'm used to being rung up at unseemly times. I was quite relieved when you rang me up. I'd just finished breakfast, and breakfast alone by gaslight is about as ghastly as champagne in daylight. Now, please tell me your brother's account of what happened in the Shaw."
Swanhild repeated it as they sped through the misty dullness.
"Very curious,"
said the supersensitive. Swanhild had learnt by then that she always spoke with a kind of little patronizing drawl, and her voice grew fascinating with longer acquaintance, and had a little caressing suggestion of a northern burr in it.
"Don't you notice something queer in it, Miss Hammand?"
"It was very confused, queer all through."
"Yes, but still, one point is concretely odd. But he may have omitted to mention what. We'll hear what he has to say. Now for the monster's history. Like everyone who has ever read a book about ghosts, I am acquainted with the main details.
Briefly, the family of Hammand of Danow is said to be haunted by an apparition known as the Undying Monster. At different times, members of the family have died mysteriously, and their deaths have been attributed to a meeting with the monster. That, stripped of all details, is the matter in a nutshell, I believe. When did it last appear? Nearly 30 years ago, in 1890. It killed my grandfather and 2 other people. I'll trouble you for dull details. Well, Swanhild hesitated, then plunged in boldly. Grandfather had no business to be meeting a lady from the Mansby Place house party in the Shaw. I don't suppose there was any real harm, but he was married, and so was she, and it seems a gameskeeper, our chauffeur's grandfather, was spying on them. Anyhow, the man and the lady were killed in a horrible way, just as the monster's victims always are killed, all torn, just as poor Kate was last night, and pieces gone from them. Like Kate. 3 dogs were there, grandfather's big spaniels and the keeper's lurcher, and they were torn to bits, but not eaten. When searching was made, the bodies were found near Thunder's Barrow, beyond the Shaw, and grandfather was wandering about, horribly mangled but alive, and with his hair gone partly white. He refused to say what he had seen, and shot himself next day. Now you know what I fear for Oliver. If he recovers his memory of what he saw, he will kill himself.
Luna Bartendale patted her hand gently.
My dear girl, I fail to see why he should do such a thing. Because everyone who escaped alive from the monster invariably killed himself later. But why? Because they have learnt what the monster is, and the knowledge is so horrible that they chose death rather than to live with it on their minds. But what is it like? Nobody knows. I told you they refused, like grandfather, to describe it. We must hear some of the other cases. First, though, Danow is one of the oldest inhabited houses in England, is it not? The hall has some of the lath and plaster work of the original Saxon manor house incorporated in the walls behind the panelling. And how long has your family owned the place? Since it was built. And the monster has been haunting it all the time. How far do your written records go? We have a deed sealed by Canute confirming Reginald, Hammand's son, in the manor. And what's the earliest record of the monster's appearing? There's a pedigree, drawn up in 1650 from older documents, with all its appearances to that date marked in red ink against the names of the victims, and another continuing the record to 1890. Can you give some details of a few of the appearances? There's a crusader effigy in our church at Danow, with a lump of a figure at the feet that's supposed to represent the monster. By the 1650 pedigree, this monument is to Sir Oliver Hammand, who met the monster, lived, and drowned recollection of it by getting himself killed in the First Crusade. And there's a brass to Godfrey Hammand, dated 1387, with a queer beast under his feet. He met the monster and spent the rest of his life in prayer and penance, turning anchorite and living in a little cell built up against the church till his death. Those are the only 2 people who met the monster and did not kill themselves afterwards. And you know, going crusading or turning anchorite was a sort of suicide. Did not they leave any account of what the monster looks like? No, and yet they put portraits of it in a public place. What are those beasts like? Impossible to tell. The effigy's nearly shapeless now, and the brass has been scratched and defaced badly. Did anyone other than a Hammand meet it and live to describe it? None but Hammands have ever survived a meeting with it. Other people were all killed or died of fright. This girl, Kate Stringer, she has survived. The doctors don't think she will last long. There's a rhyme about the monster. Please let me hear it.
Swanhild repeated it.
Curious, commented Luna. While the monster is alive, Hammand's race shall live and thrive. It suggests that the thing is a luck as well as a bane. That brings us to the legends that account for it. You will know that a number of stories are in circulation that never find their way into print owing to our excellent law of libel. One is that a Hammand's life must be sacrificed every now and then to keep the monster alive.
Swanhild frowned and nodded curtly. Luna went on.
It is said that Danow contains a hidden room, whose situation and contents are only revealed to their heir presumptive, under seal of secrecy, on his 21st birthday, and it is averred that the secret contained in it is so fearful that no one has ever betrayed it."
Swanhild seemed inclined to interrupt. The supersensitive held up a checking hand.
"I'm stating it badly. One popular tradition is that the first Hammand made a compact with the devil, selling his own soul on condition that his heirs should hold Danow till the day of judgment, and that he should live that time to see the bargain carried out. He therefore still lives in the secret room, and at intervals to perpetuate his unnatural existence he issues forth to make the sacrifice of a human life in order to prolong his own. In short, the Undying Monster is your own first ancestor, who prolongs his unholy existence by swallowing the blood of at least one live human being, and one of the victims at least must be a Hammand."
"Yes, that's the most popular tale," Swanhild agreed. "It is also said that this 1,000-year-old ancestor of mine has grown so incredibly revolting in appearance that the mere memory of it makes anyone he doesn't kill commit suicide later. But I can tell you one thing for certain, Miss Bartondale. There's no real secret room at all. I've often been in the room in question myself."
"Oh, there's another tale, that every now and then a creature half human and half animal is born in the line and kept hidden away somewhere in the manor till it dies. A creature which occasionally gets loose with sinister results to whoever it meets."
Swanhild interrupted hotly. "As a member of the family—"
"My dear girl," Luna soothed, "these tales were merely invented to titillate the love of nastiness ingrained in the common herd, before a too-free press arose to cater for it daily. Still, these traditions exist. Isn't there another one?"
"The worst," Swanhild exclaimed indignantly, "that we Hammands have a vampire strain in us, and if one of us is killed prematurely, he, or she, will turn vampire, and come back to Danow, and—" She stopped, shivering with indignation.
"Well?"
Luna prompted.
"People will say it was Reggie,"
Swanhild broke out wretchedly.
"My elder brother, who died 3 months ago." 3 months ago? The delay? This is the first frost since he went west, and it is only in frost and starlight they can appear. You may not believe me, Miss Bartondale, but in our district people will say it. Why, after grandfather's death it was said it was his young daughter who killed the keeper and lady. She had been killed out hunting the summer before. They say it accounted for grandfather's refusal to state what he saw, and for his hair going white, and his suicide.
Miss Bartondale lifted her eyebrows gently. In the overcast morning light her eyes were suddenly all pupil, like a white cat's in twilight.
"I have a fairly extensive knowledge of what people can believe," she replied sedately. "In my native Ribblesdale I believe an animal is still drowned in the river every 7th year to placate a ghost named Peg O'Nell. Of course this nonsense will worry your brother." "Oliver broods over things so," exclaimed Swanhild. "You see, our father died early in my war. Mother didn't survive him long, and both my brothers were sent home last year, and the doctors said neither could live. Reggie went this summer, but I simply could not let Oliver go. He was quite well and strong by now, and I wish I had not saved him for this." "Hush, my dear girl." Luna's voice was gentle. "We're all in the same boat now. An aunt is the only blood relative the last few years have left me."
"Oh," said Swanhild, ashamed. Dropping her voice, she whispered,
"And there's Goddard, Mr. Covert. He's all alone. I don't know why I let myself go like this. To a stranger?" she wound up. "Because I've come to try and help you, and you trust me, and I must know everything about you if I am to be of use."
Luna made prompt reply.
"Now, does the monster invariably manifest itself in the Shaw?"
Swanhild was herself again and replied quietly, "No, there's 2 heart brasses in our church, to Oliver Hammand, the anchorite's father and his daughter. They were killed by it when on pilgrimage to Rockmador. Godfrey was there when they met it, but survived and turned anchorite, as I told you."
"It is very curious and unusual, the connection between the monster and frosty weather."
"It's described in another rhyme," said Swanhild. "Where grow pines and firs amain, under stars, sans heat or rain, chief of Hammand, wear thy bane. Meaning that the monster can only attack the head of the family on frosty nights near pines and firs.
In short, the thing's a sort of curse attached to the ownership of the place. Does it only appear out of doors, then?
Once it manifested itself in the house to Sir Magnus the Warlock, the anchorite's grandson.
Eh? I seem to remember the name. Isn't Magnus Hammand the Warlock the hero of a fairly presentable tradition?
He practiced black art in the hidden room, which has pines outside the window. The tale is that he raised the monster to help him with his studies, and it got out of his control and killed his little son in the hidden room.
Luna seemed to wake and prick her ears.
A widespread tale, she commented. It is also related with differences in connection with St. Dunstan and Friar Bacon. What became of the warlock?
Oh, his wife saw the monster kill and eat the child, and died of shock on the spot, and he committed suicide from horror.
And to what extent did he practice black art?
Some say he sold his soul to Satan, and used to hold black masses in the hidden room and sacrifice children. Oh, all sorts of utterly beastly stuff. That he fed the monster with live babies is the least disgusting. His tomb's in our church. Some village people say it's his ghost that helps other dead Hammands to become vampires. Others that the monster lives on in the hidden room, as he died without laying it.
End of Chapter 6. Section 7 of The Undying Monster by Jessie Douglas Kerruish. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. More Dimensions Than 4. The supersensitive seemed to fall into a reverie, fingering the dimple on her chin absently.
The main point is, however they vary, all traditions agree in connecting the monster equally with the place and the family. Now, what's at the bottom of it all? There's no smoke without fire, and few legends without a substructure of truth. You have mentioned a secret room, Miss Hammand.
Swanhild almost laughed.
You shall see the hidden room. We only keep it to ourselves because we don't want people tramping all over it and disturbing the things.
What things?
The books and crockery the warlock left there. It was his laboratory, and when he died he said the secret of the monster would be found in it.
At this, Luna opened her eyes wide.
He said that 4 centuries ago, and the secret has not been found out yet? Am I to understand the room has been kept as he left it 400 years?
Yes, except when Cromwell's men went over the house and stole or broke a lot of things. They may have removed or destroyed the clue. Madame Blavatsky and Sir William Crookes thought so. They were called in after grandfather's death.
Yet you hope I may be more successful?
Knowledge has advanced since then.
Swanhild said it tentatively.
It has, returned Luna with emphasis. Blavatsky was a sensitive, but I'm a super-sensitive.
What does that mean?
Asked Swanhild.
That in the Shah I may be able to trace the way the monster came and went, by means of my cultivated sixth sense.
What is that sixth sense?
One you've got yourself, dear girl.
How do you know?
Because every normally decent person has it. You sometimes distrust people intensely, without concrete reason, don't you? And afterwards find out they are undesirables?
But that's only instinct.
It's the sense of harmony in life. The normal rhythm of existence comprehends all that is true, kindly, and cleanly. Anything that errs against that rule, be it mental, moral, or physical, jars on the rhythm, causes a break in the harmony which is perceived by the sixth sense. Bad thoughts, a sensual nature, a body to which death has come to violence, all these equally outrage the orderly harmony of existence. All people have this instinctive sense, so long as they keep themselves decent. But in some it amounts to a gift, like an eye for color or ear for music, and it can be cultivated like other gifts. Sensitive is the new name for such individuals. If anything out of the ordinary course of nature, anything belonging to the 4th dimension, which is commonly called the supernatural, went through the Shah in the night, I should be able to trace its tracks. If it was 4th dimensional, the supersensitive added. Your dog called your attention to nothing but your brother and the girl? Yes, she was quite satisfied when both were brought out. And this is the point I noted in your brother's narrative as you have reported it. Mr. Hammand's dog did not warn him of the approach of his assailant.
Jove! Goddard, who had been driving silently so far, twisted his head round for a second.
I didn't notice that. Of course, though, Oliver wasn't his bright young self when he handed out the tale, and he may have omitted to mention no end of details.
That's possible. Luna lapsed into thoughtful silence again. Swanhild hinted anxiously.
Have you come to some conclusion, Miss Bartendale?
Luna smiled kindly up at her.
Only that I'll have a tough task searching the mists of ages for information that was evidently confined to a chosen few at any time. Also, I sincerely trust your brother may be able to say the dog warned him. Even the fourth dimension cannot account for a dog's not noting the approach of an enemy to his master.
Then what can explain it? Luna's eyes clouded.
There are more dimensions than 4.
What's the 5th dimension?
The dimension that surrounds and pervades the 4th, known as the supernatural, as the 4th surrounds and pervades the 3rd dimension of our ordinary material life, the incredible dimension that is now faintly glimpsed by the most advanced thinkers, the dimension I have named and made my peculiar study. And isn't that your monstrous man, Miss Hammand?
The northern escarpment of the downs swept up like a titanic wave over them as the car leaped to the ascent, closed in when it slid into the gap, and swept apart to let it into the open with the village and uplands in view.
"The Shaw, Miss Bartendale,"
Goddard began, and suddenly put on the brake. Swanhild looked towards Thunderbarrow Beacon with incredulous eyes. Luna stood up to look over her head. It was clearer on the heights than in the Weald, and it was possible to see a fair way off, hilltops faintly grayer in the general greyness, rivulets like tarnished steel, the Shaw greenish-grey. The ground was beginning to be boggy. Every individual leaf dripped slowly, and big drops dribbled off the cuffs and hat brims of the village folk, who huddled in groups near the Roman track, gaping in a fascinated horror and ready for instant flight if need was. Over the valley at the end of the track and under the Shaw could be seen a tiny car and 2 men, one very big, and with the glimmer of white bandages round his head and arms. Goddard turned the car and sent it down the track, while Swanhild exclaimed, horror-struck,
"Oliver, he must be delirious or mad, and I wasn't there when he woke."
Goddard put the Mercedes to top speed. Swanhild was out and running up the slope before the big car had stopped behind the little one. Oliver hastened to meet her halfway. What could be seen of the left temple and the eye beneath was horribly discolored, but for all that he looked wonderfully hale and sane. "Cheero, Swan," he called. "Don't worry, there's a good kid. I'm more sore from your beastly caustic than anything. And to spare you suspense, I don't remember what I saw last night. I woke up before schedule time. The doctor had to admit I was sound and sane, and I wasn't going to leave poor Holder out all day, you know. I say, Swan, is that the witch?" He stared past her, his eyes opening wide. She hugged his least hurt arm as hard as she dared while she piloted him to the car. In a less public situation, she knew she might have cried with relief.
"My brother Oliver, Miss Bartendale," she began.
"So you have come again when you are needed." Thus Oliver, pleasantly and cheerily as he enfolded Luna's hand in his left. "Directly I saw you, I seemed to smell ivy flower," he added, nodding to himself complacently. He was looking full in Luna's eyes. Luna glanced sharply back, as a doctor does when a patient is losing hold of his nerves.
"I've not used that perfume for 2 years," she said.
"It was memory. You had it on your handkerchief. Yes, fully 2 years ago. I'm not crazy," he supplemented aside to Swanhild. "Only, I've met Miss Bartendale before. She saved my reason, then." Luna regarded him in a thoughtful manner.
"I was attached to the Sloan Shell Shock Hospital 2 years ago. I seem to half remember your eyes. Did we meet at the hospital?"
"No, it was a casual affair. You probably did as much for scores of other fellows. You couldn't remember them all, but they'd all remember you. I'll tell you later." She was puzzled but tranquil.
Very well, Mr. Hammand. At present my business is with the Shaw.
It was at that point she noticed he was still holding her hand, and withdrew it.
How's the girl?
She asked. The radiance left his face. Delirious, and raving of something as big as a house that attacked her. After all, even finding the monster won't help her. He broke off.
It may save others in the future,
she returned sharply. He started. Good Lord, I'd forgotten for the moment. It's what I want you for. Swanhild's next in the line. She nodded gravely.
You don't recollect more than you did when you first came to, Mr. Hammand?
Not a scrap. I compared notes with the doctor and found nothing to add or alter. She stepped out briskly.
Now for the Shaw. I gather nobody has been in it since last night's happenings?
Warren over there has. He nodded to where a big, haggard young man in the velveteens of a keeper was speaking to Goddard aside. He's poor Kate's sweetheart, and he's certain the aides did it, and means to get them hung for it. Besides, he'll tell you. Warren? The man came forward. His face was horribly drawn and mottled as though with repressed passions. He held a horse blanket over one arm. A gun was sloped under the other.
I wanted to be the first to enter the Shaw,
said Luna. He looked at her with sullen, blankly agonized eyes of a man stunned by calamity. Asking your pardon, ma'am. I'd go through right along. 'Twas bare light when that born fool Will from the lodge came to the village with a tale that made every grout-headed idiot there start saying the same thing. The first frost since Squire Reggie died, they said.
Now, Warren.
Goddard glanced at Swanhild apprehensively. Asking your pardon, sir. I'm saying here, or being friends of the Hammand family, what others is whispering elsewhere. Squire Reggie, he burst out, hoarse with loosened fury. Him that listed along with you and me, Mr. Oliver. Him that gave me his water bottle, half full at Cambrai, saying he'd drunk the other half, and me mopping it up before I saw what a liar he was. And now, not content with what happened to my girl, them that did it must shame his knave in the grave. He controlled himself and was suddenly calm again. So, I went through the Shaw, and I asked some questions about the two aides, and then went to the manor, and Mr. Hammand would come with me to fetch the poor tyke home.
What of the aides?
asked Swanhild. Charlie's in bed with a broken collarbone, and Joe's been knocked about considerably. Both bitten, too. It's true, Miles, Squire Hudson's keeper, had a fight with two poachers he couldn't recognize in the dark last night. But even if it was them, there's only their word that Miles was responsible for all the damage.
Exactly. One must bear in mind the possibility of a natural explanation of last night,
said Luna, opening her letter bag. I hope and pray it's natural, ma'am, the man responded grimly. And I believe it. It's natural, and being natural, I'll see Squire Reggie's name cleared and my girl avenged. Hey, dowsing? Water finding? She had taken a forked twig from the bag and balanced it between her palms, the third limb dangling loosely.
The divining rod finds other things besides water, she replied. Rosca, to heal.
The big dog took up her position obediently. With the twig dangling between her outstretched hands, Luna stood, chin up and eyes puckered, and turned on her heels in a semicircle. Her golden curls and pale oval of face were the brightest spots in the dusky scene. Above her, the Shaw was a lowering patch of darkness against the gray sky, with dim scraps of monstrous man glimpsed between the tree-tops. Behind her, the gray-green grass slope, the glistening motors blocked out by clusters of drab peasantry who had ventured near. Their vague blue eyes stared at her, half frightened, out of weather-beaten faces. To Swanhild, a curious feeling came, an impression that this was no new thing. The downs with no house in sight, the monstrous man on his hill, and dimly scared people round a woman whose face glowed with inward light as she did silent incantations. It had happened before. End of Section 7. Section 8 of The Undying Monster by Jessie Douglas Kerruish. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. Another Dimension, possibly a fifth. Stopping abruptly in her circular movement, Luna stepped forward a few paces, paused, and looked down. The third limb of the divining twig had risen and stood out horizontally. She was standing on a patch of sodden turf, the grass clotted in places with a sticky blackness that the late rain had not quite washed into the earth. It was where Swanhild had put Oliver down when she bore him from the shaw. Then Luna walked steadily, the twig rising and falling at intervals, straight into the ride down which Swanhild had come, to the clearing and across it, always on Swanhild's track of the night before. Swanhild and the three men followed, Goddard carrying a lamp from the car, for it was dark in the plantation. As she entered the path leading to the second clearing, the twig turned right over. Oliver, nearest to her, gave an exclamation. She looked down at Rosca, who was nosing the first real splash of blood. Now her course zigzagged in such a way that the twig came over every trace of blood. At each it rose. When she reached the body of the mastiff, it rotated violently. Oliver made a little sound of grief and anger. She looked gently from the dead animal to him and went on. Past the oak where he had lain and into the burnt beech. Stepping out again, she hesitated and turned slowly round. The twig only moved over the track by which she had come. The bramble thicket that huddled against the dead tree was so close grown that only a snake could have got through without breaking it, and unbroken it was.
The assailant, he, she, it, came and went. Which way? She commented as though to herself as she returned down the track, trying every path that led from it. The twig only indicated the way back to the dog. "You've missed my first track," Oliver volunteered. "Poor Kate and I both passed along that ride." He pointed. She turned to him, her wide-opened eyes like those of a white cat at dusk, all pupil, somber, sparkling, blank and soft at once. "I can't follow the paths of normal people, Mr. Hammand. Spilt blood is out of the normal. The rod is only an indicator. Like the hands of a watch, in myself resides the sixth sense, which detects anything abnormal or supernatural, as the fourth dimension is generally named. And blood is the only wrong thing I detect here." She looked down at the dog. "Will you have him put where I can examine him, Mr. Hammand?" "What do you want to examine him for?" asked Swanhild. "Teeth marks, and possibly a hair or other clue to the nature of what attacked him."
"You think something material did this, after Holder didn't warn me of its coming?" asked Oliver incredulously.
"A supernatural being would have to take to itself a material form with which to inflict these injuries. Even fourth-dimensional beings, ghosts, have command of matter. Third-dimensional matter, at least that's how spiritualists explain their manifestations at seances."
Warren rose from rollicking the dog in the blanket.
"Begging your pardon, ma'am. Ain't there room for explanation without calling in spooks?"
"Could you tear a leg off a dog that size, Warren?" asked Oliver.
"No, sir, nor pull it fairly in two, bones and skin included, as has been done to him here. But 2 men could between 'em."
Luna turned her shadowy eyes to him.
"You wanted to prove a mortal criminal or criminals?" she said.
"I do, ma'am. To hang what did for my girl."
"Exactly. Several men in league." Her voice became dreamy. "Else we must figure a creature strong as a horse, that tears with grasping paws. The poor dog's leg was torn off, not bitten at all. Bites ferociously, and comes and goes heaven knows how."
She glanced up casually. Warren started and looked up also.
"A big monkey!" he exclaimed. "We best ask if one has escaped anywhere. Seems a likely notion, though. I hope it ain't true. I want someone to swing for this."
She looked round at the other 3, and under her look they said nothing.
"The police ought to be informed, Mr. Hammand," she said.
"Very well," he agreed. "After you've helped Mr. Covert, take him to the little car, Warren, run it to the manor, and tell Walton to have him put where Miss Bartendale can examine him. Then warn the police."
"When in doubt, one can always fall back on the murder in the Rue Morgue,"
commented Luna when the 2 men were out of sight with their burden. "You don't believe the ape theory?" said Oliver.
"No, but it will give the police something to play about with, and you had to warn them. There's one possibility left, that the creature took the same road, both coming and going, along which you and the girl were carried. in which case its trail will be blended with that of the blood as far as that goes, and will continue beyond the spot where I started. We'll try."
But the rod only led straight back to the spot where Oliver had lain. She returned to the beach and tried about unavailingly. Warren and Goddard were delayed by a hitch in the little car's mechanism. She went through to the further side of the shaw without eliciting a single movement of the twig, and paused at the fringe where a long hillock crowned with pines and firs intervened between the trees and the beacon sloping up before them.
"Artificial?"
she inquired, indicating the mound.
"That's Thunder's Barrow, an ancient British burial hill,"
Swanhild answered. Luna climbed to the top of it, and they followed her. The twig made no sign.
"Any connection with the monster?"
she asked, standing on the top and looking at the monstrous man.
"I'm not sure,"
Swanhild returned, looking at Oliver. He shook his head. "Nor I. Fact is, Miss Bartendale, we were not allowed to hear tales of the monster when we were kids, and have had enough to think about these last years without it."
"Well, let us look at the monster's portraits in the church."
Luna turned to descend. He checked her. "One moment, Miss Bartendale. You said you could trace nothing supernatural, fourth-dimensional, you called it, and there's no sign of a big animal having passed through the shaw lately. A creature big enough to tear Holder like that must have left traces. If it isn't a mortal creature, and it isn't an evil spirit, what can it be?"
"I must remind you of the first question I asked, Mr. Hammand. Did your dog warn you of its approach? A dog's senses are keen, both for mortal and ghostly beings. There is a possibility your dog did warn you, but you have forgotten it, in consequence of the blow on your head. If it is not so, your monster may prove to be a being of another dimension, say a fifth."
"What's the fifth dimension?" he asked. Her eyes were very grave.
"The dimension beyond the fourth, beyond the supernatural. The dimension whose embodied powers can do physical destruction, though even a dog cannot detect their presence. The incredible dimension in which science and Holy Church are equally powerless, but which I, who unite science with so-called superstition, have made my peculiar study. I pray heaven your family bane may not prove to be one of its inhabitants."
She turned to descend again. Swanhild suddenly recalled how she had shirked discussion of the fifth dimension before, and laid a detaining hand on her arm. Her voice, to her own surprise, had an imploring note in it as she said, "Your power with the divining rod may have a limit, Miss Bartendale. You followed the blood all right, but though there's dead people in the barrow under your feet, the rod gave no indication of it."
Luna glanced from the mound to the man again. "Blood spilt about is one thing, Miss Hammand. People buried with the rites of whatever creed they believed are another. Whoever this tumulus holds is at rest, during daylight at least. Night is another matter."
She broke off and shivered.
"It's cold out here. Now, if you please, for the church."
End of Section 8. Section 9 of The Undying Monster by Jessie Douglas Kerruish. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. Pardon for 26,000 years and 26 days. Swanhild drove the long length of the village at a circumspect pace, for it was a winter of harlequin changes in weather, and now the wind had dropped to a languid breeze, not unwarm, that drifted thin billows of mist along the lower ground. Only heights and treetops were really distinct at any distance between shifting gray ground and dull gray sky. From the road cottages showed indistinctly behind their winter-naked gardens, and beyond the far end of the village a peaked lich gate stepped out of the fog to meet them. They left the dogs in charge of the car and climbed the gravestone-flagged path to the porch. Danow Church stands on a wooded knoll in the middle of a hollow in a maze of sunk lanes, half a mile away from any habitations, save a small farm and 2 cottages, a not uncommon circumstance in the county where little lost down churches praise the Lord who made the hills. There is a tinge of deceit about many small Sussex churches. With them a frontage of churchwarden Gothic may enshrine an interior of Saxon stonework or Norman wall paintings, and Danau's outer elevation of a flintwork barn hides an infinite richness of English art in the shape of the Hammand monuments. On that dark day the little place was in deep twilight. Swanhild flashed her torch round, and Luna watched, gravely silent, while the memorials of the girl's forebears heaved into the light and sank back into shade. The neatly shapeless crusader in his niche, brasses on floor and walls, the marble faces of the warlock and his lady set in a glory of fretted stone and gilt blazonry. Also the little altar, and the copy of James Clark's picture, and the column of names and fresh laurel wreath beside it. She said nothing, but her eyes were again what they had been in the Shaw, blank yet living globes of somber tourmaline, as she paced round part of the building, only pausing to cross herself before the altar. I thought these psychic people were all agnostics or Jezreelites or something, Oliver whispered, surprised.
Hush, returned Swanhild. It's underbred to whisper. In church, too. Besides, she'll hear you.
Luna took no notice of them as she examined with eyes and fingers the rubbed figure on which the crusader's feet rested. Finally she spoke, her voice respectfully lowered.
It's sadly defaced, she said, but it has animal paws. Round paws. Well, asked Swanhild, doesn't it strike you as strange? It's very curious. She stopped and stared musingly from Sir Oliver Hammand the Crusader to the modest brass plate on the wall above him, which stated that Reginald Hammand, late of this parish, had been killed at Jerusalem, 1918. We will see if the anchorite brass sheds any light on these paws, she said at last. It was in the floor of the nave. Goddard rolled up the matting and displayed a great sheet of metal with the figure of a man in monastic garb incised on it, a nondescript beast under his feet, and a battered inscription below it. The beast's head was vaguely dog-like, with long nose and prick ears, the body slim in the waist, and the tail snaky and ending in what might have been either a tuft of hair or the conventional barb that ends a conventional devil's tail. Luna went on her knees to trace every line of it. It might be meant for anything on 4 feet, she commented, getting up and studying it with her head on one side. Monumental natural history is of a go-as-you-please nature, and people have always bred the dog into outre shapes, but that's no canine tail, and those paws, it's inexplicable. She crossed to the warlock's tomb. There was that about the blank concentration of her eyes that made the others refrain from questions, though all 3 glanced at the brass animal's paws as they followed her. Commonplace, dog-like paws after a brass engraver's stock pattern. Swanhild ran her light along the rigid figures of the warlock and his wife, stiff garments, set faces, and hands pointed in prayer for centuries. No animal at their feet, observed Luna. Swanhild directed the light to the only other figure on the tomb. It was at the side, a small child, shrouded and resting on a skull. That, according to the village, is one of the kids he sacrificed to Satan, or else fed to the monster, Oliver remarked. Of course, it's really one of their own that died young. Really, you mustn't do that, Miss Bartendale, he protested, horrified as she went on her knees to examine the pavement where the base of the tomb rested. Let me... She smiled up at him. Thanks, I must do it myself. I'm looking for a possible crack leading to the vault beneath. My hat! He exclaimed. Do you believe that yarn about the old blighter spook coming out at night? I'm testing every tradition, searching every dimension. She sat back on her heels and got out the rod. There's one small chink under the skull. Balancing the rod, she laid her face against the skull. The cheekbone is very sensitive, she explained. Her eyes were blank, but the rod made no movement, and after a minute she rose and replaced it. The old necromancer apparently rests in peace, by daylight at least. Do you think his soul's at rest on account of this? Swanhild indicated the inscription on the tomb, the names of the warlock and his wife, and the dates of their decease, 8th and 10th of February, 1526, in Latin. Then, in English, Ye pardon for saying of I paternost, and I av and a cred is
26 milt years and 26 days.
I suppose you know it means that anyone who says so many prayers for the soul's repose of his wife and himself will be let off 26,000 years and 26 days of purgatory, she added.
Luna nodded.
It's very significant.
Do you believe this sort of thing helps to keep the old perisher quiet? Asked Oliver, staring.
Sincere prayer can do much, but I certainly have no belief in the bought and paid for article. The point is this. Pardons of this description were sold by the old church in the time of her lowest corruption, and this, she touched the 26 milt years, is the longest ever granted. On a tomb, and at such an early date, it is unique. Now what monstrous crime can the buyer have had on his conscience that he felt impelled to bribe posterity so monstrously to pray for his soul's rest? His wife and Kitty, you know, Swanhild reminded her.
Luna folded her lips and half shook her head. Her eyes had gone back to their normal state. Her fair curls and vivid little face were uncannily alive against the cold gray of the tomb as she leant an elbow on it and frowned thoughtfully at the effigy. The pleasant conversational tone of her lovely voice cut eerily clear through the hush of the church as she went on placidly.
The monster had done such things before. It had haunted the family centuries before he was born. Why should he feel the need of a pardon for a mere repetition of previous happenings? A man who had the nerve to follow studies forbidden by Holy Church when it was Holy Church was not likely to go insane over such a catastrophe, unless he blamed himself for it.
Well, Swanhild prompted.
I'm testing every tradition, you know, Luna proceeded. This pardon confirms most emphatically the one which alleges that the warlock gave the monster a fresh lease of life. If we can find what he did to rouse it, we may find the opposite process, how to bind it.
If, said Goddard with meaning.
Quite right, if. We must not raise too much hope, after the way Cromwell's men knocked about the hidden room. They may have stolen or destroyed the clue to the warlock's reference to it. Still, we have something to work on. We know the warlock dabbled in occultism, or necromancy as it was then called. Occultism presupposes the existence of abnormal dimensions, whose inhabitants are divided from our wholesome normal, or third-dimensional world by barriers they cannot pass. Only by the practice of black magic presumptuous mortals can outrage nature, break the barriers and admit abnormal beings into our world. And once they have entered, keeping them in hand is another matter.
Then you believe the tale that the monster is a devil the warlock raised, and that it got out of control and he left it loose when he died? Oliver asked.
I'm testing traditions. The inference from the pardon is clear, while the brass...
She checked herself and glanced over to the knave.
What's wrong with the brass?
Swanhild demanded anxiously.
I don't quite understand something about it. We'll shunt it into my subconscious mind pro tem, and concentrate on the warlock. It is certain he blamed himself for the tragedy of February 8th, 1526. It is equally certain it had something to do with the monstrous sins into which occultism leads its votaries. And unless Cromwell's men spoilt it, it is certain he left a clue to the matter in the hidden room.
She stood up and looked at the effigy again.
What monstrous sin led to that pardon?
She repeated, half to herself.
It is not a bad face. So when the moonlit minster your fathers ye may see, by the side of the ancient mothers, await the day to be. Not a bad face, she repeated. Ascetic, if anything. Evidently a portrait. Strong family likeness to you both, Miss Hammand. And he seems to be at rest, yet...
Swanhild, whose susceptible teens had been passed in an atmosphere of a stout fighter can do little wrong, answered eagerly.
He fought at Bosworth as one of Henry VII's standard keepers, and was knighted on the field. There's his helmet and sword hanging on the wall.
If Miss Bartendale says he was a rotter, he must have been a rotter, Swan, Oliver reproved.
I don't say he was, Luna returned. Still, he dabbled in arts forbidden, between the gallant days of Bosworth and the final rest in the odor of bought sanctity. The early Tudor period was a time of great mental progress, good and bad, like our own early Windsor era. Some strong intellects unraveled the wholesome, useful secrets of nature. Others gorged like ghouls on the unholy remains of mental abominations an elder age had tested and tried to consign to the grave. Necromancy will seduce the noblest minds, as we have painful evidence in our own age. And the evil a man does may haunt those who come after him to the end of time, while he rests in peace himself. So that's his helmet?" She touched with a finger the dented globe of rusty iron. "Our object is to get what's inside my skull connected with what was once protected by that metal."
"But there's 400 years between you and that old blighter, and his brain's been dusty long ago," Oliver protested.
400 years or 4,000 can be bridged sometimes when it's a question of connecting two human brains. "You'll hold a séance and summon his spirit?" Swanhild put in. "My dear girl," Luna looked pained, "I thought I made some observations about occultism just now. I never resorted to the antiquated and noisome fashion of sitting in a dark room looking for nervous self-deception. The warlock's brain has been non-existent for centuries, but what fed it and dictated its thoughts still exists. I'll consult the black magical textbooks of his era as last resort. Now to see if Cromwell's men really ruined the hidden room."
In the nave she reached the brass, glanced down, and turned to inspect it again, her back to the others. After a minute she went on her way with them. Oliver and Swanhild looked at each other over her head as she walked between them, but neither dared to ask a question. A new and overpowering sobriety had come to her.
"It's awfully cold," she remarked.
They exchanged another look, for her voice had betrayed her. It was suddenly flat, as though she had received a shock. Now what could she have seen in a minute's second inspection of the brass that had taken the sparkle from voice and eyes? End of Section 9. Section 10 of The Undying Monster by Jessie Douglas Kerruish. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. The Hand of Glory. The mist had begun to shred away a little by the time Danau's four-square bulk lowered into sight. Dark smears and rags of ivy draped it like a frayed shroud. Twisted chimneys writhed snake-like up into the fog above it, and round its girding wall the weedy moat faded into the murk to either hand. Before the moat bridge, Swanhild stopped the car, and Oliver called Luna's attention to an uncertain mass glooming up beyond where the moat was lost to sight. "That's a clump of pines on the edge of the moat, and the hidden rooms opposite them," he told her. "If it wasn't so wet underfoot, I'd take you round to see the grating that ventilates it."
"A grating? Then one can see into it from outside?"
"No, that's where the artfulness comes in. There's 2 iron grills, one flush with the outer face of the wall, one with the inner. The wall's 4 feet thick, and the bottom of the outside grill is level with the top of the other. Even if the room is lit up, anyone outside could only see a bit of the floor." In the Holbein room, Walton had a tray ready and a fire that made all 4 realize they were cold and stiff. They gathered round it while he went upstairs for certain keys, and Oliver inspected the tray and chuckled grimly. "Topping old souls, our housekeeper, cook, and butler valet, eh, Swan? There's everything I'm likely to fancy about this time of day here, and the inference is pretty obvious. Walton and Mrs. W. have laid their heads together and agreed to make my possible last hours as comfy as possible. They evidently expect I may run away and hang myself all of a sudden."
"Oh, Oliver,"
protested Swanhild. "They do. Even you, Miss Bartendale, have looked at me closely once or twice." She looked up from her occupation of warming her dainty, bearinged little hands, and replied placidly,
"So I have. Didn't you mention we have met before, though I can't remember the occasion? And here, I think, are the keys."
As he could not use his hands, Swanhild took charge of the keys and led the way to the old part of the house. They all kept their coats on, Goddard carried a lamp, and the dogs followed at their owner's heels. At the end of a corridor, Swanhild attended to the Yale, the old-fashioned spring lock, and the padlock that secured an iron-bound door. Damp, cold air slapped their faces like a gigantic hand when they stepped through. Half Danau was like that,
cold even in summer, a complex of twisting passages, damp walls, peeled plaster, and rotted woodwork with cobwebbed windows and dangerous stairs.
"Flowing water somewhere,"
said Luna when they had descended to a stone-built passage. Swanhild turned the keys of 2 more locks and flung open another metal-bound door. The gurgle and swirl of water sounded like the chuckling of a drunken ogre, where the threshold stone ended over a black gap. Goddard held the lamp in, and the light flashed from a rippling black surface some feet down. "Cellar," said Oliver, "and the spring that feeds the moat. Go first, Goddard. You've been this way before." The wall in which the door was set was not as thick as that of the water-filled cellar. Consequently, a foot-wide ledge stretched away to the left and right. Goddard stepped along that on the right to the corner. There along the door was set in a niche some 6 feet square and deep, and from it he lit the way for the others. "A movable stone used to be here. This is a comparatively recent addition," Oliver explained, while Swanhild unlocked the door. Again Goddard led the way, passing down a stair made of mere chunks of oak, pegged together. At the foot of it he stood with the light. Luna suddenly drew back with a start. Here, eyes turned sideways to the light shining up the stair. They were wide and black again, and her face had gone very white.
What?"
gasped Oliver. Swanhild turned her torch on. In the white glare Luna's forehead glistened, and her eyes were uncanny with their somber calm ringed by golden lashes.
"There's something very wrong down there,"
she said in a detached tone, glancing down at the dogs. Her own animal looked up at her sympathetically, otherwise both exhibited no emotion. "Then you must not—" Oliver began, but she was already on the stairs. He plunged after her, his most usable arm ready to lunge at any danger, and in a few moments all stood within the hidden room.
"Something very wrong here,"
she repeated, standing by the oak table in the middle.
"But nothing that threatens active harm. Some out of the normal, but not abnormal, with a capital A." "4th dimensional?"
Swanhild prompted.
"Oh, no, my dear girl. More like 3.5 dimensional. It can't be full 4th, or the dogs would notice it."
The animals had settled themselves placidly under the table. "My dog didn't notice anything coming in the shaw before I did," Oliver put in nervously. "You'd better go back—" But she started to pace round the room, taking the torch, for the lamp Goddard had put on the table lit the walls but dimly.
"I am safe from danger in any dimension, through my knowledge,"
she said, but he followed her, obviously ready to put himself between her and any danger. The room was solid stonework, walls and floor of large blocks, ceiling of narrow ones laid on oaken rafters. For all its nearness to the moat and cellar, it was fairly dry. Only the wall opposite the stairs was smeared with fine moss round a pair of iron-bound oak shutters. These Goddard opened, letting in a gush of cold fresh air through a grating of twisted ironwork. They looked through this, up an oblique shaft, smoke-blackened, to another grating, and a glimpse of pines and gray sky seen dully in the mist. The ceiling and upper part of the walls were also darkened with smoke, evidently the product of a brick furnace that was erected against the wall between stairs and grating. On the table lay 4 great leather-bound books, a little mildewed. About a dozen jars and bowls of red earthenware, some fire-blackened, stood beside the furnace, on the floor, together with a scattered pile of smashed glass and potsherds drifted high with dust and cobwebs. At the other side of the furnace were laid out several chunks of stone, the fragments of a single broken block all drifted up with dust also. After looking closely at everything, Luna opened her bag and took out the rod again.
"There's something wrong here," she repeated. "Is there any place in the thickness of the walls, for instance? It's been proved over and over that not an inch of the walls or floor or ceiling sounds hollow," returned Swanhild.
Luna stared round under level brows.
"The Roundheads must have destroyed the clue, yet I feel something. What's that broken stone?" "It's inscribed, what's left of it, with the rhyme I told you about the pines and bane. Somebody must have smashed it while getting it out of the wall.
You can see the hole there, under the impression that the secret might be hidden behind it." Now Luna balanced the rod between her palms, and at once the third limb rose to the horizontal. With her eyes at their widest and blackest, she began a tour of the room, the rod rising and falling again as she approached and passed the furnace. When she rested her wrist on the brickwork, the twig turned over languidly. "Puzzling, very puzzling," she commented to herself. "Indications, but faint and insufficient." Moving on to the jars, she placed a foot on each in turn. At the fifth, the rod rotated briskly. It was a big jar with a cover like a bread crock. Swanhild ran and removed the cover, revealing a layer of dust under the brim. Goddard elbowed her aside gently and paddled in it with his fingers. "A hard, level surface," he reported. "Excuse my shoving, Swan, but where I was raised, men are supposed to attend to unclean jobs." He scooped the dust aside and felt the surface beneath with his nails. "A solid mass, like hardened sand and salt mist, Bartendale." "Smash it," said Oliver, dribbling a lump of stone from the broken inscription across the floor with his feet. "Oh, I say," he added suddenly, "I hope it isn't any old Isabella and the pot of basil stunt. If it is, salt's just the thing." "There's no room for a head in it," Swanhild returned. Goddard took the stone, and soon the crock and its contents lay in a scattered heap of shards and powder and lumps of unclean crystals. "There's nothing but filthy sand and salt," he reported after flattening it all out with the stone. Luna put the toe of one shoe on the mass, and again the rod moved. "There's something amiss with it, but not powerful enough to account for my feeling. We'll leave it for the time." She walked past the stairs and turned the corner to the third wall. At once the rod began to turn over rapidly. She drew in a quick breath and ran one finger lightly up and down the wall. The pace of the rod increased as her hands went upwards, slackened when they were as far up as she could reach, and when she brought them down level with her shoulders, it whirled at a tremendous pace and leaped out of her hold. The little tap of it on the floor made the others realize the tense silence in which they had been watching. She turned to them, passed a hand over her forehead, and looked at them with her eyes normal again and full of horror. "This is the center of the influence," she exclaimed, touching a stone level with her shoulder. "And it's horrible, horrible." "But the wall's solid." Goddard pounded it with the stone. "It is, yet it's the center of influence." She blinked at them, her face drawn and white and her mouth squared as though with intense strain, and crossed to the open shutters. Her features lost their tenseness in the mist-streaked draught that stirred the little curls about her ears and forehead. "The rod rather takes it out of one," she remarked apologetically. "Moreover, that stone, though it's not a foot square, has something incredibly revolting about it. In 13 years' practice, the rod has only jumped out of my hands twice before." "The plaster's crumbling. In fact, it isn't real plaster, only clay smeared in." Goddard looked round from picking at the stone. "I do believe the block's movable." "A sucker is what we want," said Swanhild quietly. She had already wrenched the tongue off of one of her shoes. She took a knife and a hank of twine out of her pockets, trimmed the leather to a circle, and knotted the stout string through the middle. "There's a smuggler's hiding hole in a cottage here, and you pull up a brick in this way," she said, talking as she worked. "I'll soak it in the spring." While she was gone, Goddard picked the clay out. Luna turned over the books on the table. "The Desir Desire, the Book of Abraham, the Duodecim Portarum, and Albertus Magnus," she observed. "Fine manuscripts, Mr. Hammand, and comparatively harmless. Merely alchemy and vulgarity. But of course Cromwell's men may have stolen worse works." Swanhild returned, and the wet sucker was flattened on the stone. A good pull brought out a block about 2 feet long and apparently solid, which slid out like a tight-fitting drawer. Goddard got his shoulder under it, and with Swanhild's help deposited it on the table. "By Jove, I see," he cried. "The back half lifts like a lid. Will you, Miss Bartendale?" She moved nearer the open shutter. "Hang this lint. You open it, Goddard," said Oliver.
Goddard lifted it, and with it came a gush of scent, like a faint rush of compressed, stale air. Dry and vapid and sickly without being absolutely offensive, Swanhild shivered and involuntarily drew back from the table. The hollowed place at the rear of the block only held 2 bundles, long, narrow bundles wrapped in musty linen. Goddard took the uppermost, shook it, and rolled into the lamplight a dry, wrinkled object less than a foot long. "A bundle of cigars gone wrong?" Oliver hazarded, staring at the secret of 400 years.
"A piece of cut leather?"
Swanhild faltered, feeling incredibly uncomfortable about the spine and scalp. Goddard turned it over gingerly and then wiped his fingers on his coat.
"Ugh," he grunted. "It's a hand. A filthy, disgusting old mummified hand."
They all looked at Luna. From her distance, she regarded it with unsurprised disgust.
"It is a hand of glory," she said.
End of Section 10. Section 11 of The Undying Monster by Jessie Douglas Kerruish. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. Runic Writing. The mist-laden draft brought enough of daylight through the grills to impart a garish suggestion of the unnatural to the lamplight. The faces grotesquely shadowed around it, and the dried brown horror in the glare of it. Only Luna, full in what natural light there was, seemed wholesome and real. There was a little silence while the 3 round the table groped mentally after vague recollections of old horror tales. Then, with a start of mild surprise, Swanhild was aware of her own voice repeating the Ingoldsby jingle.
"Now open lock, to the dead man's knock, fly bolt in bar and band, nor move nor swerve, joint, muscle, or nerve, at the spell of the dead man's hand. Sleep, all who sleep, wake, all who wake, but be as dead for the dead man's sake."
"What's the beast, anyhow, Miss Bartendale?" asked Oliver in a hushed voice.
"The hand of a hanged murderer, pickled with saltpetre and long pepper." She glanced at the broken crock. "And dried by a fire of male fern and vervain."
Oliver's gaze followed hers to the furnace. "And what are the disgusting blobs of grease on the fingertips?"
"Candles, made from the same source that supplied the hand. The directions are in the Dictionnaire Infernal, also, I think, in Albertus Magnus by your elbow there."
Goddard shivered.
"I once read a yarn in a magazine about a chap who got a hand out of an old burial mound, and used to send it to murder people he disliked."
Luna smiled dryly.
O.W. Holmes declared the world was a thin solution of books in his days. Now it is a turgid one of journalistic misinformation. The function of the Hand of Glory is to reveal hidden treasure. Also, while the candles on it burn, anyone who is on guard is supposed to be paralyzed." "Then can it have any connection with the monster?" asked Swanhild. "Heaven knows. Perhaps the other parcel may shed light on the matter. Pray open it, Mr. Covert."
Goddard took up the second bundle.
"Bigger and heavier. If it's even beastlier, don't say I didn't warn you, ladies,"
he said, and jerked out the contents beside the hand. They were all keyed up in expectation of a further horror, but it was almost a shock when a green and golden thing of beauty clattered out. The upper part of a sword, a golden hilt, a hand's length of bronze, green with verdigris below it, and 2 fiat ribbons of verdigrised bronze curling from the pommel like a cross-guard in the wrong place. For the first time that day, Luna's expression was one of surprise. She came over and picked up the object to examine it closely. "What's it?" asked Oliver flatly. "Another obscenity?" She gently shook her head.
"Without doubt your warlock ancestor made the hand for his own unlawful uses. But this is past my comprehension. How, when, where, and why he secured and hid it with the hand is a puzzle, particularly as there is nothing objectionable about it. That is centered in the hand. Perhaps the runes may have something to do with his treasuring it."
She handed it to Swanhild and indicated the golden part. This consisted of 2 plates riveted on the bronze foundation. They were much worn, but rude figures could be discerned in low relief on both.
"Runic writing," she said. "What does it say?" demanded Swanhild. "Nobody alive can read runes offhand.
and I cannot read them at all. They may contain some hallowed spell. Ancient northern tradition abounds with tales of broadswords with runic charms on them. Then this is ancient? Older than the warlock's time? If genuine, it was about 2,000 years old, before your Tudor ancestor lived. These antennae-hilted swords belong to the later Bronze Age, which ended about 700 BC. The gold plates may be a later addition, but this blade was most likely made when Rome was one row of mud huts, and the 10 tribes still unlost. Oliver stared at her with eyes that could open no wider. Do you mean that the monster, the thing that mauled me and tore the flesh right off poor Kate last night, is something that came from the North in the Bronze Age? We don't know if these discoveries have anything to do with the monster at all. Only it is significant that this is northern, because northern demonology and necromancy have been strangely neglected in these days of occultism everywhere. Some incredible thing begotten of northern gloom and frost, and... She checked herself. I confess I am at sea for the first time. You have already found out more than anyone else has in 400 years, he consoled heartily. I've only lit on disconnected data that make the matter more confusing than it was at the start. However, I don't despair. In one case I handled, the trouble happened to be a colonial soldier during the war. I traced its origin to the 14th century, and found the remedy in America. Fact, I assure you. Your monster has been in evidence 1,000 years at least. Such incredibly powerful and persistent manifestations may well have thousands of years of growth behind them. Now let us turn to the warlock's statement that the secret of the monster was to be found in this room. Why did he content himself with this vague declaration? If the hand and hilt were what he meant, why did he not specify their location? If they are not connected with it, why did he say anything at all? Something else may be hidden here, Swanhild suggested. Impossible, Luna declared. The hand and the jar and the furnace used in preparing it are the only abnormalities in the place. You called them 3.5-dimensional, the girl persisted. What if the warlock's secret is 4th-dimensional? 4th? What's commonly known as a spirit? I should at once detect its presence, and so would the dogs. What if it's 5th-dimensional? Demanded Swanhild, looking her straight in the eyes. A little frown drew down Luna's brows ever so slightly, but she returned smoothly. At present I do not care to advance a positive opinion on the possible connection of a 5th-dimensional influence with this room. Under her direction they probed and pried, sounded every stone, and raked out the broken glass and pottery. Finally they took a book each and went over every page in search of marginal notes, pinpricks, or dotted letters that might point to a cipher message. The search was without result. Luna finished her volume first and went roaming about while the other 3 still pored over their task. When Swanhild finally closed the Desire, she was engaged in scraping the dirt out of the sunk letters on the broken stone. I can let you have a good photo taken when the lettering was cleaned up for the purpose, said Swanhild. It's only the rhyme I repeated about the monster and frost and pines. It's very curious, rejoined Luna. It must be older than the warlock's time, as the holes it came from over there is as black as the wall around it. I understand the furnace has not been lit since he left it in 1526. Then he left the broken block lying about all the years he was at work there? Oh, no, the pieces were used to build part of the furnace. Look, there are the clean holes they were taken from afterwards. I meant to ask about those holes. Then he didn't understand the meaning of the rhyme. He simply found a broken stone hanging about and used it. He saw nothing interesting in the words. They are very simple, only a plain warning. My dear girl, there's nothing that rouses my suspicions like an apparently simple article over which anybody has made a mystery. That the warlock saw nothing more about these lines than Peter Bell did about a primrose by the river's brim is evident. The puzzle is this. Why were these simple lines ever carved here? Swanhild eyed the broken block gravely. I never thought of that. Have you got a theory, Miss Bartendale? No. At present I'm suffering from an overplus of data. Yet every detail from the Bronze Age sword to the warlock's easy utilizing of this block may have some bearing on the matter. We have heard of such things as jigsaw puzzles. I see the men are shutting their tomes simultaneously. What luck, gentlemen?"
"The old perisher didn't add marking valuable books to his other crimes," Oliver answered.
"Apparently. This was only a cursory inspection. If necessary, I shall go through all 4 later. Just now we have done all we can here, and it's getting a bit chilly. I understand nothing has to be moved from the room, Mr. Hammand."
"You may do as you like, of course, only you surely don't want to take that away." Oliver indicated the hand.
"The fates forbid. I shouldn't like to touch it with a hot pole. I merely wish to submit the inscription to an authority on runic lore I know."
"Would it be safe for you to take it?"
"I've told you the evil influence is centered in the hand, and where it was prepared. Look." She took up the sword. "I could not handle this bonny bit of metalwork if it were not wholesome."
"Then we'll pack it for you. What of the hand?"
"Put it back in its place, and I'll make it safe."
When Goddard had replaced the sliding stone, she plastered the joint between it and the wall all round with some malleable white stuff and dried herb, which she produced from the bag and kneaded together.
"Evil powers are not supposed to get past garlic and purified beeswax," she explained. Then, smiling at their blank looks, she supplemented, "I don't say I believe in this kind of hocus-pocus, but there's no harm in taking precautions."
Then they went up again. After the hidden room, it was refreshing to have the bubble of the spring at their feet, and to see the light glint on moss-slimed walls and crawling black water. Oliver drew a deep breath and shivered.
"Even a waterlogged cellar feels sweet to stickiness after the abode of our friend the Hand,"
said Goddard. Oliver was very grave. "I didn't notice it at the time, either, because it came on gradually, or with the excitement of finding the things. But I now realize how beastly it was in the room. Yet it wasn't stuffy. What do you think, Swan?"
"The hand was beastly, Oliver. Otherwise I didn't notice anything queer."
"I didn't mind the hand." He frowned thoughtfully. "Still, there was a putrid feeling, as though the air was full of something I half recognized. Full of...
"Black butterflies ridden by blue devils?" suggested Goddard gaily. "We've had our fill of nastiness this morning, Oliver. Don't get silly ideas into that cracked headpiece of yours."
Luna gave the speaker an approving glance, but Oliver turned on him indignantly. "This is a serious matter, Goddard, even if you don't think so. There was a feeling about, especially after the hand was on the table. If I stayed there long enough, with the hand by myself, I think I might remember." His voice tailed off, and he put his hand hesitatingly up to his hurt temple. Swanhild, quivering with apprehension but afraid to interfere, cast an agonized look at Luna. In response,
"You'll remember when I order you to do so,"
Luna snapped in a thin, imperative voice that acted like a bugle call on Oliver. He straightened galvanically, and the confused look left his face. "When you order me to remember?" he said.
"That is what I said. Until then, if you have any regard for your sister's peace of mind, and do not wish to risk possible danger to more than mind and body, you will not trouble your head at all with efforts to remember."
"You have a theory?" he accused. Almost sternly the answer came.
"I found the hand and hilt, more than anyone else has done in 4 centuries."
Her tone changed.
"Come, Mr. Hammand, we have had enough work in horrors for the time. Don't forget I am a specialist, and specialists never advance a premature opinion, unless some wretched journalist catches them off their guard. When the runes are read by my professor, it will be time enough for theorizing."
She laughed, but there was something in tone and laugh that stopped further questioning. End of Section 11. Section 12 of The Undying Monster by Jessie Douglas Kerruish. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. 6 question marks, Hammand. To step from the deserted part of the house into the lived-in portion was like getting away from the oppression of a bad dream. They did not realize how long they had been in the hidden room until Swanhild opened the final door, and they found Walton hovering nervously in the corridor on the other side. The old man's evident relief at their appearance told plainly that he had been hanging about for a long time in the throes of anxiety. He explained that the inspector from Staining was waiting to hear an account of the last night's doings. As Miss Bartendale would not be needed for that purpose, Swanhild established her in the Holbein room with certain genealogical manuscripts and the photograph of the inscription. When the three returned, she was curled in a chair before the fire, frowningly regarding a huge sheet of parchment that was spread on the rug. "What's that?" asked Oliver, lowering himself into another chair.
"What? Don't you recognize your family tree to 1650?
"Never saw it unrolled before, and I don't suppose Swan has."
"Ah, I see. You've simply taken it for granted that some people came between you and Adam. Then I presume you don't even know you are of Danish descent?"
"Danish?"
"I suspected it from the very unusual name Swanhild. That seems as much a fixture in the line as the distinctly Scandinavian cast of features, which I noted both in you two and the warlock's effigy in the portraits here."
She glanced at the street, then indicated the parchment's branching tree of angular pen lines, with clumps of elaborate writing and tiny colored shields dotted all over it.
"Look, that recumbent individual in the idea of Danish male entertained in 1650, from whose person the tree springs, is your first notable ancestor. The entry about him is in Latin, but I'll translate. Magnus Hammander's son, who was kin of the royal house of Denmark, married her. The her in question is Edith, the Saxon heiress of the place at the time."
"By Jove! And that Bronze Age sword? You said it is northern."
"Getting warm, aren't we? Some dashing Dane married the heiress of the old Saxon line. Probably he was a pirate and slaughtered the rest of the family prior to the nuptials, but that doesn't concern us. The main fact is that his father, Hammander, must have been a distinguished individual, since his name was given to the line when surnames came in. And look here, under his name is the first red entry. He was the first of the monster's victims, in England at least."
She emphasized the last words and paused. Swanhild took up the discourse.
Magnus came into the line from Denmark, and with him the monster first appeared."
"Exactly. And one of his descendants, also a Magnus 7 centuries later, practiced black art and treasured a Bronze Age sword of Scandinavian origin. He even kept it with his most private necromantic tool. It all points to Denmark, the Danish ancestor, the sword, even the northern trees, pine and fir, that are to be avoided. We have learnt something this morning." She leant back in her chair and added in a different tone,
"Oh, as a bachelor of medicine, I ought to know better than to read by firelight. It's 2:00. Don't I hear a gong somewhere? While my conscious mind is attending to lunch, its subconscious mate will sift the facts we have gathered and compare them with the other stores in my memory, and later I may be able to shed some light on the initiatory ritual of the hidden room."
"The what?" asked Oliver, but she got up, slipped her arm in Swanhild's, and answered lightly,
"Here ends the morning's work. Talking shop at mealtimes is the unforgivable sin. At least that's one of the maxims on which I have been brought up."
"Hear, hear," assented Goddard. "A misdemeanor has to be pretty poisonous to outrage nature and good manners concurrently."
To Swanhild he whispered,
"Whatever that little woman may be in the occult line, she understands managing men who want it. You've noted, haven't you, how admirably she pulls up old Oliver whenever he starts to try and recollect?"
Never were the two sides of a normal personality kept more strictly separate than in Luna Bartendale. The slight aloofness that had seemed to enfold her like a veil when she worked vanished at will and left her nothing but her unprofessional self, the prettiest and most debonair little woman that ever made other women like her as easily as men did. Throughout the lunch she confined the talk to the Russian ballet and home rule, Raymond, the young visitors, and other light topics. In a short time the Hammands felt as though they had known her for years, and Swanhild was so absorbed in noting that Oliver was brighter than he had been since 1914 that it never dawned on her the visitor pumped them both exhaustively concerning their history, characters, and habits. The girl was divided between relief over her brother's temporary recovery and dread of what revelation might be waiting for when she could get a private talk with the occultist, and had no attention to bestow on anything else. Only when the coffee and cigarette stage was prolonging itself unduly, Luna looked at her watch and switched back to business.
"We will have another look at the documents,"
she announced, in a voice that went with the divining rod. "Don't be in an indecent hurry," Oliver urged.
After a couple of hours' rest, in a couple of hours I must be on the way back to Hassocks, she returned, and led the way back to the Holbein room. There she spread the manuscripts and photograph out on the table. Now we will have my subconscious mind's reconstruction of the family history. The monster came into the line with Magnus the Dane, and its nature was known to the family until the year 1456.
The year 1456?
Swanhild repeated. These are my conclusions. You shall hear the reasons later. The secret, as I said, was lost in the year 1456, when the initiatory ritual of the hidden room was discontinued. Many years later the secret was rediscovered by Magnus the Warlock, apparently as a result of his necromantic studies, with terrible consequences. Since then the monster has manifested itself at irregular intervals, but no one has ever been able to explain what it is. Now for the ritual. She took up the photograph. Look at this. It explains the story, repeated in books and magazine articles to this day, of the heir of the manor being initiated into some secret in the hidden room. You have assured me it is not done, but evidently it was done up to 1456. This inscription was hacked by someone unused to such a task, not scratched casually, but the labor of many hours. Now why was not a proper workman employed? Because there was something in the room at that time that could not be concealed from anyone who entered it, suggested Oliver. Precisely. But the rhyme is a simple thing. Why was it not carved by a professional and the block then inserted into the wall? The block was in the wall already? No, it is Sussex marble, easier to carve than the harder stone of which the room is built. It was specially inserted by those who were allowed to know the room's secret. This implies that the rhyme, though it is public property now, was considered unfit for general circulation, when the clue to its exact meaning was known. The meaning seems so plain, said Oliver. Seems, she returned. Language is so wonderful. So far we make out that each successive heir was taken into the room when he was of age and made to learn the lines, after their occult meaning had been explained to him. How did the knowledge disappear, then, in the year you specified? Asked Swanhild. Because, as I gather, the family was practically wiped out, as regards the male members at the Battle of Blore Heath in 1456. The owner of Danau was killed there, and the only male Hammand left was Magnus, the warlock-to-be, who was only born in the previous year. Don't you see? All the holders of the secret died at once. Oh, Oliver nodded emphatically. The Yorkists sacked the place, too. They must have destroyed all clues to the secret. It was always said they broke up the inscription. Exactly. The secret lapsed utterly until Magnus many years later rediscovered it. That is, he found out part of it. He raised the monster after it had been at rest or bound over a century, but did not know how to control it, a matter that was probably taught by the ritual.
All that sounds logical,
said Goddard, glancing down the parchment and then at the second one which continued the genealogy to Oliver, born 1893.
Only look at this, Miss Bartendale. From the first Magnus about 830 to the Anchorite 1392 is 562 years, and in that time the monster appeared 18 times. From the Warlock, 1526, to this year is nearly 300 years, but it has only appeared 7 times. 3 cases, and more to a century, while the ritual was known barely 2 in the same time when it was forgotten. Yet you hold the ritual was of a protective nature. What do you make of that?
She met the glance of his searching brown eyes without a change in her own. That possibly the ritual, instead of being a guard, ensured the supplying of the monster with frequent victims, of course. Oliver gave an exclamation of disgusted horror. Miss Bartendale, that's too beastly, the tale of the human sacrifices? I don't credit that wholly, though you must remember sacrifice is never beastly if it is voluntary. But those people who were killed didn't die voluntarily. I'm merely pointing out data, not advancing any theory in this early stage. She lapsed into a fit of musing, turning the photograph about with one hand, while the other toyed with the dimple on her chin. Oliver, sitting opposite her, mused also. He could not decide which was most to be envied, the lucky fingers that might caress the dimple, or the happy dimple that might be caressed by the fingers. At last she had to look up, compelled by his steady gaze.
The first 2 lines are complete. Where grow pines and firs amain, under stars, sans heat or rain. The third begins with a gap in the stone. Your version of the missing link, Miss Hammand, was Chief of Hammand, wear thy bane. Really, you know, it doesn't sound absolutely it, with the dot and cross. Chief of Hammands might be better, though still feeble.
The exigencies of metrical composition may have compelled the author to jolly with the sense, suggested Goddard.
Not very likely. In medieval rhymes, when it was a question of sacrificing sense or scansion went. 1 word is lost, that is certain, and the accepted restoration does not make too much sense.
The first letter is a C, he pointed out. Half of it is left.
The upper half of a rounded letter. It might be O or Q, G or S, as well as C.
Does it matter?
It might and it might not. Also, the remains of the last letter cannot be connected with F at all. This is a homemade travesty of Lombardic lettering, and a horizontal line at the bottom of a letter can only belong to Z or L.
She began to measure the lines with a pencil.
Moreover, the letters are evenly spaced in spite of their uncouth formation, and each word is divided from the other by 2 dots, which occupy the same space as a letter. Chief of contains 7 letters, 7 spaces. The necessary division marks for 2 words brings it up to 9 spaces. But from the initial of Hammand to the beginning of the line, there's only room for 7 spaces, including the double dot that remains in situ. It appears that instead of Chief of Hammand, we have,
she jotted on a piece of paper, 6 question marks, Hammand. End of section 12. Section 13 of The Undying Monster by Jessie Douglas Kerruish. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. O, C, G, Q, or S, and L or Z.
This is like a weekly paper puzzle, said Goddard. You have proved that chief of can't be the opening of the 3rd line, Miss Bartendale. Does that mean that the missing word or words may alter the sense of the whole rhyme?
Nothing is impossible, though what you suggest does not seem unduly probable, with only 6 spaces for letters. We have O, C, G, Q, or S for the possible initial, and the last character can only be L or Z.
She noted down the possible combinations on the paper.
And after all, it may be nothing of any moment,
she concluded, pushing the paper away, but Goddard considered it gravely.
C-R-U-E-L. That's a letter short, he said. But they might have spelt it with 2 L's. C-R-U-E-L-L, Hammand.
Obvious, but no sense,
commented Luna.
C-O-R-B-E-L, he spelt. Much worse. Let's try G. G-O-S-P-E-L. Worse than ever. How about O? O-R-I-E-L, or 2 words, O-D-U-double-L. Oh, dull Hammand isn't bad, but still without sense. The English language is copious enough when an old army sergeant is dressing you down, but wonderfully restricted when it's a missing word. The Z endings I dare not tackle.
It may not be anything, Luna repeated. She bent over the photograph again, her elbows on the table and her head on her hands.
The rest is plain. Where grow pines and firs amain, under stars, sans...
She paused abruptly and stayed as she was, her face almost hidden by her palms, her fingertips tapping her temples.
Oh, there's no disguising it. I'm fagged out now, and this trifle is getting on my mind,
she exclaimed, raising her head and giving herself a little shake. You are tired to death, on our account, Oliver began, concerned.
Fairly, she conceded. I've done enough for the time, perhaps, but I must examine the poor dog's body.
The others all rose. She waved a forbidding hand.
No, thanks. The butler is to show me where it is. You all knew the poor fellow in life, and there's no need to harrow your feelings. I prefer to do my inspecting by myself.
It was a command, and they obeyed. She returned within half an hour. Jove, but you look rotten, Miss Bartendale, exclaimed Oliver. She smiled wryly.
It was not a pleasant task for an animal lover. By the way, the police have not yet examined him, I gather.
No, they have wired for a Scotland Yard man. Well, he will not find any clues in that direction. There are no tooth marks whatever, and I don't think he ever had his own teeth into anything. And now I have finished my day's work." "But," gasped Swanhild. "It is a bit inconclusive," Luna completed for her as she came to a stammering stop. "Very inconclusive, but all I can do until I get a translation of the runes. On them I depend as the thread that will string together all the scattered facts we have gathered today. And I really am tired." "But," poor Swanhild began again, and again disappointment and dread choked her. "Miss Bartendale's used up, on our account," said Oliver, in a big soft voice that was a command. "If you don't care to tell us your conclusions at present, Miss Bartendale, we accept your decision without question." It was the tone of a master in his own house, a tone he had not used in Swanhild's memory since he became owner of Danow. Still, out of the depths of her sudden despair and helpless feet for him, she persisted. "Then you mean to leave us helpless, Miss Bartendale?" she protested. "By no means," answered Luna briskly. "I shall leave you fully protected against this abnormal danger. It can be put in a sentence. You, Mr. Hammand, are alone in any danger from it, and you must not go into the hidden room or any place where pines and firs grow by night until you see me again." "When will that be?" he asked eagerly. "Tomorrow, when you come to see me, all of you, and learn one of my reasons for not enlightening you further today." "Tomorrow? Run up and see you?" he repeated, brightening. "You are quite well enough to go about freely. Will you promise me, for your own good and your sister's peace of mind, not to do what I have forbidden you to do until I release you from the promise?" "It's a bet. What of your address?" 15 Bispham Gardens, Chelsea. I live with my nearest relative, Madame York, the pianist. We had better pack the hilt now." "I've a cigar box that'll fit it like a dinner." He went in search of it.
"Whew," whistled Goddard softly. "Old Oliver is uncommonly bright and biddable all of a sudden, Swanhild."
"I've given him something to look forward to," said Luna. "Is that why you have put off telling us anything?" Swanhild asked. Luna turned to her quickly. "No, it is not," she answered. "It's merely a convenient byproduct of my plan that may keep him from brooding. I cannot tell you any more today, not even to still the anxiety of a sister who is shivering with it on her only brother's account." As she spoke, she laid her hands on Swanhild's shoulders and looked fully into the girl's eyes. Her own were now neither brooding nor scintillating, but very soft and kind, and though her hands were small and soft, the touch of them sent something through Swanhild that stiffened her backbone. She did not know she had been trembling until she now felt it stop. "Trust me a little while, I beg," Luna went on. "Believe me, I know what I am about. I have dealt with similar manifestations before, though none so ancient and powerful. I am speaking to you too, Mr. Covert," she supplemented over her shoulder. Goddard laughed guiltily without losing the sobriety of his look.
"I certainly think you make too much mystery about it, Miss Bartendale," he admitted. "Moreover, I find it hard to believe you are on the right track. You are certain the secret was known before the Wars of the Roses, yet during that period the deaths were more frequent."
"They were. I don't mind telling you, too, what I make of this detail. Then perhaps you will trust me better. In this world, then, every happening resolves itself into 3 parts: cause, agency, and effect. Effect, the visible result; agency, by which that result is worked; and cause behind agency. Since Blore Heath, the effects of the monster's manifestations are all that have been known. Before that period, the agency, the form the monster had power to take for the working of the effects, was known. But the cause, the exact nature of the monster and why it was able to have such power in connection with the Hammand family, was not known. I suspect I have rediscovered the agency, and may possibly discover the cause."
"So you believe," he conceded grudgingly. "Only that does not explain why the disasters were more frequent when the agency was known."
"On the contrary, it does. With the best possible intention, the worst possible means may have been adopted to control the agency. To use a familiar simile, the remedy was worse than the disease." "If you can find the cause, can you stop the effect?" Swanhild asked eagerly. "I don't say I can find the cause. I don't profess to be wiser than all the sages of the past. But I can try to find it in the light of new knowledge that has been added to what had been gathered
when the agency was known before? Cause is something incomprehensible, as the prime cause of the universe is still, though mankind has always known of its effects in nature, and exact science has laterally found out some of its agencies. Can you guess at the cause of it all, from your previous experiences? The generic nature of the cause, I mean, Goddard asked. I can. To me dim shapes of ancient crime wail down the windy ways of time. And this monster is the result of some incredible sin that is haunting down the sinner's line from age to age. No later than tomorrow afternoon you shall have a glimpse of my methods that ought to satisfy you. End of Section 13. Section 14 of The Undying Monster by Jessie Douglas Kerruish. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. The First of the Fourth Estate. The wind had shredded the mist away by the time Luna had to start for Hassocks, but the sky still lowered. The sun, glinting through a slit in the cloud canopy of the downs, suggested the narrowed flaming eye of a malicious devil peering over the sodden gray world in search of mischief to be done in the coming night. Luna, glancing back as the motor made for the gap leading to the Weald, saw a last view of Danow against the forbidding sky. The crack of metallic red brightness behind resembled a red-hot blade plunged through its lumpish bulk, and it looked a fit casket for the abominable hand, an ominous inscription hidden in its keeping. In common fairness, you must come and see our Sussex in more cheery circumstances, said Oliver Hammand. He had insisted on joining her escort to Hassocks, only agreeing ostensibly as a concession to his sister's natural fussiness to go in the tonneau with the guest and the dogs. Luna turned from the dreary scene to find his gray eyes looking full at her. Bright, pleasant eyes, frankly making no effort to shift their gaze on meeting hers. "What were you thinking about, Danow?" he asked further. "That if I owned it, I would have every stone of it carted away, the shaw rooted up and plowed deep, and the name of the place altered. Also, I'd change my own name and go to some colony and start life afresh, away from all associations with this horrible patrimony." Luna was shocked at her outburst almost before she had finished speaking. Oliver looked kindly at her. "You're tired," he said. His big round voice was itself again, and in spite of the discoloration of one temple and the bandages round his throat, he radiated calm and strength. "We won't talk of Danow any more at present," he went on, "but of how you mastered something worse than the monster when we first met." "What could be worse than the monster?" she demanded, turning in her corner to face him. A grown, sane man on the verge of hysteria. "Bless you, Miss Bartendale, I believe you tried to forget it for vicarious shame. There," he nodded sharply. "You are beginning to recollect." "Was it a station?" She was groping mentally to fix a hovering impression. "Let me tell it. I want to. Yes, a London station. A Red Cross train unloading. Myself in a corner, all alone and feeling worse than I ever did before or since in my life. Except when I saw poor Kate, of course." His voice dropped from the eager note it had taken on. "Never mind that. Go on," she prompted. "You see, there'd been a mistake in the wire, and nobody was there to meet me. Oh, it was poisonous. I'd taken it for a dead cert. Swan would have been there, spotting my compartment at 100 yards and sprinting beside it." He lowered his voice and almost whispered, "Miss Bartendale, if men taste hell in the years just behind us, some of us also learnt what heaven will be like. Simply like getting out of the hospital train straight into the charge of some strong, kind, dependable woman of one's very own." Luna's eyes dropped. "And there was no one for you?" she prompted in a low tone. "Nobody," he resumed quietly again. "I'd kept myself up so far, but all the life fairly sucked out of the world then. The official helpers were busy with the really sick chaps. I just stood a bit aside, and the tears ran down my face. In 2 more breaths, I should have begun screaming. Oh, yes, there was nothing from 14 to 18 to match not being met when you expected to be. Then somebody turned and came right out of the middle of the crowd, straight as a bee to a hollyhock, drove me into a quiet corner, mopped my rotten eyes with her own handkerchief — that's how I know about the ivy flower scent — hid me from public view with her own person,
you may have noticed she's about half as big as I am, put a cigarette in my mouth and lit it, holding me stiff all the time with a pair of pale eyes through which life seemed to run back into the world again and make it firm and sane. I believe you don't exactly enjoy listening to all this.
Go on,
she returned hushedly. Then she got it all out of me. Guessed about the wire mistake, pointed out it would be a lark to take my people by surprise, made a raid on another walking case who hadn't anyone to meet him, compelled us to prop one another, and shoved us into a VAD's charge right away. Through the long illness that followed, Miss Bartendale, the memory of that incident kept me from giving up. I had something to live for, to trace and thank a small lady with pale eyes and ivy flower scent about her.
Any trifle amuses an invalid, she agreed.
I did hunt, too, when I got about, but the station people were all different by that time. Only I always had a feeling we should meet again. Then she looked up at him, and in that moment she really saw him, really realized him for the first time. That's how it happens in life. He had been in attendance on her since early morning, but since that early morning she had been absorbed, isolated by her work, and he had been nothing to her, save a person in dire need of her peculiar services. Now, suddenly, he was no longer an abstraction, a mere unfortunate client, but a living personality. An enormous man outwardly, quiet of manner, sober but genial, with strong, refined features very like his sister's, and wide-set eyes nearly as large and beautiful as hers. Behind the outward man, a nature highly strung, proud, affectionate, and emotional with that appalling form of emotionalism that eats its possessor inwardly from his repression of all outer show of it, until it culminates in some terrible outburst. She understood him suddenly, and through him his ancestors, those men decent to the core who had pined to death, or killed themselves when the monster was revealed to them. And there was something more born on her in that moment of meeting eyes, something so new to her and so incredible that she thrust the bare idea out of her conscious, formulated thoughts. Only women think in thoughts, not words in such matters, and her inner mind tossed to her outer, a sentence written in one of the root stories of the world, when the bronze sword she had in her bag was new. Her heart knew him with the knowledge of youth, it said.
"Isn't that Hassocks?" she said hastily.
It was bathos, but bathos is in the best taste when an experience of the soul has reached its climax, and any attempt to prolong it would vulgarize it. "Yes, that's Hassocks," Oliver replied. He too realized that the commonplace was now the right and becoming note. He also knew that in that moment, in that modern car speeding over an ancient road with mist and the primeval downs around, the greatest and commonest of miracles had worked itself without word or touch. To him it was an inevitable, glorious fact, predestined since the world began, to be accepted in a spirit of ecstasy too great for expression. To Luna, with her knowledge, it was a thing most horrible, to be thrust aside in an attempt at rebellious unbelief, the very climax of Danao's monstrous horror. Hassocks really hove into view on the cloudy horizon, and Swanhild turned to apprise her of the fact. The vade mecum of overtried souls, the commonplace, decreed that they had cut the time close, and the blessed bustle of securing an empty compartment and foot-warmers and smuggling Rosca in tided Luna over the worst moments of her life.
"You think he's safe for tonight?"
Swanhild whispered wistfully.
"I know he is, outside of the hidden room in the vicinity of firs and pines. Send me a wire first thing in the morning, Miss Hammand, and any other time if you think there's anything to report. And don't forget, my address at 11 tomorrow."
Swanhild received the final warning running along the platform, just as Oliver had expected her to be running by his carriage 2 years before. Over her head, Luna caught his eyes, and knew he was remembering the fact too, and expected her to remember it. She subsided amidst her borrowed rugs and addressed her thoughts severely to the matter in hand. The hush of the carriage, the hum of speed without, and the last of the daylight skimming past the windows, was conducive to thought. With Rosca's big head on her knees, and the animal's eyes reflecting the perturbation in her loved owner's mind, the whole matter arranged itself in its hideous fifth-dimensional entirety.
Only after a long time the name of a station gliding by apprised her of London's nearness and woke her from abstraction. Noting the dog's sympathetic eye, she shook herself impatiently.
"Cheer up, old lass, it's only business,"
she assured the animal, while she opened the window and scattered the contents of a bulky envelope into the foggy abyss that was London's fringe of outer slums.
"Only business,"
she repeated to her reflection in the mirror, as she straightened her hat and touched up her perturbed features in preparation for public exhibition at Victoria. Once past the barrier, she instinctively picked out the bills of the Evening Post's afternoon editions. "Is it a ghost? Mysterious Sussex outrage." And "Danow Old Manor mystery increases. Latest details." A lanky young man had got out of another compartment of her train and was waiting by the bookstall when she reached it. There he tendered a neatly folded copy of the Post, surmounted by a tiny bunch of primroses nicely arranged round a little sprig of fir.
"Collected at Danow, in the intervals of gathering ghastly details, dear witch," he said, grinning.
Luna took the offering dubiously.
"You are the prince of impudent dogs, which is euphuistic for pressman, Tommy," she returned. "We'll go shares in taxi, and I'll promise to shed a tear when you're publicly executed."
Mr. Thomas Curtis of the United Press Limited chuckled.
"Some journalists deserve hanging all the time, and all journalists deserve hanging some of the time," he agreed. "But all journalists don't deserve hanging all the time, and you've always declared I'm one of the most undeserving. That's why you wired me to cover it for the Post directly you learnt Danow was on the tapis, eh, dear witch?" "Perhaps. Who knows?" agreed Luna, stepping into the cab.
He followed.
"Luna," he remarked softly, "may Tommy, the friend of your pigtail days, dissociated from Curtis, the special correspondent, ask if you have mastered the Danow mystery?"
End of Section 14. Section 15 of The Undying Monster by Jessie Douglas Kerruish. This LibriVox recordings in the public domain. Chapter 15. An entirely new crime.
"Tommy, the friend of my pigtail days, disassociated from Curtis, the special correspondent, may ask anything he likes," returned Luna mincingly. "Just let me hear what you've made of the case so far."
He chuckled again.
"That sounds like the only Luna of pigtail days. Well, I've made half a column of village interviews. Half column about Danow, quarter column local Bobby's war record, and half column with clock time chronicling your arrival. Half column interview with you. I phoned it up from Hassocks while you lunched at the Moated Grange. It's for our daily tomorrow, front page. Shorter version in our evening here." He tapped the paper. "Which, darling, what'll you take to contribute an article on ghost chasing in general to our weekly on Sunday? Not Untold Gold, I presume?" "Not Untold Lucille Frocks, Pressman dearest. What's the interview with me like?"
"Simply the customary noncommittal tupidities couched in the customary painfully correct interviewee's English. I did one of the Geddes family, forget which, on the transport situation in the same style day before yesterday. In the afternoon I collected photos for a pictorial. Tried to get a snap of the injured girl in bed and bandages. Bed and bandages have been a long suit with pictorial journalism since the war, but was rudely repulsed by the Hammand butler. It's been a putrid day for outdoor snaps, but I caught something of you and the afflicted family coming out of the church. I think you want this case kept quiet, dear witch." "I want all my cases kept as quiet as humanly possible, dear pressman." "That's why you whistled me up to cover it, as usual. I've got the scoop so pluperfectly to myself that the other rags will be forced to deprecate the whole matter, thus saving you and the victims no end of press persecution, as you intended." He grinned at her sideways. "Which you can do what kings and premiers sometimes cannot. Manipulate the Fourth Estate. But you can't prevent the Fourth Estate knowing it's being manipulated." Luna laughed back. "Now, belovedst witch," he went on, "can you tell me just this, if you have solved the mystery?" "Belovedst pressman, if I had, I shouldn't tell." "What if I ferreted it out for myself?" "In the interests of your firm?" "In the interests of my firm and our daily, evening, pictorial, and weekly, not to mention because the Danow hidden room has intrigued me from my youth up. In many of my cases there's something that would make Tommy, the ex-ornament of Maudlin, sorry if Curtis, the pressman, had to report it." "You have learnt something," he accused triumphantly. The cab had stopped now before a modest little tree-embowered house. Tommy followed her to the door with the rugs and bags. She paused before inserting her latchkey.
"Tommy," she said seriously, "I've often been curious to learn the ethics of news-gathering. You're not an unmitigated bounder. What would happen if you got a hold of something your birth and upbringing would incite you to hide? What, in that case, of loyalty to your firm?"
He became grave. "I'd stop short if it was an independent search, Luna. But if the firm ordered me to find out anything and it led to unexpected results, birth and breeding would go hang." The strains of See the Conquering Hero floating downstairs intimated that Madame Terentia York was back from a concert. "It was uncommonly good hunting, Luna," she announced, switching round from the piano as her relative entered the drawing-room. She was a big, radiant sort of woman, looking, with her white hair, peachy complexion, and black eyebrows, like a girl masquerading as a middle-aged woman. "Item 3, Mr. Train, and I stepped into the breach. It ought to take the coals off our minds this quarter. Upon my word, child, you look used up. I've seen the papers. Don't tell me you have mastered the Danow secret."
"Oh, I wished I hadn't," groaned Luna shortly. "Of all the horrors—"
She dropped limply into a chair. A cat and kitten came from the fireside to climb on her knees. Rosca thrust a comforting muzzle into her hand, but she disregarded them all. Madame York, much concerned, came across to her. "Now, Luna, this isn't like you," she protested.
"Home's a place where you do not need to keep up appearances all the time," returned Luna. "And I've had to keep up appearances with both hands since I supplied certain missing letters about 3 this afternoon."
"Now, honey, you've been overdoing," Madame York cooed, dropping into the northern burr that will out in moments of stress, and that caresses and soothes an overwrought brain from the ears inwards. "If you want to tell me about it, do. It generally does you good to talk things over with someone who won't tell, though she can't help. Brooding over anything is the very old Horny and all his angels."
"I don't need to be told that after this afternoon,"
Luna snapped with sudden energy.
"Oh, what a beastly little rude beast I am," she added, aghast at herself. "But you got me on the raw, unintentionally there. I wanted to tell you about it."
"Very well, then." The elder woman's mien changed to one that had cowed American agents in its time. "We'll adjourn the matter till later. It's near dinner-time, and as dinner comes but once a day, it's a pity to spoil it. I won't listen to a word in spite of my devouring curiosity until I've got you changed and fed and in your right mind. Why, my dear, from the time on the wire you sent me, you must have worn your present attire since 8 this morning. Enough in itself to give anyone nervous prostration." Accordingly, it was much later and Luna was her impassive self again when, over the coffee and cigarettes, she set forth the Hammand secret in its incredible hideousness. Familiarity with her housemate's experiences had almost killed the faculty of amazement in Madame York, but over this her eyes opened wide. "How utterly horrible, Luna!" she gasped at the conclusion. "How will you explain to those poor youngsters? Why, it amounts to 1,000 years of crime. Such crime, too, an entirely new one."
"Not new. Several people have been accused of it in the past. I remember 2 Sussex cases, one not much later than the Warlock's time, and one in the 17th century. There was a trial for it in London 30 years ago, too."
"I was going to say, an entirely new crime for the papers to bill if they learn of it. It's easy to understand why the Warlock killed himself, and your client's grandfather, too." Luna shrugged her shoulders.
"Those were special cases. Now to ring up Professor Bergstrom about the sword."
It was her economical plan to make other people do her spade work for her. She burdened her excellent memory with the first rudiments of most sciences, just sufficient to enable her to set her various friends in different walks of learning on the track when she needed information.
"He's tumbling into a taxi to come round," she announced presently. "Would you mind seeing him? I don't feel up to anything more tonight. I think I'll go to bed now. It's barely 10, but this has been a strenuous day, and that hidden room has taken it out of me. I must be growing old."
The other woman looked at her anxiously. "Don't you think, Luna, it's time you gave up your beastly work?"
"I must exercise my talent. You know how many people I've helped when everything else from the church down was of no use."
"You must exercise your talent, but what if your talent died?
I tell you, Luna, I wish it would. I used to dread the idea because it would mean my losing your companionship, but now I cannot be so selfish."
"It never will die," Luna answered shortly. "By the way, the professor is to know the sword was found in an old house, nothing more."
For the first time, she was sorry her relative knew that a sensitive's power can only be lost through two cases: degrading sin, or that grand passion that sweeps up all powers of soul and brain into itself. End of section 15. Chapter 16 of The Undying Monster by Jessie Douglas Kerruish. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, The Mound of the Golden Pigtails. Chapter 1, To Summon the Warlock. Next morning, Luna did not come downstairs until Swanhild's telegram arrived.
"They will be round at 11,
she informed Madame York over the breakfast table.
"The girl died last night. Inquest tomorrow."
"Oh," said the elder woman, as though it were past anything but that flexible monosyllable. Luna shrugged her shoulders.
"It had to be, but it was a dispensation of Providence she survived a few hours. Otherwise, well, I've made all safe, unless those poachers get involved. Have you seen the papers?"
"I have, and I'd like to hear you converse in the way interviewers allege you converse with them, Luna. The Daily Speculum has a page of photos. One of you accompanied by the afflicted family in the local church, taken in a dense fog. Mr. Hammand larger than the sacred edifice. His sister and her fiancé mainly boots and blurs. You a mere smudge marked with a cross, like the fatal spot on the site of a crime. Portraits of the monster from effigy and brass. View of local policemen, both rhymes and heavy type."
"Nice for my clients, eh? It won't be Tommy Curtis's fault if by this hour those rhymes are not being bandied about in city trains and offices, discussed at late breakfast tables all over England, and argued about in coffee-houses and bars from Berwick to Southampton. I can only pray that the Daily Post may not be moved to offer a prize for the best suggestion as to their exact meaning. Now I'm going out about the Hammand's business until they are due."
There was no inordinately spicy murder or divorce current that week, so although Curtis had skimmed the cream of it, the late morning and early afternoon editions of all the papers were billing the Danow mystery, alias the Sussex horror, blatantly. The news of Kate Stringer's death was in the stop-press columns. When Luna's taxi drew up behind the Hammand car that stood with locked wheel before the house, the maid was engaged in turning away 3 reporters from the front door. She had to stop and snub them all round while paying the driver, and by the time she entered the drawing-room, her 3 visitors had had time to get on intimate terms with her relative. Oliver was the first to jump up and greet her. He looked uncommonly big in the little room and uncommonly hale and normal, but for the ugly liver-colored splotch on his temple. His grave, wide-set eyes beamed down on her as he enfolded her hand between his own. "You don't appear the worse for your exertions on our behalf yesterday," he said cheerily. Then the light died in his eyes. "You've got Swan's wire?" he added.
"I have. It was no more than I expected."
"If I hadn't fought off the thing from myself." His eyes became absent. They stared into Luna's unseen by those behind him with a blank, awakening horror in them, as the morbid thought brooding at the back of his brain came to conscious expression. "You know, Miss Bartendale, the sacrifice must be completed." Swanhild's eyes sought Luna's over her brother's shoulder, anxious appeal behind their outer calm.
"That's quite enough, Mr. Hammand," said Luna sharply. "What is done cannot be undone. You are not responsible for the past, but you are for the future. Your duty, therefore, is to help me make sure that no more mischief may be done in time to come, not to waste your strength in useless repinings."
Her words and tone acted like magic on him. He stiffened visibly. Swanhild's eyes brightened. Madame York looked at him, and at her niece at the same time, with the amiably blank expression that indicates acute observation.
"There," quoth Goddard. "That's what I've been trying to din into your stupid head, Oliver. Perhaps you'll believe me now. The omniscient Miss Bartendale has set her seal on it."
"I believed you all right," replied Oliver. "Only sometimes one can't live or think up to one's beliefs."
"When working to fulfill them, one can," declared Luna. "What of the runes, Miss Bartendale?" Swanhild asked eagerly.
Patience, Luna smiled at her. They are still unread, though my professor sat up all night over them. We consulted the British Museum Keeper of Scandinavian Antiquities this morning. They are a new form, but my authorities agree they approximate to the Flemlos stone inscription, which is Danish, of about 700 A.D.
Swanhild looked plainly disappointed.
I thought you said the sword dated back somewhere B.C., Miss Bartendale, said Goddard. The bronze part does. The gold plates are a later addition. Yet I feel in my bones that in the inscription the clue lies. We are to send photos of it to divers savants, and we shall see.
What about what are you to tell us today? Asked Swanhild.
You shall help with the preliminaries, dear girl, if you'll come with me while my aunt amuses the men for a little while.
I help you?
Exactly.
She slipped an arm through the girl's and turned to the door.
As one of the 2 remaining descendants of Magnus the Warlock, you may be a priceless help. Come, the sooner we begin, the sooner your legitimate curiosity will be slaked.
Oliver watched their exit quite complacently, but Goddard's face was somewhat stern, as it had been all through the interview. He felt he could not utterly trust Luna until her many small mysteries were explained. In about half an hour the maid summoned all 3 to Luna's consulting room, for it was understood that the sensitive had no professional secrets from her relative. The room was a small one, furnished severely with a divan and a big desk, bookcases and chairs that were evidently intended to keep the sitters awake and attentive to business. It was darkly papered, and the London day was a dull one. Swanhild looked uneasy and as nervously expectant as she ever permitted herself to look. Luna was her business self, cool and quietly aloof. "You have something to tell us?" said Oliver.
"No, I want to learn what you can tell me, after I have put you in a hypnotic sleep."
He stared. "Why, what can I tell you?"
"What the warlock knew about the monster, perhaps."
"But I know nothing of what the old chap knew."
"Consciously you don't. Still, you are one of his descendants. Your brain is descended from his, and in some nook of it may be hidden the information that will explain much to us."
He blinked, then understanding came to his eyes. "Oh, you'll summon his spirit."
"I thought I mentioned I haven't the impudence to pry into the next world without invitation. It's what the warlock's spirit did with his brain that I want to find out. People in a state of hypnosis can sometimes remember what they cannot in a normal waking state."
"Oh, by Jove, I don't quite see your game, Miss Bartendale, but of course I'm in your hands. But must you mesmerize me? It's so beastly undignified, you know."
"You are thinking of Montebank public exhibitions. You will sit in that chair and simply answer the questions I put to you, as Miss Hammand did just now."
"What?" It was Goddard who almost shouted the questioning exclamation.
"Swanhild, you never allowed yourself to be hypnotized?" "Why not? I simply went to sleep and remembered nothing till I woke."
"Mesmerism is a risky and unreliable process." He stopped, conscious that since Swanhild had been hypnotized, it was too late to protest. "My dear chap, Miss Bartendale knows her business," said Oliver reprovingly. "I say, Miss Bartendale, why did you try Swan first?"
"To see if she would serve. She was unable to answer a single question, so I must try you if you agree."
"I've told you I'm in your hands, under your guidance wherever it may lead." His voice was round and steady. A scintillating gleam of red shone at the back of his eyes. Luna's shone back, lambently blue. They stood quietly facing one another, but both felt as though they had jumped up and joined hands, as people might do with a dark and unknown road to be gallantly dared before them.
"It will lead back through the ages till we meet the warlock," she answered.
They had been alone for a moment. The glorious isolation passed as she spoke, and it was the bathos that should succeed every flight too high to be long sustained to return to consciousness of the little room and the 3 spectators. She waved him to a chair facing the window.
"Oblige me by looking at this until further orders, Mr. Hammand," she said. "Now to summon the warlock through the back of my watch."
A tense, waiting silence ensued. End of Section 16. Section 17 of The Undying Monster by Jessie Douglas Kerruish. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Chapter 2 Lou's Martyrs and Golden Pigtails. Luna had placed her watch, burnished back up, in Oliver's hand as it rested on his knee.
"You shall now see the processes and hear the questions I used with you, Miss Hammand," she observed aside to Swanhild.
Oliver looked at the metal steadily. At the end of 4 minutes, Luna spoke.
"How do you feel now?"
she asked. "A little fagged, Miss Bartendale."
"It's your eyes that are tired,"
she returned in a casual tone.
"How they blink! You have difficulty in keeping them open, I see."
He began to blink violently.
"You can close them, but not open them,"
she went on conversationally. They closed.
"You cannot open them, but try to do so,"
she purred on. From the twitching of the surrounding muscles, he evidently tried to obey. "I can't do it," he observed. "Yet I'm trying for all I'm worth. It's beastly ridiculous."
"Then we'll end it."
She gently fanned his eyelids with one hand, and they opened. "You made me keep my eyes shut, but you didn't do or ask anything," he said, blinking. "I heard all you said."
"It was only a preliminary test. Now please look me in the eyes and count 100.
He complied.
"How do you feel now?"
she asked. "A bit fagged."
"Of course you do. You can scarcely keep your eyes open. How the lids are twitching."
Here his lids began to twitch.
"It's hard for you to keep awake,"
she proceeded, crooningly.
"I see your eyes are closing. They are closed."
His eyes closed, and he collapsed limply in the chair.
"Everything is running away from you. You cannot collect your thoughts. You cannot open your eyes. You are asleep."
And asleep Oliver now appeared to be. She took the wrist of his least injured arm and extended the limb.
"You cannot put your arm down,"
she said, and left it stretched.
"You can open your eyes and can hear, but you must pay no attention to anyone but me."
His eyes opened. Their expression was something between that of a sleepwalker and the sightless. They followed her as she stepped to the desk and took up a notebook.
"He is an excellent subject," she observed. "I thought nervy and hysterical people were the best ones," said Swanhild. "An error. Speak to him, Miss Hammand." "Are you comfortable, Oliver dear?" she asked. He took no notice. "I have him in perfect control."
Luna smiled at her look of dismay.
"He is now in what is known as profound hypnosis. This is exactly the process I followed with you. Let us see if he will answer more satisfactorily than you did."
She seated herself opposite him.
"In a normal state, his arm would be tired and shake by now." "Put down your arm," she ordered, and he complied. "I want to know what you remember of English history, Mr. Hammand."
She proceeded to ask him many questions, working back from the reign of George V through the Guelph and Stuart dynasties. Some of the queries were simple, as Swanhild and Goddard could tell. Some were beyond their knowledge. The simple ones he answered without hesitation, in a flat voice, the others after more or less consideration. When Charles I was mentioned, a flicker of interest came into his eyes. "The martyr," he said, promptly.
"Very good," Luna assented. "We will go further back. Do you remember Mary Tudor, the Queen?"
Mary Tudor. Yes, Bloody Mary. I seem to remember." He paused uncertainly.
"Think about her and her times for 3 minutes," Luna ordered.
He remained staring blankly before him, his forehead gradually developing wrinkles. At the end of 3 minutes, by the clock, he spoke. "I have thought of her."
"And have you thought of Derek Carver?"
She rapped the question out suddenly. He started and sat up rigid. "Derek Carver!" he exclaimed. "Bloody Mary the Queen! And Derek Carver! I know the name. Derek Carver, and something else, something horrible. A scent, a clean, horrible scent. And heat, and something else horrible. Derek Carver. Good Lord, what's the horror about Derek Carver?" The blankness had given place to unutterable horror in his eyes. Sweat broke out on his forehead. The fingers of his unbandaged hand twitched convulsively, and his whole big body shook. He had all the appearance of a man struggling with nightmare or an agonizing thought. Swanhild started from her chair to go to him, but Madame York's hand laid on her wrist made her drop back again, trembling a little in sympathy with her brother. Luna's face was set like a mask, her lips folded to a hard line.
"Mary the Queen, Derek Carver," she said.
"I know," he cried. "A scent! The same scent there was at Streatham when we came up today. They were tarmacking a by-road. Oh, yes, it was boiling tar. No, burning tar and burning wood, and people burning. Tar burning and people burning. Heavens, it's horrible."
"Forget it and wake,"
she ordered, waving her hand lightly past his forehead. He shut his eyes, shivered, opened them, and stared round, blinking like a man newly roused from sleep. "Really, I feel—" he began, putting his hand to his forehead. "Have I been asleep? I remember now. I looked into your eyes, Miss Bartendale, until they seemed to grow and fill the world, and swallow me up like a great pale wave. And then I don't remember any more, only waking." While he spoke, she had opened a big book where a sheet of foolscap, covered with typing, served as marker. Without taking any notice of any of them, she read the sheet down and glanced at a page of the book.
"Capital," she exclaimed, and turned with alacrity. "Look into my eyes again, Mr. Hammand."
He obeyed, and in a few moments sank back asleep as before.
"Open your eyes," she commanded. "We go on where we left off."
Mary Tudor, and Carver, and the tar burning. He looked at her with growing horror in his expression.
"Mary's gone. Forget her,"
Luna's voice rang out commandingly.
"We have passed to Henry Tudor, Harry of Richmond. Think of Harry of Richmond and a double-handed sword. Of what does the combination remind you?"
"Of Magnus the Warlock keeping the standard at Bosworth."
"Very good. Think of Magnus the Warlock. Of what else does his name remind you, beside the big sword?"
"Of lots of things." Oliver was not excited now. He spoke in a quietly considering way. "His tomb, and the hidden room, and the painting."
"Think carefully and repeat everything in order as it occurs to you. The tomb makes you think of the hidden room?"
"No, of the portrait. The portrait recalls the room it is in. That room recalls the other room in the same house, the hidden one. And the hidden room recalls what we found there yesterday, the hand and the hilt."
"And of what does the hand remind you?"
He considered a moment. "Of nothing."
"Did it belong to the Warlock?"
"You said you thought so."
"Never mind anything I may have said. Think of the time of Harry Tudor, the 7th Henry, and Magnus the Warlock, who lived in Danow at the time. Think hard."
Her face was very white now, and the inner corners of her eyebrows were raised and compressed together, as though with mental strain.
"What does the hand suggest?"
she repeated. "Nothing," he replied, deprecatingly.
"Oh, the bronze sword. Then the bronze sword, of what does it remind you?"
Evidently he was racking his memory. "Of something, but I can't quite grasp what." She opened a drawer of the desk, took the bronze hilt out of a nest of cotton wool, and placed it in his hand.
"Look at it," she ordered. "Feel it, smell it, and tell me of what it reminds you."
Obediently he turned it over, stared at it, and held it to his nose. "I know," he announced. "It reminds me of a scent that is in this room." Even Luna seemed a little astonished. He sat for a moment with his face raised, breathing lightly, as sensible people do when trying to locate a scent. Then he rose and marched straight to the desk. There he pointed to a little glass that held Tommy Curtis's stolen offering. "That," he pronounced with satisfaction. "Pine. That's it, only very big, over my head and all round. A grove of pines. And the sword. Pines and the sword. And something else.
3 things altogether. Pines, 1. The sword, 2. And the third, 2 things really, but exactly alike. Long and thin and shining. Shining. He stared round in perplexity. "Oh!" he cried, and stepped up to Swanhild. She watched him breathlessly, with dread in her eyes. He pointed to her head. "Hair," he said triumphantly. "Bright golden hair, plaited. 2 plaits, thick as my arm, each with a long curl at the end, and near them something else. The sword, the pines, the golden pigtails, and— Oh, I remember!" In the air he drew a sign. "A swastika!" exclaimed Luna. "We called it a different thing," he replied vaguely.
Vielfach?
"Yes, Vielfach."
"And can you read the writing on the sword hilt?"
"No."
"Do you know what it is?"
"Runes. You told me." He inspected the broken weapon critically. "There's more writing on what's left of the blade, under the vertebrae." Luna stared at him and put her hand up to her forehead. A mild look of distress came to his face.
"Sufficit, Luna?"
said Madame York quietly. Luna pulled herself together.
"Sit down again,"
she commanded, and when he had obeyed, she flicked her fingers over his eyelids and—
"Wake. Forget all and wake," she said.
He woke very quietly, blinking and then looking round with placid interest in his eyes. "You look awfully tired, Miss Bartendale," he observed with concern.
"I stopped the sitting, as it had gone on long enough," Madame York took on herself to reply. "This sort of thing is wearing to both operator and subject, though they may not realize it at the time, and a woman who owns a clever niece ought to take care of it."
"Quite so," he agreed with emphasis. "Let me see. I don't seem to remember anything since your eyes swallowed me up as before, Miss Bartendale." Now Swanhild found her voice.
"Miss Bartendale," she exclaimed, "who told you we both have a mild antipathy to the smell of hot tar?"
"Nobody," replied Luna.
"I didn't know it. What caused it?" "It's hereditary. Our father and grandfather had it too."
"Indeed, you knew of it, but didn't know the cause. I found the cause without knowing of it. That antipathy, Miss Hammand, began with the son of the warlock and the Marian persecution of 1555. While I put my notes in order, please give Mr. Hammand an account of what he said in answer to my questions, and then I shall give you a lecture on the science of ancestral autobiography as applied to our investigation."
End of Section 17. Section 18 of The Undying Monster by Jessie Douglas Kerruish. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. Ancestral Autobiography. Swanhild's account was full and exact. At the conclusion, "Golden pigtails," Oliver repeated, and he seemed a little shocked over it.
"Now, in your normal waking state, do you remember anything of them?" asked Luna.
"Only— let me see. Oh, yes, Swan as a flapper, but she only had 1.
"The pair were in connection with the sword."
"Then I don't know anything about them."
"The warlock did, and in a hypnotic sleep you recollected it."
His eyes lit with sudden intelligence.
"You mean I'm the reincarnation of the warlock?" "Reincarnation as an explanation of mental phenomena is as easy and unprovable as spiritualism," she replied with a laugh. "I don't deal in easy and unprovable theories. Come, let's get round the fire comfortably, and I'll explain how I tapped your hereditary memory. The brain is a vehicle for the registering of thoughts, emotions, accidents encountered by the body or brought into being by the owner's spirit," she began when they were settled. "Every experience and emotion makes a record of itself in the substance of the brain, records deeply or lightly impressed, according to their importance to the owner of the brain. They cause an alteration in the convolutions of its substance. Some of these alterations are soon obliterated. Some last through the owner's lifetime. Some will last for centuries. May last to the end of time. Do you follow me?"
"Yes," Oliver hesitated. "But, you know, a brain does not last for centuries."
"Its descendants do, generation after generation. Some experiences
superhuman sorrows or joys, ecstatic religiosity, acute fear, can make a difference in part of the brain so powerful that it is reproduced in the brains of the owner's children, and their children after them indefinitely.
I begin to see what you're driving at.
But hereditary memories, as a rule, lie dormant, unless they happen to be awakened by some outer circumstance similar to that in which the original impression was received.
Jove, I see, he exclaimed.
That antipathy to the smell of hot tar now. It is an unconscious memory of when your ancestor, the warlock's son, was profoundly shocked in heart, soul, and brain, when he saw the burning of the Lewes martyrs in 1555. Scents are the most subtle yet powerful agents for awakening memory. The scent of hot tar, in your case, awakes a vague, faint sense of mental discomfort, too dim to be even defined as fear or horror, though the cause has been long forgotten. Only in a state of hypnotic sleep, Mr. Hammand, your memory is strengthened so that you can put that cause into definite words. You recognized the name of one of the men who were burnt at Lewes, and at once connected it with burning tar, and exhibited all the symptoms of extreme horror.
Has that anything to do with finding out about the monster?
Swanhild put in.
Everything and nothing to do with it. It was a test, and it proved I am on the right track. I'll explain, and you will then understand why I have made a minor mystery of this day's work. I laid my plans yesterday, as soon as I learnt you had neither of you ever looked at the pedigree of 1650. On that pedigree are notes respecting the monster's appearances, and also about notable members of the family. The note about the warlock's son, Godfrey, states that he turned Protestant in the reign of Mary, being converted by witnessing the terrible death and unshaken constancy of his friend, Master Derek Carver. During luncheon I ascertained that neither of you had even read the names of the Lewes martyrs on their memorial, though you had often seen it in Lewes. I considered that the shock which could make a man of family change his religion in Mary's days might have been profound enough to transmit some echo to his descendants. Accordingly, this morning I phoned the British Museum and ordered a professional reader to find out all about Carver. His précis was ready when I called for it. I put it away in that copy of Fox's Book of Martyrs, and read it over after I had ascertained what you remembered of the matter. After putting you in trance, I so roused your memory of Mary's reign that the mere mention of Carver's name waked a vivid recollection of the martyrdom of your ancestor's personal friend. I then read the précis and found your recollection remarkably accurate.
Why didn't you read it before?
Because unconscious thought transference is one of the dangers of this sort of investigation. If I had known all about it, I might have unintentionally made you say what I knew myself.
What had the smell of tar to do with it? Asked Oliver.
Let us look at the précis, she read aloud. Derek Carver, a Flemish Protestant refugee, settled in Brighton, where he owned and worked the Black Lion Brewery in Black Lion Street. He was condemned for heresy in 1555. Particulars will be found in Fox's Acts and Monuments of the Martyrs. He was executed at Lewes before the Star Inn, was burnt at the stake in a barrel of tar. His Bible—
Both Oliver and Swanhild uttered a simultaneous exclamation of horror. Luna put the paper down.
Well, that's all we need to know, she said gravely. Yes, it's apparently a far cry from the prosperous Brighton tradesman dying for his faith in the 16th century, and you youngsters feeling vaguely uncomfortable at the scent of tarmac on a road in the 20th century. But the connection is direct. I found the connection, and perhaps you begin to understand my methods now.
Swanhild leant forward, an unusual light in her eyes.
You found that Oliver recollected the incident when you waked his memory in the right way. It follows you may be able to rouse his memory of what our ancestors knew of the monster. That's it, isn't it?
Exactly, replied Luna. There are layers of memory, so to put it, and I have worked back to the warlock.
Oliver leant forward too, his face acutely eager. I see it all now. What do you say, Goddard? Miss Bartendale knows her business, eh? Goddard inclined his head gravely.
I never doubted she did. It was the secrecy I commented on.
My dear Mr. Covert, Don't you understand that yet?" Luna turned to him. "My object is to find what's in Mr. Hammond's memory, not to put ideas into his head beforehand. The Carver test had to be administered without warning. If I had told him of it beforehand, with the best will in the world, he would have thought of it until the time came, and would have unconsciously invented particulars to oblige me with. Taking him without preparation, I got the plain truth."
"I understand if Goddard doesn't," declared Oliver sturdily. "Then you worked back and found out I remembered something that happened to the warlock in connection with the sword and a pair of golden pigtails. Now, what on earth could those things mean?"
"I have a faint suspicion founded on previous researches of my own," answered Luna. "After finding out what we can of the warlock's contributions to your dormant memory, we shall go further back, in search of... never mind what."
"It's marvelous," he exclaimed. "More wonderful than any tales of magic. Going through a fellow's mind as though one were turning the pages of a book backward. I say, Miss Bartendale, the warlock met the monster. That must have impressed him as much as Carver's death did his son." Luna shook her head.
"The task is not going to be so enviably easy. He died a few days after the meeting, and all his children were born some years before that. An idea cannot be passed on unless it is in the parent's mind before the child is born."
"Oh, I see. You must work back until you reach someone who learnt about it before his kids were born."
"It looks like it. The task will take some time, for an hour a day is as long as I care to keep anyone in hypnosis. Therefore I hope you will afford me 1 hour a day for a few days to follow."
"You have to command. Every day will run up until further orders."
"I am of no use," said Swanhild. "Apparently not, and I am sorry."
"It seems curious," said Oliver. "You'd think a woman's more sensitive mind would hold impressions best."
"A normal woman's mind isn't more sensitive than a normal man's. It only seems so because a woman is physically more highly strung. In the present case, the explanation is simple. Hereditary memory, like other hereditary traits, sometimes plays tricks, often lying dormant for a long time, and often only showing full development in one person in every generation. Like the extra finger, or singular teeth in some families. However, Miss Hammond, you have something to do to help the work. In old houses like yours, one never knows what may turn up after diligent search. I want you to dragoon every lumber room, chest, and drawer in your home in search of old papers. Nicholas Culpeper investigated the monster in 1651. He may have written a report, and some scraps of it may be extant."
Swanhild brightened.
"There's any amount of lumber rooms," she said. "Very good. Now we have a threefold search going on. You're ransacking the manor, several savants combing out Scandinavian archaeology, I turning Mr. Hammond's mind inside out. Tomorrow I shall be down at Danow."
Oliver brightened.
"I want to hear what's said at the inquest," she explained, "and I hereby declare the session closed. It is near the witching hour of 2, just in time for a cigarette and a change of subject before lunch. Whatever we do, we must avoid mental staleness or over-brooding in this work."
End of Section 18. Section 19 of The Undying Monster by Jessie Douglas Kerruish. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Aaron's Golden Calf in Sussex. The next day saw the public interest in Danow and Spate. Although Curtis had made such a scoop of it, it was too rich and varied for other pressmen to neglect. Freelance journalists resuscitated old articles on ghostly matters from the rejected drawers of their desks and sold them at once. Junior reporters put in a spare hour in the nearest reference library and amassed enough information during it to publish authoritative articles on black masses, magic, elementals, family banes, and the like, and signed them "by a well-known occultist" or "by a distinguished psychic expert." And the current specimen of the Daily Post's celebrated brand of serials introduced a chapter obviously founded on the Thunderbarrow Shaw happenings in that day's installment. Danow district was overrun with pressmen, morbid curiosity-mongers, souvenir hunters, who hacked all the bark off the beech and the oak on which the dog's body had struck, amateur detectives and misguided individuals who mistook a degenerate taste in the gruesome for occult gifts.
The Hammonds were pestered in their own grounds by would-be interviewers, and Oliver received 14 requests for contributions on the subject of his family's traditions from various periodicals and a cable from New York offering an incredible sum for a photograph of the hidden room. These matters Swanhild imparted indignantly to Luna when they met her at Hasseck's. Directly after, while Oliver spoke to the station master, she added a rapturous whisper. Oliver turned and smiled at her indulgently. "I didn't need to hear what you said, Swan," he observed. "You were telling Miss Bartendale I'm very well and cheerful considering. Did you mention that you spent the night on my doormat?"
"Where is the inquest to be, Mr. Hammand?" asked Luna.
"The Hammond Arms at Lower Danow." His face clouded. "I'd actually forgotten why you've come for a minute."
Come, no use brooding," she chided. "You can help it."
"I can, only I feel so indecently happy when I let myself go. And when I think of Kate and poor Warren," he ended indecisively. Danow suggested an al fresco motor and cycle exhibition. The late war and press exploitation thereof has much increased that class of humanity that takes its pleasure in gloating over the details of other people's sordid crimes or revolting accidents. And it was well represented, together with reporters, spiritualists, and other concomitants of an incomplete world. Oliver smuggled his party in by devious back lanes, to the disappointment of a double line of cameras and 3 kinema operators. The proceedings were little more than formal, as the police wished to follow up the customary clue. A rumor that Miss Bartendale, the renowned psychic expert, would give evidence proved erroneous. Luna followed the proceedings behind the shelter of a veil that did not allow anyone to judge if they really interested her. She sat next to Warren, who was as inscrutable until the aides appeared. The jury looked more or less unwell after viewing the body. No overt reference was made as to the possibility of a supernatural explanation of the tragedy, beyond a short speech at the start, in which the coroner bade the jury dismiss from their minds certain absurd rumors that were current. The circumstances with which they were concerned were very material, he pointed out, and to these circumstances attention must be confined. The doctors concerned ascribed death to the injuries. Deceased was never in a fit state to give an account of what happened. In delirium she constantly raved of something as big as a house that she imagined was attacking her. The injuries were the result of an attack by some large animal. The wounds were too badly mauled to afford any data with respect to the assailant's formation of jaw. They might possibly have been inflicted by a very large dog. Dr. Newton disposed of the idea that Mr. Hammond's dog might have been responsible for them. He had examined the animal's body, and it had not swallowed anything but a dog biscuit for some time before death, whereas these injuries, coldly detailed, afforded a big sop to the public love of sensation. Swanhild described the finding of the girl. Oliver gave a brief account of his experience, merely stating that he felt something approach in the dark, fought blindly, and fell. Cross-examined by a sporting farmer in the jury, he said the mastiff barked in a friendly way when near the girl. His memory of what ensued was confused. It might have warned him of the assailant's coming. Will Cladpole described the unnatural noise he had heard from the Shaw, and how he had summoned Swanhild. He was succeeded by the aides. They were the most interesting witnesses to those who held to a material explanation of the affair. Warren paid the closest, unfriendly attention to every word and look of the two. In 2 days he had gone down to skin and bones, and his face reminded Goddard of youthful ideas of Eugene Aram, and he watched the brothers with a fixed gaze under which they very soon came to dire confusion. They were a pair of ordinary, hulking, florid country louts, incapable of lying with conviction, and had made the mistake of concocting an edited account of the night's doings in order to discount the seriousness of their poaching arrangements. In consequence, they were soon involved in a web of counterstatements, and the coroner found it necessary to caution both. They were dismissed after making a very bad impression, and the inquiry was adjourned for 10 days. The Manor party waited in the landlady's private sanctum while the first press dispersed. Luna stared silently through the window overlooking the road, until the aides passed and loiterers peered and pointed after them.
"A factor in the problem, those two,"
she said, meeting Oliver's inquiring look. "You surely don't think they—" He stopped, astounded.
"I don't, but the police and population seem to entertain different ideas. Well, that I can't help, for the time, though I know those fellows were not the agents of the Undying Monster." "Then why don't you clear them?" asked Swanhild. "Because to reveal anything about the monster's fifth-dimensional nature at present will benefit nobody and ruin all my plans. Unless they are officially accused, I decree silence."
"They're my tenants," began Oliver.
"Exactly, but they're not mine, thank goodness. I cannot produce my evidence at present, but when I can—"
She shut her mouth firmly, and the others knew better than to ask any more questions. From the window could be seen the beacon. A number of people, daring in daylight and company, were swarming up to it.
"What was that tale about Thunder's Barrow you referred to, Mr. Hammand?" she asked suddenly.
Oliver looked at Goddard.
"Oh, I know," said Goddard. "It's nothing to do with the monster, though, Miss Bartendale. Merely a vague yarn about Aaron's golden calf being buried in it."
"Aaron's golden calf?" repeated Luna. "In Sussex?"
Oliver nodded.
"Why not? You never know what you'll find if you scratch the surface of our extensive and peculiar county of Sussex. They found a sky-blue skeleton in Beating Level, a canoe left over from the flood at Northiam, and a solid amber teacup of the time of Adam at Hove, not to mention the pre-Adamite person, half a jawbone and a Christian name according to the papers at Piltdown."
"Some people say the golden calf is in the trundle over Goodwood Racecourse," Goddard supplemented. "I'm sure our Barrow's a more respectable situation."
"I didn't know you knew so much before, Goddard," said Swanhild.
"I had 7 years' start of you. You came too late for the local fun. In cottages now, the main talk is about Sunday paper scandals and football competitions. In my kidhood, I've spent priceless hours listening to old folk chat about ghosts and buried treasure, smuggling and hanging in chains."
Luna seemed to wake out of a reverie and asked,
"If a golden figure is there, why has nobody secured it?"
Goddard chuckled.
"Because the poor man shifts it out of reach if anyone digs. Poor man, Miss Bartendale, is polite Sussex ease for the enemy of mankind. It's nothing to help you, I'm afraid."
"Perhaps not," she assented. "Only I'm by way of being an expert in traditions, and this is a curious one. Aaron's calf in Sussex. It's a queer combination, and the more outre a tradition is, the more the expert wonders what originated it. Tomorrow we will have the second sitting."
End of Section 19. Section 20 of The Undying Monster by Jessie Douglas Kerruish. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. To Open Thunder's Barrow. For many ensuing days, the Danow mystery continued to reign paramount in public interest. After the inquest, the monster's victim was buried. Next day, photographs of the ceremony were in all the papers. By the end of the week, publicity reached high-tide mark, and for the first time in living memory, Danow Church had to be locked in daylight, the warlock's tomb having been disgracefully chipped by relic hunters, and the whole building littered with cigarette ends, matches, odd papers, and other trademarks of the traveling masses. Every day Swanhild had 2 anxious times. The first every morning, between waking and her first sight of Oliver. Oliver's matutinal greeting became a formula. "When I remember what's under the bump on my brow, I'll tell you, old thing, but I don't at present." The other was during each sitting, while she waited with silent dread what Luna's questions would elicit. Oliver was in excellent spirits, except when he happened to remember the other victim, and when they went up to London it was usually late before they returned, owing to his frank unwillingness to tear himself away from the York Bartendale abode. What was left of the day was invariably spent in ransacking every nook of Danow, though at first they found nothing relating to the business in hand. On Thursday, Luna, after putting Oliver in hypnosis, concentrated his attention on the bronze sword, of which she still had charge. She endeavored to learn if he remembered anything of the inscription he had declared was on the blade. He said he could not remember it, but was sure it existed. She showed him photographs of various runic scripts, but he could recognize none. On Friday, Luna came to Danow with the hilt and held the sitting in the hidden room. She led him very carefully back to the warlock's time and gave him both hand and hilt to examine. He remembered quite suddenly that the blade belonging to the hilt lay near the pigtails and feelfoot. measured the length of it along his arm, and said it was leaf-shaped and green with verdigris. She made no comment. It all seemed foolish and futile. Only Swanhild knew that behind the apparent futility Luna was working towards some end that was perfectly visible to the keen brain behind the diamond eyes and golden curls. Swanhild's trust was implicit, but essentially personal. In Luna's presence, an atmosphere of normal life, of steady work towards some seen goal, braced her. But away from the other woman's influence, the subconscious sense of abnormal horror brooding over Danaw and keeping its shadow over her brother and herself, the last Hammands, settled down immovably. Oliver did not reason about anything. He simply surrendered himself to what he regarded as marking time until Luna should be ready to reveal her purpose. He was content to wait. Nobody mentioned the dead girl in his hearing if possible, and he had this supreme happening of any lifetime to occupy his head and heart. Goddard's feelings were tinged with a distrust that induced the persistent feeling of a pause before some tremendous happening, like the hush before a storm. On Saturday, Swanhild and Oliver came to Chelsea very early. Oliver, with the stain of the bruise, which had been liver color the day before, suddenly faded from his temple, Swanhild in a state of suppressed excitement.
"Well," asked Luna, "something's up?" "A reference to the monster and Nicholas Culpepper's signature," answered Swanhild, producing an envelope and tenderly extracting 2 fragments of thick paper, frayed and yellow with age. With some difficulty, Luna read the faded words on them. "That the Hammands are of a breed vampirish, and if one be slain prematurely, he shall go to neither heaven nor hell, but live unnatural in ye grave." "That's important, Miss Hammand. And let me see. Your most affectionate friend, Nicholas Culpepper." "This is priceless. Where were they?" "In the seat of an old chair. There was a tear and a bit of the stuffing poking out."
"Some Handian economical ancestor of ours must have done the job himself, for there's 3 chairs and a sofa, all stuffed with written papers," Oliver supplemented. Luna restored the scraps to their shelter.
"The misery for which economy has always been responsible," she sighed. "Are there any more pieces of this sheet, Miss Hammand?" "We don't know yet. There's 5 clothes baskets full already of what we got out of one chair and the sofa. It's all in scraps, and as the furniture was stored where the roof leaks, a lot of it is in lumps almost like papier-mâché. Goddard has stopped behind to try and separate some of it. He spotted the signature first, and we found the other bit when we split a lump. We're going back early to examine the rest of the disused furniture."
"Kindly speak for yourself, Swanhild," interposed Oliver. "You promised Goddard to go hunting, but I'm otherwise engaged."
"Otherwise engaged?" repeated Swanhild.
"My dear girl, you don't seem to understand that these sittings are a great strain for the principals. You looked utterly used up yesterday, Miss Bartendale. I'm sure you need a half-holiday as badly as I do myself. So I've booked stalls for Chu Chen Chow this afternoon. You mentioned you were one of its votaries. I knew it was no use asking you, Madame York. You told me yesterday you have a concert on today." Luna consulted an engagement book. Her aunt answered dryly.
"I distinctly remember you asking me yesterday if I had any engagement for today, Mr. Hammand."
Oliver looked her in the eyes and grinned winningly. Her own mouth twitched, but she straightened it and turned her gaze on Luna, who was studying the book intently.
"You booked stalls, Oliver?" said Swanhild.
"There's such a thing as a telephone. Now, Swan, you know you can't keep your eye on me for every minute of the rest of our lives. You mean well, but it's getting on my nerves a bit. You don't suppose we stopped at Clarkson's to get my eye toned down just to go and grub in an attic, do you? Miss Bartendale will take care of me and pack me off to Victoria for the 6:30. That is, if you can spare the time to help me with my holiday, Miss Bartendale." Luna announced that she could spare the time. Madame York obviously dissembled surprise and disapproval. Swanhild remained silent after her half-hinted protest. She was used to the men of her family having their own way for good or ill. Luna checked Oliver's simple rejoicing over her acceptance by switching on her professional manner and ordering a move to the consulting room. The sitting that day was short, and the net result was a repetition of Oliver's previous description of the missing blade and his recollecting that the runic inscription on it was sunk in the meandering band. A letter postmarked Dublin awaited Luna on her return that afternoon.
"Luna, why did you go with Mr. Hammand?"
demanded her aunt over the dinner table. "Auntie, am I the woman to decline a proffered bite of a child's sugar stick?" "You aren't normally the woman to trifle with anyone's feelings." "If I had refused to accept this little attention from Mr. Hammand, when I tell the truth, he would think I avoided him." "You should. That poor lad is the kind to take things hard for all his stolid exterior." "That's it. He's taking that girl's death hard, subconsciously, all the time." Luna flushed, then paled as she saw in her mind's eye a picture of some hours before. The interior of a taxi, speeding from His Majesty's, murky London outside, Oliver's eyes sparkling as he told her he was almost grateful to the monster, then clouding with pity and horror and self-reproach as he added, "If it wasn't for Kate." "You have to tell him sometime," the elder woman pursued. "After the sittings. My dear, do you fancy I haven't noticed how he gets you into a corner and plants his sister and Mr. Covert on me? And do you imagine Miss Hammond does not notice it either? She's only too thankful for anything that diverts his mind. She told me as much." "This is a new departure for you, Auntie. As you are the sort of woman to whom all males are boys, from the newly born tom kitten to the human grandfather, you don't suffer girls gladly as a rule." "I don't suffer the new sort of girl, who apparently takes Tony Lumpkin as her model. But Miss Hammond's an old-fashioned young thing. You have her feelings to consider as well as her brother's." Luna smiled mockingly. "Love, hunger, and regard for other people's feelings are the most powerful motives in human nature, eh, Auntie?" "Don't quibble, Luna. To put off telling them much longer would be the bitterest refinement of cruelty." "Business is sometimes cruel, to be kind. However, as there was the first spasm of a loathsome murder in the papers today, and tomorrow is Sunday, our investigation moves on a stage towards explanation." "Luna." "The two facts mean that the Hammond's private affairs will interest the public less the day after tomorrow, and on it Danow should be fairly free from sightseers. Accordingly, I shall wire my clients not to come up tomorrow, and write to warn them to have a gang of labourers ready on Monday morning. Then I purpose to open Thunder's Barrow in search of what I hope to find there. Will you come with me? I must oversee the opening from the first sod, and it may take more than one day. I know our young friends have been urging you to urge me to take you down for a country visit. No, that is not a sudden freak. My iris savant has read the gold runes, and in the barrow something I want may be waiting." End of Section 20. Section 21 of The Undying Monster by Jessie Douglas Kerruish. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. Churchyard Mold. The early train had just disembarked Madame York, Luna, Rosca, and a pile of luggage on Monday morning, when Oliver and Swanhild arrived at Hassocks. "Luna warned you in her letter that we fear we shall have to inflict ourselves on you for the night, Miss Hammond," the elder lady said. "She fears the digging may last all day." "With uncannyism pervading life, it may take several days at least," replied Oliver with conviction. "Goddard is drumming up labor in accordance with your instructions, Miss Bartendale. Isn't it all rather sudden?" "It's a job to be done, and done with before the workers have time to talk about it. I'll explain it in the car." It had snowed a little, hailed a little, and rained a great deal the previous day, but this morning it turned out mild and muddy. A delicate vapor, like sea fret, eddied about near distances in the low-lying weald, made subtle mystery of the road fore and aft, and clung in fronting lumps in the bare hedges on either hand. Swanhild was at the wheel, Oliver in the tonneau with the elder visitor, leaning forward to join in the conversation. Luna, nestled back in her corner beside Swanhild, could see both faces, and beyond Oliver, her relative. Madame York was beautifully null and politely interested in whatever was under discussion. "Any more culpepper fragments turned up?" asked Luna. "Goddard thinks he has spotted some in one of the sodden balls," replied Swanhild. "He's taken it home to steam it. He's awfully good at things like that." "Capital. How are you off for visitors?" Oliver almost groaned. "It was putrid yesterday. Some perishers of Charbonc owners ran special trips from Brighton, and we were overrun with sightseers of a peculiarly noisome sort. By a dispensation of Providence, the weather was a caution, and so far we have not been worried today." "Capital! We don't require an audience, though there's no real mystery about the present move. We are simply going to look for something the warlock may have left in Thunder's Barrow when he ransacked it."
She placidly surveyed their wide-eyed amazement.
For this matter hidden in the past, we have to rely on that tricky jade, circumstantial evidence, she proceeded. Let us reconstruct a little local history. Your ancestor, Magnus Hammand's son, was buried in the barrow, and with him his most cherished personal belongings were also interred, in the Danish way. 7 centuries later, his descendant, heir of his name and possessions, Magnus the Warlock, decided to get those personal treasures as well. He made the Hand of Glory, dug into his rude forefather's tomb, and took what valuables he found. Only I hope and think he left behind the most precious article, the bronze blade with the inscription. 400 years later, you, the descendant of Magnus Hammand's son by way of Magnus the Warlock, are going to open the tomb again in search of the blade. That's all.
But how did you make it out? Asked Oliver blankly.
Why, when Mr. Covert told us of the golden calf and the way it is supposed to be guarded, I began to have suspicions of the barrow, and also of the Hand of Glory. Hand and tradition illustrated one another, for most traditions have a substratum of truth. Look at Washington, a hamlet you may know, as it's not a dozen miles west of your home. From time immemorial it had a tradition of a long-bearded ghost haunting a particular field, and not long ago a hoard of Saxon pennies was unearthed in that field, buried 1,000 years before by some long-bearded Saxon. The Warlock was an alchemist, by token of the books in the hidden room, and alchemists are a gentry who require much solid gold to aid in preparing a little of the phantom variety. He made the Hand of Glory, no doubt to stupefy the diabolical guardian of the barrow's treasure. In the sword hilt we have one specimen of the gold he found there.
By Jove, that's plausible, declared Oliver.
Only I've always understood the barrow was ancient British, and connected with the Druids and their god the Monstrous Man, demurred Swanhild. When in doubt, early archaeology always blamed everything to the Druids, replied Luna. The name of the place gives its secret away in these days of more advanced knowledge. It is not the only Thunder's barrow in the world. Thunder is an obvious corruption of Thor. Your ancestor was a pagan, a worshipper of Thor, and the Monstrous Man is an image of that god. He had it hewed in gratitude when his god cast his lot in the fair ground of Sussex, or else to guard his barrow when he was buried in it. Now, when I waked your memory connected with the Warlock and the broken sword, Mr. Hammand, you described the sword as being in company with golden plates and a fieldfoot. Just what the Warlock may very well have found in the grave of a Danish chieftain.
Those pigtails! Exclaimed Oliver.
Precisely. No doubt they made you think of a woman, but Viking chieftains wore long hair and plaited it, and the fieldfoot is the symbol of Thor.
My hat, said Oliver simply.
Still, I don't see the connection with our ancestor,
Swanhild objected. Miss Bartendale does, reproved the loyal Oliver.
And Miss Bartendale's going to explain the clinching connection she received last night, said Luna. A Dublin savant has read the runes on the hilt. They run, I am named Helm Biter. My master is Magnus Fairlocks, son. The rest is too rubbed to be legible. The runes on the blade may be better preserved.
Jove! Said Oliver in admiration that verged on awe.
Are you certain the inscription is so important? Asked Swanhild. It must be, since the memory of it has survived in Mr. Hammond's mind.
The car had turned north now, mounted, and slid through Thunder Barrow Gap. There was more wind in the heights, and the air was clearer, but the valley was full of mist and the rivulet invisible. Chalk had tricky ways, and by some atmospheric cantrip, the Monstrous Man glowed like a pink ghost, while nearer features were murky in mist, like shredded black gauze. Goddard now met them as he walked from the village. He greeted them with a wry grin, climbed in, and advised a move for the Shaw.
"For we'll jolly well need every minute we can snatch, Oliver," he said. "I've only been able to collect a very scratch gang, and it's going to start for home half an hour before sunset. Hornblower is bringing Old Moor, and the German watch his son looted to time the exodus. It's Napu expecting local men to hang round the Shaw after official dusk."
"I didn't think of that," said Luna. "I'm not omniscient. How many men are there?"
"4. Hornblower, who's the village atheist and professes no belief in anything but Bob Blatchford. He's coming because he has to prove he doesn't believe in the local spook. Our new gardener and ex-Boy Scout.
A laborer just come home from bettering himself in London and ready to do anything. These are coming on a cash basis, Warren. The chap you met in the Shaw is coming for recklessness."
"Only 4?" said Oliver. "Did you say I wanted them?"
"I did, Lord of the Manor, and the village practically downed feudal allegiance about it. Luckily, my 4 are a hefty lot, also bought and paid for. Arm is one of the best, and Swanhild is a garden maniac. You can reckon 6 spades. Am I to understand the object of it all, Miss Bartendale?"
Luna rehearsed her explanation while Swanhild drove carefully along the valley.
"There's points I don't seem to understand," he commented. "If the warlock went for gold alone, why did he keep the hilt hidden away, instead of using it with the rest of his loot? And simply meddling with the barrow doesn't seem to explain his dying reference to the room and the pardon. From what I've heard of them, necromancers can't have reckoned grave robbing much of the crime."
"These are points I don't understand myself," replied Luna. "I only know I'm going grave robbing with an object myself. Oh, I know what you are thinking, Mr. Covert. It isn't nice to disturb the grave of Mr. Hammand's ancestor without even the chaperonage of an exhumation order."
He reddened guiltily. "It doesn't matter what anyone thinks as long as I am satisfied," Oliver interposed in the slow, masterful way he rarely indulged in. "It's my ancestor, my land, and my bane." They reached the end of the road here, descended, and walked through the Shaw to the barrow. Though lower-lying ground was sodden that day, the close-grown downland turf of the mound was firm to the foot. The view from the top was all very grey, Luna's curls and Swanhild's the brightest spots in sight, and after them the glowing monstrous man on his grey-green slope. The Shaw was darkly menacing. The edge of the bill, where it steeped down abruptly beyond the barrow, suggested a coastal cliff, with the mist that filled the Weald below lapping sea-like a little beneath its overhanging turf rim. Only the sea of mist bore a muffled silence, unlike the sounding silence of the real sea. The eye, ranging dazed and flinching over its immensity, could not tell where it merged in the uncolored sky. Only now and then some trick of wind in the higher atmosphere allowed a glimpse of Chanctonbury's crest away to westward, and Wolstonbury's to the east, like dim islets. The hoot of a motor came from some road hundreds of feet down in the mist, like the siren of a far-off ship. The barrow was unnaturally even in contour. Only a slight depression ran down one of the long sides near the end, facing the man, with 3 small firs and a stunted yew in it. Luna hitched one end of a ball of white twine to one of the firs and walked round, paying it out on the ground, until she had marked a circle about 15 feet across, including the 4 trees in the middle of the mound. By that time the workers put in an appearance. Hornblower deposited his watch and almanac on a stone, and all set to work to dig within the circle. The remainder of the forenoon was spent mainly in grubbing up the 4 trees. At the men's dinner hour, Swanhild and Goddard took a turn with the spades, while Luna, who could drive a car when she chose to exert herself, Madame York, and Oliver went to the manor for lunch and brought them a basket back. It was getting on for 3 when the men struck chalk. Not natural chalk, but chips and knobs of it, packed and tamped down as flat as a floor. Hornblower, working where the small trees had been, straightened himself to look round, and then spaded up some soil from in front of him.
"Summat tidjus queer here, sir,"
he said to Oliver. Where the depression had been, the regularity of the made chalk floor was broken by a patch of mold, and the spadeful of it the man held was very black and fat, unlike the light-colored virgin earth they had cleared off the chalk. Warren inspected it and said it was like the pocket of rich, much-worked soil where the village stood.
"And it never grew here by nature," he added. "Someone must ha' started a garden and then buried it."
Oliver stood on the edge of the cutting and frowned down at the hole. "A pocket of black mold put where the chalk's been broken through," he said, as though to himself. Then he put his hand to his temple, where the bruise, shorn of Clarkson's aid, was still a liver-colored splotch. "I seem to know. Where have I seen it? Oh, to be sure, at a funeral. Of course, it's churchyard earth. Consecrated soil, put there to... Now what the deuce was it put there for?" End of Section 21. Section 22 of The Undying Monster by Jessie Douglas Kerruish. This LibriVox recording is in public domain. Chapter 7. Golden Calf and Dragon Ship.
Oliver, don't be beastly, exclaimed Swanhild.
He started and blinked. Eh? Good Lord, what was I saying? It just jumped out, he declared contritely. All the men hesitated save Warren. He elbowed Hornblower aside and began to spade up the black soil. There was but a little pocket of it. Soon he was shoveling up chalk chips once more. The others set to work again.
Superintending is chilly work, said Luna. You might take us to see the man and the rest of the place, Mr. Hammand.
Oliver, looking extremely dazed, accompanied the guests up the slope and the stripped chalk path, edged with brick that was the monstrous man's left leg. Whatever made me say that? He demanded ruefully. It just seemed to slip out. Churchyard mold. My hat, I must have been rotting.
You were not. It's probably churchyard mold, and sudden memory of the fact woke in your mind at the sight of it. I've been rousing your inherited memory so much of late that it must now be in a state of extreme activity.
But what could churchyard earth be doing there?
Consecrated soil is supposed to possess some occult virtues, and there is something sinister about that barrow. It may have been more than gold that the warlock went after.
They did not talk very much while he conducted them over the beacon's sites, the earthworks with the Roman mounds over them, and the full dew pond and its sparse fringe of trees. Finally, they returned to the bared flint platform near 50 feet across that was the monstrous man's head. It was indescribably spacious. The Weald, a far-flung map, trees and roofs dizzily tiny down below the rim of the beacon, beyond long blue distances, and shadows moving over it all from the vast gray and silver clouds that drove over the clear blue of the sky. The downs past Danau were black with the shadow of one, and cut the horizon as a billowy line of greenish black, with the church and cottages cut crudely against their bulk, like colored paper figures glued on a backing of dusty black velvet. Then the main body of clouds forged onward, and the shadow on the downs slid to the middle distance and left the top ripple of the uplands above it a wavering band of impossibly bright greens and unbelievable yellows and fawns, where turf and ploughland alternated, with an incredible white scratch of road pouring down a gap and losing itself as a dim suggestion of a gray line in the shadow below, like a silver ribbon hanging down in a turgid pool. Luna, leaning back against the wind that poured over the beacon top, looked silently with level brows and wide eyes, and found the airy splendor of it beautiful to the point of pain. Oliver glanced from the distant earth and enclosing sky, and down the monstrous man's long perspective to the shaw. In its semicircle of trees the barrow was plain to be seen, the chalk of the digging dull white, Swanhild's wool jumper a brighter white, the 5 men little black figures. Then he looked round at Luna, and her gaze turned from the calm contemplation of spaces past space to find his eyes introspective and distended with flinching contemplation of something without any bounds of space. "It's all happened before," he exclaimed breathlessly. "Sky and downs, and the barrow with little people working on it, and a golden-haired woman somewhere about. Only the people were building, not digging, and I was there, just as the sky and downs and big clouds were."
"Another memory wave," she replied. "The barrow was piled by your ancestor, who sailed from Denmark 12 centuries ago, and wasted the country and married Edith the Saxon. Hereditary memory again."
"Oh, it doesn't matter what you call it. I know I was here long ago with a gold-haired woman. And I'm here again, and you are seeing our Sussex in more favorable circumstances, as I said you ought to." He said the last sentence with a sheepish suddenness, as though ashamed of his vehemence. The shame was but momentary, for he looked to the downs again and went on. "Oh, it's a country worth fighting for. A country one can be happy in, and it's all mine, from the barrow to the manor woods. My people have owned it and lived on it for over 1,000 years. They fought at need and died at need for it. Even the warlock did his share to stop the War of the Roses, and earned the right to it afresh. My father and brother died for it, I've fought for it myself, and surely I've the right to be happy in it. Yes, even with that bestial monster shadowing life." He spoke with a curious defiance, so subtly mixed with joyousness that it could not be told where one quality merged into the other.
and even in the daylight the red sparks flamed at the back of his eyes. For the first time, Madame York broke the pleasant silence she had kept since they stopped.
"We all have the right to be happy in this fine world," she said gently, "so far as our heritage from the past and our own wrongdoings, circumstance, and the woes of our fellow mortals will allow."
Our fellow mortals? You mean Kate? He began, his voice leaping to a note of protest that was almost shrill.
"Don't harp on that, for heaven's sake!" she protested. "Hasn't Luna told you you are in no way to blame for that?"
The sacrifice. If I hadn't fought it off. He stopped, defiant again. But you said it was ancestral sin, a thing of the dead past.
"There's nothing so actively alive as the dead,"
Luna replied, a blank somberness in her eyes.
"When I conjure up a mental picture of humankind, it takes the form of a great round plain, the present world covered with its 1,500 millions of solid living folk, and behind them, mistier and dimmer the further one strives to look, are the figures of the billions of people of the past. These are impalpable, yet extend hands that reach and grasp the living people grown from them, and guide them with power almost resistless both for good or evil. Clouds of people of the past, clouds beyond clouds I see them, the dead whose very essence, the fruit of their deeds and thoughts and words, live in us, the living."
She shivered as though with sudden cold. "Do you believe we are only reflections of our ancestors?" asked Oliver.
Luna roused herself. "Oh, no, and you must never let yourself think that, Mr. Hammand. We human beings are threefold. One part is hereditary, the result of what our ancestors did and thought. One, the result of the circumstances in which our lives are spent, and the third, the spark of himself God puts in us all, the personality. The personality through which, by God's grace and our own effort, we can either rule heredity and circumstance, or else rise superior to them. If I did not believe this, Mr. Hammand, I should not be here, desecrating the barrow in which your ancestor is buried to find the secret that empowered your hereditary bane to have power over his guiltless descendants."
"That's so," he agreed absently, for his attention had wandered while she talked to the barrow. "Miss Bartendale, you said some time ago that old Magnus the Dane probably killed all Edith's people. I'm sure you were wrong there."
"Really? I cannot picture a Viking chief getting permission to marry a Saxon lady unless he killed her protectors first."
"Oh, I know. He loved her so largely that he made them take him as a friend because she did."
"I can still less picture a Dane suspending his pirate operations long enough to conduct a courtship."
"It didn't take long. They only needed a little while to understand each other. Only a few days, Monday to Monday, inclusive. I know it." A little pink overspread the delicate pallor of Luna's cheeks. He looked quickly away from it. "I'm talking like a fool," he said. "I don't know what you'll think of me, for I scarcely know what I'm thinking of myself at times. I've been so happy the last few days, and it doesn't seem quite right. It seems too beautiful to last, and too putridly callous with poor Kate. I'm sorry. Only I think I've just realized life's worth living, and my ancestors have been making this bit of land for me to live in and be happy in. Happy as Magnus the Dane was when he came here and realized that life was worth living at last. I know he did that. It's coming all over me just now, up here, standing beside the god he carved in gratitude for the gift of a bit of Sussex to be happy in, and his destined woman to be happy with him. Do you think I'm crazy?" Luna hesitated, then replied in her driest manner.
"You are just better from a long illness, Mr. Hammand, and in an impressionable state, and I've roused your inherited memory to sudden consciousness of what has been implanted in you by ancestors who ruled here for 1,000 years. There's a poet who may rank with Homer in the days when he is also of the past, living in the same country of yours, and he has put the truth in words forever. So to the land our hearts we give, till the sure magic strike, and memory, use, and love make live us and our fields alike, that deeper than our speech and thought, beyond our reason's sway, clay of the pit whence we were wrought, yearns to its yellow clay." "And there's a very nice clay figure running from the pit whence it was wrought," said Madame York. "Your sister scampering down from her ancestor's barrow to be plain." They hurried down the slope. Swanhild's voice came up.
"Come at once," she called. "We found the golden calf." "Golden calf?" repeated Luna, joining her. "There should be no gold in that barrow." The hole was very big now. The men stood in a knot at the edge. Goddard was down at the bottom, scraping soil off a bulky object over which he stood astride. This object was long as a man, but much thicker. It lay prone and was almost shapeless, mainly black with some gleams of yellow where he was scraping. Warren held out something that he had rubbed on his corduroys to get the caked earth off. It was the size of a hat-box lid, and as thick, earth-smeared yellow with green spikes thrust through the edges.
"It's pine wood, covered with gold plates fixed by copper nails," said Goddard, straightening himself. "As like a calf as anything."
The hired workers stiffened with one accord and glanced at the west, now reddening as the rest of the sky paled. Hornblower went to consult old Moore in the watch.
"A heathen idol made of pine,"
said Warren. Oliver leaped into the excavation. "It's not a calf and not an idol," he corrected. "It's—" He stopped and looked round over the edge of the cutting. At the pine's tops, the bulk of the beacon black against the incarnadined west with the man pale on it. "Not a calf and not an idol," he repeated. "Now, what is it? There's two important things one makes of wood. Idols and... what's the other? It's made of wood, painted and gilded. Something that stands upright. This is lying flat." He suddenly slapped his thigh with his usable hand. "A figurehead! The figurehead of a ship. This is a ship's figurehead!" Almost he shouted in a culminating burst of delight. "A ship's figurehead in Magnus the Dane's barrow! Why, it's a dragon, to be sure. The dragon figurehead of a dragon ship. We're standing on the deck with some soil between of our ancestors' dragon ship, Swan, old girl. Don't you remember? I do. He came up the Adur on board it, and when he died they dragged it over country and buried him in it. The bulwarks with shields on them are there, and there." He stabbed a finger towards the earth a couple yards on either side of the fallen figure. "And Magnus himself is under our feet, under his own deck, with the long green blade like a leaf at his feet."
"Boat burial and a figurehead!" exclaimed Luna as he stopped. "Why did I not think of it?"
"'Tis less than half an hour o' sunset, Miss Hammand."
The voice of Hornblower made the announcement from a distance discreetly clear of the shaw. While Oliver discoursed, the three hirelings had taken but a few moments to get coated and on the beach hangar south of the pines. Stolid Sussex was in every line of their figures. The unhired workers knew better than to remonstrate. Oliver ran his fingers through his curls. "What have I been up to now?" he asked Luna.
"Another memory wave," she replied. "The question is, how are we to finish the work? If we leave it till morning, the tale of the gold those fellows spread will compel us to work under the eyes of half the reporters in London."
Oliver's eyes became introspective while he stared at the ground on which he stood. A yard of chalk, badly pressed. Then the deck, then old Magnus. He tossed his head and was himself again. "There's over an hour to dusk. 3 could do it in that time."
"Then you go home and we'll finish it."
Swanhild took up her spade again. "I'll stay. There's no danger till dark, even for me. Miss Bartendale said so."
"There's no danger even for you in the dark when I'm present," Luna confirmed. "I know how to avert it."
"Then why don't you teach us the knowledge?" asked Goddard.
"Because mere knowledge is of no use without the training that enables the possessor to utilize it with safety. As you'll understand when I tell of the ritual and its disastrous consequences."
"A little grave desecrating goes a long way with a person of my simple tastes," Madame York put in. "I'd rather go back to the manor for a rest while you young things enjoy the finale. Also, you'll need spuds and trowels for the later fine digging." This settled it, and it was arranged that Oliver and Luna should take her home and return with the tools, while the others hastened the work on. Oliver promised they would keep to the track along which the hirelings had now vanished, clear of the pines. End of Section 22. Section 23 of The Undying Monster by Jessie Douglas Kerruish. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8.
The hidden room, tonight. When the car stopped under the Shaw again, darkness was still a thing of the future. The downs were dull and dim, yet marvelously distinct and solid under a sky mainly devoid of positive color, but waning to transparent pale orange beyond Thunderbarrow Beacon, with over the beacon one puce-colored cloud jagged along its under edge with red-hot copper that seemed astonishingly distinct and harsh in the airy softness of the rest of the firmament. The moon, a shy frinting crescent, sailed over the village, wherein cottage windows little reflections of the coppery cloud glowed luridly. Frost had set in. It would have been a time of breathless silence, but the eternal wind of the down heights was pouring, chill and steady, through Shaw and Hanger, stirring the trees to a breathy droning like that of an angry sea. Luna and Oliver were halfway along the lower path when a cry came downwind, a shrill little squeal that made both start. "A rabbit! Some brute's been setting traps again!" cried Oliver. His eyes gleamed red with the profound anger of a man who rarely gives way to passion. Luna's hands went up to her ears at the sound, and down again as it came once more, pitiful as the wail of a little lost soul crying out at worse than physical pain.
"It's in the Shaw, not far," she exclaimed. "To heel, Raska."
Oliver caught her wrist.
"There's no danger where I am,"
she said, then jerked free with, "Oh!" in pitying horror as a third cry came. "You must not go," he called, but she was off and up amongst the beeches, the dog at her heels. She was out of sight in the few moments it took him to realize she had gone, and to start after her over the packed leaf carpet between the wide-set trees. The beeches were passed before he caught sight of her again, speeding into the dark boskage of the Shaw, guided by another squeal. He called, and the wind brought his voice back to him as he darted into the black windings in turn. There was a faint scent of smashed pine and fir needles under his feet. A little colorless sky showed translucently betwixt the close-shouldering trunks, and overhead in broken threads and rags between the masses of the boughs. In Oliver's head something seemed to turn over, heave itself, run down, catch at his heart, and send a warm wave along every nerve of his big body. He was joyfully, ecstatically conscious of every bone and muscle, working and rippling in harmony, of the wind that sang through his bristling curls, of his feet slapping crisply on the needle carpet, and could trace every vein by the burring, singing thrill that ran along it. And back of it all was a consciousness that it was all familiar, had all happened before. It was no new thing, pinewood and duskiness, and himself coursing like a young god after a woman who fled before him. He had forgotten the monster, forgotten the cause of the chase. Fear and pity alike had no power over him. He could not have recalled his own name without a pause to think. He was nothing but a fiercely live personality in a world that held nothing but dark woods and a golden-haired woman. It had all happened before. That moment that held the joy of all the ages in it. The joy that was the more perfect because it was graciously just imperfect, with one step of culminating perfection yet to be reached. Something scuttled past him, and 2 more steps he was towering over Luna at the end of a piney tunnel. She was rising from her knees, her curls and eyes glowing in what light came in cracks from all around. The dog stood beside her like a dusky phantom. She held the trap in her hands.
"I let it go. Its leg was only a little hurt, and life is worth living here, even if one's lame," she said.
Her eyes met his, and she stood still. He made no movement and did not speak, for through the warm ecstasy that enwrapped him he knew the culmination was not yet to be. They stood at gaze a moment, and she paled. Then by an effort she turned from the mastery of his scarlet glowing eyes and flung the trap away. The spell was broken. Involuntarily his eyes followed the flight of the rusty metal through alternate flashes of shade and pale light, and its fall into the nearest bushes. "Pines and firs! Cold and stars!" he exclaimed suddenly. They were in a sort of inverted funnel of foliage. Round them were the little cracks of pale lingering daylight, but the funnel overhead was coal-black, and in its patch of opening there glimmered 2 stars. "Come!" he cried then. "It's coming! The monster!" It was coming.
The sudden sense of dread and repulsion, the consciousness of something intangible closing round him, of an indescribable presence and pressure incredibly evident, though imperceptible to bodily senses. He gave a shout with whose utterance he had no conscious connection, and it rang in his ears as though someone else had roared the snarling, defiant drone of it. It was. He caught up Luna on his usable arm, swirled round on his heels, and plunged back through the ride for the beaches. The dog followed without making any sound. At the same time, Luna pulled from her pocket an electric torch she had brought for use in the excavation, and switched its white ray round on trees and ground and the scraps of daylight that shamed it, a turn of her wrist sending the light full in his eyes so that he was blinded for the while.
"There's nothing here now," she said.
He knew she spoke truth, for with her words the sense of the abominable presence fled, and there was nothing but wholesome dusky woods, the woman clutched on his arm, and the dog loping beside them. For all that, he did not slacken his pace until he had dashed out on the turf beyond the shaw, and halted with open country round, and no stars to be seen in the still daylight sky. "It's gone," he said, in a quiet tone that was a chant of triumph too tremendous for boasting.
"I can control it,"
she answered, hushedly. "I mastered it," he contradicted. "God would not permit me to save myself from it, or other people, but to save you, he gave me the power."
"No," she cried anxiously. "It was I who controlled it."
He laughed a low, triumphant laugh. "We will say we conquered it between us, together."
"You might put me down,"
she said suddenly. Both had forgotten he was holding her still. While he talked to her with half his brain, the other had been considering how natural it seemed to be holding her, with her face above his against the sky. She belonged to the place. So said the ecstatic half of his brain while the other gave words to his lips. It had all happened before. He holding her, and her face against a pale sky above his own. Only, was she a part of the place, or the place a part of her? The stars just becoming visible round her, pale lights in the pallid sky as her eyes were lights in the pallor of her face. Pale stars, the ghosts of stars that shone in such a sky 1,000 years before. A sky under which he held a woman on his arm and was glad to the point of pain. And either the yew-berries on a vanguard tree just within his arc of vision were harsh mimics of her scarlet lips, or her lips were ghosts of yew-berries that glowed 1,000 years before, when he held a woman and felt the pain of too much gladness. At her words, the dreaming half-brain recollected itself and knew what it had been dreaming over. Echoed echoes of when its owner's forebears carried off their destined women. He set her down beside the car. He said no word of apology, and again something turned in his head, and, without strain or any sense of bathos, the half-brain's visions ceased.
"Do you know what you said in the wood?"
demanded Luna. "No, I don't. Only it sounded like, hey-sa-ah. That's it. It seemed to come into my mouth of itself. Was it a spell to keep the monster away that I suddenly remembered?"
"No, but I recognized it. I know it, and if the runes are on the blade... Come."
They made for the lower track again. The man smiled to himself. They had resumed the relations of client and specialist. It was as it should be. He was not the man to give his love where it was not fated to be given, and he was not the man whose love would go to a woman who did not expect the decorous, slow niceties of wooing. She had read all that was in his eyes as he looked up at her. He knew it, but he had been beguiled by the gloaming and the shock of the monster's coming into prematurity, though only with his eyes. She had glozed over it prettily. They had taken up ordinary intercourse, just where it had been interrupted. He glanced up at the darkling shaw and laughed outright at it. He had met and escaped the monster, and he had no more dread of it. Such utter lack of dread that he did not mind his chosen woman risking another meeting with it if pity called. That was it. It could never harm her or him when they faced it together. When he laughed, Luna knew his thoughts, and for a moment there tugged at her heart a desire to tell him all, to destroy his fool's paradise, to take from her own heart the burden of seeing him in it, and anticipation of the inevitable agony when he must be dragged from it. Tell him for her own comfort, and so destroy the web of protection her wits and learning were weaving round him and his forever. She spoke up sharply.
It has no power with me, but remember your promise not to risk a meeting with it.
Exactly. I dare not risk a meeting without your protection, he assented. Miss Bartendale, I believe I'm living a double life, in the same place and same skin, and at the same time. Simultaneously, I'm thinking of myself and how glad I am to be alive here, and living over how glad my forebears were to be alive here. I suppose it's your doing, stirring up my ancestral memory. It must be affecting my sanity a bit, and it's very joyful madness.
You will be painfully sane when I tell you the full truth,
she answered, curt with the struggle in her own heart. Round the end of the path, Swanhild raced to them.
We've reached the deck, she called. It's oak, and there's black mold on it, too.
They ran back to the excavation. Warren was resting a moment, seated on a slope of mingled chalk chips and virgin soil that ran from the barrow's center down to the uneven surface of decaying dark wood, where Goddard was scraping with the edge of a spade.
It's badly smashed about, Goddard reported. The chalk has poured down through it there. I suppose we break through now?
Luna shuddered, half because the end was in sight, half because it is one thing to lay plans with the impersonal aid of learning, and another to break in on the ancient dead with one's actual hands and eyes. Warren jumped up, ready, but Oliver checked him. He knew what was in Luna's mind. No need to disturb the old lord of the manor, he said in his roundest voice of command. He leaped down the hole and stared down at the wasted oak with inturned eyes. Let me see. His helmet's where you stand, Goddard. His plates stretched to my own feet. The blade was at his feet. Ah, yes, it's under the chalk now. Dig there. And dig carefully. So they dug as he directed, and within the half-hour before the moon was really alight, they found a rotten leather shoe with a golden clasp on it, and above it a little yellow dust that must have been bone of the living Hammand's bones. Those they buried back again in the thickness of black mold that was over them, and amid the chalk they found 3 sadly battered shards of coppery bronze that put together into the blade on which Luna's hopes centered. In the dry chalk they had got little verdigris, but the chalk in its descent on them had wrought harm no mere tarnishing could have done. On the largest fragment, rubbing with a leather glove was enough to clear the surface, and on it at least the damage seemed irreparable. The runes had been scratched on it, not properly graven, as on the gold hilt plates, and the sliding chalk had practically planed them away. While Goddard and Warren shoveled back part of the soil to close the digging until morning, Luna and the Hammands examined the shards under the light of the torch.
Well,
said Swanhild at last. She shivered as she put the decisive question.
It is totally spoilt,
Luna hesitated. You can do no more, suggested Oliver.
It is checkmate, and I must try another line of inquiry, she snapped. A line I don't like to pursue. I don't understand it, she broke out with more emotion than she had displayed so far. I am so evidently right to a certain point. Someone has dug before us, and it must have been the warlock. So I said, but why he left the gold on the dragon and why he put the black soil there, I do not know. It is utterly bewildering, yet every detail must have some bearing on the problem.
She turned away impatiently and led the way round to the car. The twilight was changing to misty blue dusk. Earth was gaunt, the shaw darkling and evil. The monstrous man seemed to exult with a vast, callous, ghastly joy to Swanhild. She tucked the rugs round Luna while the men made some final arrangements for filling in the excavation early next morning, and took the chance to whisper,
Miss Bartendale, what is the other line of inquiry? My dernier resort. I shall compel the monster to manifest itself in the hidden room tonight, and reveal its origin.
You can compel it to appear? Swanhild glanced at the Shaw, as though fearful that the declaration might bring the monster forth.
I can. In the hidden room. You shall be convinced, for you shall see it. I see it? I see the monster? Yes, you must be there. It will not harm you, for I can control it. Nor will you die of the sight, nor kill yourself after, since I compel it to come, but life will never be the same to you afterwards. Yet for your brother's sake you must see it. Are you afraid? I am, but I'll come. Surely after the war. Nothing the war brought could prepare one for this incredibility. Now, do not say anything to the men. It is between us, a matter women are better fit to bear than men.
Swanhild nodded. Somehow it was not such a shock that she was to see the monster, but that a time and place was fixed.
The hidden room. Tonight,
she repeated. Luna gave her a little silencing frown. Goddard had come up behind her. End of Section 23. Section 24. Of the Undying Monster, by Jessie Douglas Kerruish. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. In the Names of the Asa Gods. Goddard declined a dinner invitation and went straight home. The mound of the golden pigtails had proved a ghastly frost, so he expressed it to himself. He had seen that even Luna was somewhat discouraged, and had caught the horrified tone, though not many of the words, in which Swanhild addressed her before he came up. Luna was at a loss, Swanhild patently aghast about it, and he fancied that in his desk might be waiting something of use in the crisis. The others had been too absorbed in the barrow to ask how his work was getting on, and for fear of exciting undue hope in Swanhild's mind, he had not mentioned that he had deciphered the word warlock on 3 fragments overnight. Accordingly, he went back to his scraps and lumps of papier-mâché with a brain freshened by the day's work out of doors, and woke out of an absorption of toil some hours later with swimming head, aching eyes, and a hope that he had found out what might be of more use than all Luna's wandering data. There could be no mistake. Here was an account, fragmentary but clear, of Magnus the Warlock's motives, methods, and misadventures in opening the mound of the golden pigtails. The account of an eyewitness, repeated at one remove 130 years after the actual happening. The hour was not so very late, even for primitive Danow, so leaving word that he had gone to the manor, he went out, anxious to hearten Swanhild with the least delay. It was very cold and very clear, winter stars flickering overhead, and the best part of a gale helping him along. He took a short-cut through an ineffective patch of the park railings and skirted the moat by the west side of the house. Danow, like all properly regulated Sussex houses, faces north. It towered over him blackly, the world beyond it indistinct, trees and sky blending together all round, only the eternal monstrous man straddling along his hillside, creepily distinct up in the heavens. At point of turning the corner for the bridge, he stopped and stood dumbfounded. There was a light where no light should be, a dull glow from the grill of the hidden room. It might be nothing, so he told himself after the first involuntary jump of his startled brain. Only the tone of Swanhild's voice, speaking with Luna after the barrow fiasco, obtruded itself suddenly on his recollection. And the words he had scarcely noted at the time came clear and sharp. The hidden room tonight. Tone and words repeated themselves over and over in his brain as he stepped to the brim of the moat and hooked an arm round a fir's trunk to save himself from being blown over into the lapping black water. The grill's lower edge was above the level of his eyes, 15 feet away over the moat. He could only see the twisted ironwork of it, in broken black lines against the glow on the wall behind. Such a curious glow, bluish-white, a secretive sort of light, even when allowance was made for the sloping tunnel and 2 iron nets. Besides, if anyone was there with a light, why were not the shutters closed? The wind was pouring straight into the room. It would be inconvenient, to say the least. His instinctive lover's fear caught fire from the words singing themselves in that terrified tone of the beloved's voice through his head. The hidden room tonight. What business could anyone have within the hidden room at night? On a monster night, too, cold and windswept. Afterwards he could not recollect if he told himself spying was justified in the circumstances, or if he simply did not think of ethics at all, any more than he remembered the arrangement of the grills. If it was anything unholy, he was the person to investigate, for he was not of the fated Hammands. He simply ran to the bridge, hung his overcoat on the parapet, and climbed over into the ivy. It was easy going. The old branches, thick as a lion's hawser, crawled in and out of the leaves, humping themselves against and away from the wall, like pythons cased in cocoa matting and spikes. Very good foothold. Goddard simply ran sideways along the wall like a spider, in spite of the wind that got between him and the stonework, rounded the corner, scrambled to the grill, and came to anchor with his feet on the sill, the fingers of his real hand knitted in the ironwork,
his artificial arm hooked round an ivy branch. The tunnel was full of the glow, and the roar and sizzing of the wind down it. He could only see the inner grill, all black lines against light. As to hearing, he was beginning to realize what a consummate ass his fears had made of him when a voice came up the tunnel. Luna's voice. He had noted before its curious carrying power. Now it came quite distinctly against the wind, cutting, thin and low and vibrant, right through the clamor. At the same moment the light went out.
Pines are around and above you, stars clear and cold above the pines. Wind clear and cold, around all and soughing through all.
The voice came in a sort of hushed, monotonous chant uncanny in the circumstances.
Starlight, cold wind, and fragrant pines, round you a pentacle erected beyond whose line you may not pass, and a victim for you within the pentacle's line. You are alone with one human victim, and I empower you to manifest yourself visibly, Hammander the Undying. In pines and wind and starlight, I empower you to manifest yourself, Skin Turner, in names of the Asa gods, of Odin Allfather, and Vingi Thor, and Asa Lok, Hammander. In pines and wind, in starlight, and the pentacle, I command and empower you to appear. Skin Turner, in names of the Asa gods, Hammander Skin Turner, turn your skin and come.
She ceased. The wind held full sway in Goddard's ears for one hushed moment of expectation. Then, cutting through the blast by main force, came an infernal sound that lifted the hair on his forehead with horror. A demoniac cacophony, shrill and droning at once, deep yet crackling, bestial yet touching the human, human enough to make the bestiality of it obscene, triumphant and despairing, glad and bitter, all hate, all lust, all the abysmal passions of a lost soul kept from annihilation by its own quenchless wickedness, put in a single cry. So it swelled out into the dark, and Goddard knew he had heard the Undying Monster. He had heard it alone. It was the sight of it that made men kill themselves rather than live with the memory in their brains. 3 times it snarled out, then stopped as a third voice rose, deep but sharp.
"Oh, Luna!"
it cried, almost whimpering. Again came the inexpressive drone of the monster.
"Oh, Luna, I can't bear any more," Swanhild repeated, frantic horror and dread in her tone. The light flashed on again, then simultaneously light and all sound were cut off together. Goddard was hanging to the ivy, windy darkness in front of him as the blast that rushed round him and down the tunnel beat back again. The shutters had been closed, and behind them Luna Bartendale must be meddling as the warlock had meddled to his cost in the same room. With Swanhild there, already terrified to the point of panic. Swanhild, who had neither cried nor broken down through all the shocks of the war years. Her danger turned him suddenly cool and alert. The grill was firm as the wall itself, yet he must get into the room quickly, if only to share in whatever catastrophe Luna's folly had involved Swanhild in. To go round to the front, explain to whoever answered the door. Impossibly long. Hopeless, too, for Swanhild always locked the corridor door automatically. But she did not usually lock the room's actual entrance. He summed everything up in the moment it took him to take a fresh purchase on the ivy, and set scrambling off to the right. A glance down at the ripples crawling out from the house beneath him told when he was over the spring cellar. He had not played with Oliver and Reggie Hammand in bygone years without learning all the ins and outs of Danow, and that the outlet to the moat was a plain arch under the water level, an arch long enough for a slim boy to scramble through. Now he went hand over hand down by the ivy trails until his feet were in the water, his knees, his armpits. The lowest hold was reached. He took a deep breath, and he let himself slide down. The wet blackness slid up over his head. He was caught in a slow wave from in front, turned on his back, and swept in a bunch against something immovable. His head bobbed into free air. He trod water, gasping, pinned firmly against the outer marge of the moat, marked carefully where the bubbles and ripples indicated the submerged arch, filled his lungs again, kicked off from the bank, and fought through the current to its center. It was a crazy effort. 3 boys in daylight had just succeeded in boosting one of their number through against the compressed tide, but it was the shortcut and only way to where Swanhild was, and strength came to him from the thought. Twice he was swirled back, but at the third effort a superhuman dive brought his fingers in reach of an inequality between stones.
His head felt as though it would be pressed into his shoulders by the passionless smooth force of the flowing water. His lungs seemed ready to burst, but somehow he forged through the little tunnel until quite suddenly the pressure slackened, and he shot up and could breathe again. For a little while he had to remain, just making efforts enough to counteract the suction to the arch, pressed by the upper slack of the water against the wall of the cellar. When his eyes ceased to be filled with scarlet waves and black flashes, everything was silent but for the bubble of the spring, and black but for a little indefinite patch of light high above him and far in front. From his position he knew the hidden room door was open, and this was the light from within on the cellar ceiling above the ledge. The silence hit him like a physical blow as soon as breath and memory were back. The monster's howl would have been preferable. Was all over? He asked it of himself as he felt his way with the strength of desperation, round to a corner in the darkness, and then along the sidewall to the ledge. Once a hand grasped that all was settled, he swung onto it and reached the niche in a couple of bounds. There he hung on a foot while his heart missed a beat. The deathly stillness hit him afresh, but his hesitation scarcely delayed him one step's time. He leaped to the threshold and stared with the boldness of utter dread down into the room. End of Section 24.
Section 25 of The Undying Monster by Jessie Douglas Kerruish. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. The Explanation in a Single Word. Swanhild was the only person in the room, and in the first dazed glance Goddard thought she was dead. With the odd double consciousness that comes in times of shock or emotion, he was mildly surprised with half his mind that he could take in everything so calmly. The warlock's table had been pulled into the corner before the stair-foot, the lamp on it showing all the room distinctly, and in particular Swanhild's huddled figure, kneeling with arms and shoulders sprawled on the table, and her face hidden on them. The crocks and inscribed stone had been pushed against the walls, and in the cleared space of most of the floor had been chalked a large figure, the five-pointed star known as the pentacle. In the middle of it was an overturned chair, and without its lines lay the Hand of Glory, the gold and bronze sword, and the plates from the dragon figurehead. He noted every detail in the fraction of a second it took his advanced foot to descend on the top stair. The stair shook at the touch. Swanhild lifted her head and sprang to her feet. He came down quite placidly, and they faced one another over the lamp.
"Goddard," Swanhild exclaimed, "you have come. Of course you had come, when—"
It had been a cry of relief. Her tone changed as she stopped in the middle of her sentence.
"Oh, why did you not come earlier?" she gasped. 10 minutes ago."
She came to an inconclusive stop and put her hands over her eyes as though the distraction of his coming had passed and incredible horror had come back again. Goddard reached over the table and caught hold of her wrist.
"Come away at once," he repeated. "I heard the monster and Miss Bartendale." "There was no danger. No danger with Luna there."
She lowered her hands and stared at him over the lamp, her eyes calm to the point of expressionlessness in the pits of shadow the upcast light made round them.
"It has gone, Goddard. Why, you are drenched. How did you come here?"
"Through the moat, after I'd heard the monster, and you crying out. Swanhild, what is it all?"
"I've seen the monster."
Her calm was awful in its way. Control, learnt and inherent, had pulled her together.
"There was no danger. I was simply startled. There was no danger," she reiterated dully. "No physical danger," she amended.
"Not as long as it stayed in the pentacle, eh?"
Goddard was more himself. He felt nothing sentient but their two selves was there now. The secret hiding place gaped empty. The stone drawer was on the table, and the hand's musky wrappings. Old reading reminded him the pentacle is a holy symbol. If you stand in one, evil spirits cannot cross its chalked lines to you. If you drive an evil spirit into one, it cannot get over the lines.
"What do you know?"
Swanhild rapped out anxiously.
"What I heard through the grill before the shutter closed and made me come to you anyway."
"Oh, Goddard."
Her eyes kindled, then clouded.
10 minutes sooner. What did you hear altogether?"
"I heard Miss Bartendale summon it. It howled. You cried out, and the shutter closed. Swanhild, you have learnt something."
"I must not tell you. I've met the monster. seen it."
Her control broke, and she hid her face again in her hands as she almost wailed.
"I have met it, and lived as the anchorite and crusader did. Only there's no war now to get killed in, and no real church for final refuge. Oh, why did God let us keep Oliver alive for this? If only he had died cleanly in the war."
"Hush, dear," Goddard said patiently. "You've had some sort of beastly shock, and don't know what you are saying."
"I know too well. I know why the warlock and grandfather killed themselves when they—"
"Swanhild, you are not thinking of—"
He could not put it into words, but slipped round the table and clasped an arm round her, with some vague idea of stopping her from violence to herself.
"No, no, Goddard,"
she cried, hastily dropping her arms and letting him see the blank horror in her eyes.
"It's different with me. Luna prepared me, and raised it to convince me. I could not believe it without evidence. It could not have harmed anyone while she had it under control. Only I know all, and there's nothing left for me in life now."
"Except to help whoever must learn the truth also."
It was Luna's voice. Actually, Goddard had never thought of her absence from the room in his consternation and concern for his own woman. She came down the stairs now, queerly suggestive of the priestess of some ancient cult, in the thick gray coat that hung in severe folds round her.
"To think I brought you here!"
Courtesy and ordinary decency went by the board as that crowning fact occurred to Goddard. Luna smiled coolly.
"Some day you will understand the inestimable good you did when you brought me in a hurry, Mr. Covert."
"You've exposed Swanhild to some unspeakable danger."
"I have broken to her, with what gentleness the subject permitted, something she was bound to learn."
"Then let me know it too."
"I have a perfectly valid reason for not doing so at present. Why, man, do you think I'm enjoying all this?"
The level voice broke to a note of bitter, appealing irony. Swanhild slipped away from Goddard's arm and passed one of her own round the smaller woman's shoulders.
"You must not worry Luna, Goddard," she protested. "She is suffering worse than I am."
"Hush! You must not say that, Swanhild." Luna disengaged herself from Swanhild's arm, crossed to the pentacle, and, with her back to the others, bent to pick up the hand of glory. She turned again, her cool self once more, and addressed Goddard in her usual even, placid tone.
"How do you happen to be here? And wet, Mr. Covert?" "He only heard me shout, and came through the moat," Swanhild explained hurriedly. "He heard the monster, that's all. If he had only been 10 minutes earlier, Luna."
"It is certainly a great pity, if you had to come at all, that you did not come 10 minutes earlier, Mr. Covert," said Luna. While she was speaking, she had wrapped the hand in its mouldy coverings and replaced it in the stone box. Goddard suddenly woke to the oddity of it.
"Miss Bartendale," he said, "on a previous occasion, the mere proximity of that hand gave you acute physical distress. You've handled it casually now. It's a bit odd."
She flushed from neck to temples.
"Perhaps it's another of my mysteries," she replied defiantly. "Perhaps I simulated that distress for my own purposes. At least that's what you think, it is evident."
Swanhild turned indignantly.
"If you suspect Luna of anything mean, I shall hate you, Goddard," she exclaimed.
Then Luna spoke again, mistress of herself and the situation once more.
"Mr. Covert, later you shall learn the meaning of our operations here, and at the same time you will understand why we cannot explain them now. What do you say about that, Swanhild?" "I say you are right, Luna. I said it before. Nobody but we two must know anything until you succeed or fail utterly. Goddard, dear, will you take our assurance, on our honor, that we have run into no danger and will run into none, however suspicious circumstances may appear?"
Goddard hesitated.
"I must consult Oliver," he began.
"On no account!" exclaimed Luna emphatically. "He knows nothing of this, and is to know nothing until we choose to tell," Swanhild chimed in almost fiercely. "If you mention this to Oliver, you will regret it all your life, Goddard. In a few days at most we shall tell him ourselves, and tell you, and then you will understand it all."
"I understand you keep much from him for fear of muddling his inherited memory," Goddard replied. "Only why can't you tell me? You know I shall be crazy with fear for you, Swanhild, if I don't know."
"There's no need," put in Luna. "We will not enter this room, nor attempt to make the monster manifest itself again, unless it is with you and Mr. Hammand as willing witnesses. We have done what had to be done, and are none the worse for it, as you see. It had to be done, it is done, and will you accept our promise and keep your own counsel?"
"Everything you say makes it more mysterious," he protested.
"It does, yet the explanation can be given in a sentence, perhaps in a single word."
Luna was not herself behind her outer calm, and as she spoke her eyes strayed involuntarily to the broken inscription. Goddard noted it.
"An Old English word?"
he asked sharply. Luna's eyes turned to his again. They did not flinch, but she half smiled, the smile of a clever person caught napping.
"Perhaps, perhaps not," she answered.
"Then possibly I may find out that word for myself."
Swanhild gave a little exclamation. Luna continued to regard him consideringly.
"We can no more stop you from trying to find it out than we can tell you at present, Mr. Covert," she answered slowly.
"But you don't think I can find it out?" he accused.
"Honestly, I doubt it. Still, you have all the data that has come to light."
She nodded with a great affectation of frankness to the objects on the floor and the hand in its drawer.
"This is all I intend to say on the subject. Will you take our assurance that we will try no more experiments, and refrain from mentioning the subject at all to Mr. Hammand? There is method in all my secrecy."
He considered, not doubting their assurance, but deciding if the reference to the one word was mere mockery on her part. It could not be, for her glance at the inscription had been unpremeditated, a bad slip for anyone so self-controlled as she usually was. Swanhild broke in on his reflections.
"Goddard, we were forgetting. You are wet through."
"It's happened before."
Goddard was in a reaction of irritability, wondering how she could be so petty after what had passed.
"Don't worry, Swanhild."
"You wouldn't be vexed if you knew what a relief it is to think of anything so wholesome as wet clothes and death's cold at present," said Luna. "I must point out, though, that a severe chill will incapacitate you from pursuing your researches more or less, Mr. Covert, so please make up your mind if you will accept our word of honor." "Goddard, dear, we never were in danger,"
Swanhild said earnestly.
"Nobody is in any danger indeed but Oliver. Poor good old Oliver. It is on him the monster has set a claim, and if Luna fails—"
Her face had gone back to the stark, unutterable horror it had worn when she raised it from the table. In the distraction of arguing with him, whatever she had seen had been pushed into the background of her conscious thought. Now it had returned. She broke off and cried,
"If only you had been 10 minutes earlier." "Will you accept our assurance?" repeated Luna coldly.
"Of course I shall," he answered.
Two considerations decided him. First, that whatever risk they had run in the monster's appearing was past. Secondly, he had more data than they thought.
"Then you shall see us safely out of the room," said Luna, obviously relieved.
In the corridor, with both doors locked behind them, Swanhild halted.
"You'll come to Oliver? He's in the Holbein room with Madame York, and get a change?" she said.
"I don't feel like meeting anyone at present. I can let myself out by the side door and run born. I won't take any harm."
Standing in the corridor in the lived-in house, a sense of unreality, of incredulity came over him like a wave, but simultaneously an echo of the monster's obscene cry stabbed through his brain.
"I've got your promise, Swanhild," he said gently. "I won't add to your trouble by risking illness."
"Just one question," said Swanhild. "What brought you here at this time?"
"I was taking a shortcut on business," he answered shortly, "and heard it howl. Dear, you do look rotten."
"She'll break down as soon as you go, Mr. Covert," put in Luna. "And the longer you stay, the worse the break will be. Go, for heaven's sake."
It was evident Luna herself was near breaking point also. Without further words, Goddard went. Danow had been a second home to him from boyhood. It was no feat to let himself out by a certain side door. Only, as he stepped into the starlight, Swanhild came running after him.
"Do believe in us, dear," she whispered brokenly. "We are in no danger. Nobody but Oliver is. You'll understand when Luna tells you. I can't let you go without...
"Hearing me say I do believe in you," he completed. "Of course I do, dear."
"And you'll hurry home?"
"At once. It's all right. I've stood many a night wet through in the trenches."
She ran back, and he went on his way around the court and through the unlocked bridge gate. The open air felt unreal. and his head spun with nothing definite in it, save that Swanhild had safely passed some danger, and the clue to all lay in the missing word of the stone. End of Section 25. Section 26 of The Undying Monster by Jessie Douglas Kerruish. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. Let Down by the Golden Pigtails. In a time of stress and surprise, people act without realizing the subconscious reasoning that dictates their procedure. Only when he was back home, dry and settled in the lamplit familiarity of his own library, did astonishment and incredulity come to Goddard. A sense of unreality tried to possess him, only held at bay by memory of the demoniac howling and the look in Swanhild's eyes. What most puzzled him was his own conduct. Looked at in retrospect, it seemed at first incredibly supine. He should have consulted Oliver at once. He should have forced Luna and Swanhild to take him into their confidence. He should have done a dozen things he had not done. Calmer consideration put another complexion on it, and ratified the unanswerable good sense of his subconscious promptings. The two women had acknowledged a great risk safely run. They had promised it should not be repeated. A man lets a lady run risks, but he does not disbelieve her word. He could not have done otherwise than he had done. Only it was so utterly confusing. What mortal creature could have made the noise he had heard? All the old stories thronged his mind. The ever-living Hammand, the half-beast, the similar creature born at intervals and hidden away, dead Hammands coming back in vampire shape. They were lies, gangrenescent lies, of course, but Miss Bartendale herself had spoken of unexpected truth woven in with the embroidery of tradition. A ghost? He had a healthy derision for materialistic spiritualism, but Miss Bartendale had spoken of fifth-dimensional beings beyond the alleged fourth dimension of ghostdom. Only, he recollected it then, she had said fifth-dimensional beings had to assume a material form in which to manifest themselves to the physical senses. Both she and the monster had disappeared from the hidden room in the few minutes it had taken him to get in via the moat. The word ectoplasm flashed into his mind. Mediums could let spirits take this substance from their own bodies in which to manifest themselves. He had seen about it in some magazine that very month. Had Miss Bartendale done something of the sort? Now he thought of it, she had never spoken in her own voice while the howls went on. As to her evanishment from the room, mediums had all sorts of arrangements. What, though, of Swanhild's exclamation, "If you had only been here 10 minutes before," and Miss Bartendale's confirmation of it? Everything was contradictory. The main question was, did he feel satisfied they were safe in the manor? They had assured him no one was in danger but Oliver. He did not doubt their assurance, but he did fear that miscalculation or accident might attend Miss Bartendale's experiments. On an impulse, he went to the telephone and rang up Oliver. Oliver's voice, complacent and somewhat sleepy, answered. Goddard asked some small question about next day's arrangements as excuse for the call, and gently extracted the information he wanted. All the ladies had retired by then, replied Oliver. They were tired with the day out of doors. Poor old Swan had developed a touch of neuralgia as well. Got it showing Miss Bartendale the lumber rooms and things while he entertained the elder guest. Swan wasn't the neuralgic kind as a rule, so took it hard when she did have it. She looked putrid and half stupefied, poor old girl. Thus Oliver. Goddard put his own interpretation on the last item. Swanhild was suffering from shock. When he entered the room, she was overwhelmed with horror. Not fear, as he realized when he cast his mind's eye along the perspective of subconscious observation, but sheer horror. His arrival had served as a healthy counterstroke, had helped her to pull herself together for the time. She said she had seen the monster, that she understood why the warlock and her grandfather had laid violent hands on themselves after meeting it, but she would not injure herself because Luna Bartendale had prepared her beforehand. The inference from this was that tradition was right. It was the sheer appearance of the creature, seen without warning, that overturned the beholder's reason. But, in that case, why did both wish he had come earlier? come in time to see it without preparation. They would tell him all in a few days, but anything might happen in a few days. Miss Bartendale was human. She had tripped for once. She had not been able to gloze over her involuntary glance towards the broken stone as she said a single word would explain all. Obviously, the lost word at the beginning of the third line, 6 question marks, Hammand. It was. He would read down C, G, O, Q, and S in a dictionary and search of 6-letter words ending in L or Z. He thought there would be no sleep for him that night when he got out the large dictionary in the house and started work on it. He was young and healthy, however. His mind was at rest over Swanhild's safety for the time, and reading solidly down a dictionary in the small hours is somnolent labor. Gradually his head drooped on the page, and only when one of his dogs came scratching at the library door did he wake to the late winter dawn. His first act was to ring up Danow, and his heart acted oddly until Oliver's placid voice brought relief. All was all right at the manor, only poor old Swan looked like a nerve-ridden imitation of herself after a night of neuralgia. They were all 4 going to have a paper chase in the lumber rooms. Would Goddard come and help? And they had forgotten to ask him overnight what about the papers he had already. Goddard couldn't come over, thanks. As to the papers, he wouldn't raise hopes, but he wished to devote the morning to them. He would let them know when he was sure of anything. Swanhild was safe for the day. That was a load off his mind, and braced by it, and bath and breakfast and his sleep, a comforting idea presented itself. Miss Bartendale had handled the glorious hand quite casually, while before it had caused her acute discomfort when it was shut up in the wall, and that discomfort had been genuine. It was her discretion he distrusted, not her honesty. It looked as though, in some way, she had found means to weaken or control whatever abnormal influences were centered in the hidden room. So far, so much comfort, but he could not tamely await her revelation. Afterwards, looking back to the steps that led to the final catastrophe of the Shaw, he saw direct inspiration in his obstinate decision to find out for himself. In the afternoon, baffled temporarily, he tramped past the lodge and overtook Swanhild in the avenue. It had rained all day, more or less. This was one of the driest interludes, a half pause in the showers, full of the kind of lazy sprinkle with sunshine glinting through that makes a blank wall beautiful, and a spacious fairydom of huddled trees, particularly when a man's beloved is there in the dropping lines of light, austerely shapely in glistening oilskins. Swanhild started, and made a half-move away from him as he rang up beside her.
"Hello, Goddard,"
she said uneasily. Even in the 4 syllables the change in her voice was striking. Something had gone out of it. It was forced, old, tired behind its affectation of heartiness. He replied,
"Cheerio, Swan. This is topping. I'm sure we'll both feel nicer for a little walk before we face society together."
You guessed.
Swanhild looked sideways at him as they walked on.
I meant to avoid you for a bit.
"Bless you, of course you did. You've had a shock and have promised not to confide in me. In a reversal of the same circumstances, I'd have funked your society myself, only it wouldn't be since."
You always understand, Goddard.
She suddenly crooked her arm in his and squeezed it, looking in his eyes with an admiring trust, such as he fancied Diane might have bestowed on Endymion. She made a very haggard Diane, though she had aged 10 years since their parting near the barrow. She was composed as usual, but blue rings were under her eyes, and behind the calm of them they put him in mind of Dante's frozen circle.
"Dear," he said, "I understand you because I'm your lover. Only a lover's a bundle of instincts, and I have a feeling that Miss Bartendale's secrecy is unsafe."
She interrupted eagerly.
"Nothing can happen so long as we have Oliver's promise to avoid the Shaw and room. He alone is in any danger."
"But you know this promise stunt can't go on forever."
"It is only for a few days, Goddard, and for that time Oliver must not know anything."
Hence the neuralgia stunt."
"Of course, Goddard, you promised not to tell him."
"My dear, I did. You needn't think I'd peach, though I'd sooner have anyone, good old Oliver included, in the big bonfire than you worried for a minute."
She looked at him uneasily.
"Goddard, dear, there's something I want to say about our engagement. If the truth
has to be made public, as it must be if anyone is in danger of being charged with what happened in the Shaw."
She ended falteringly, inexpressive horror in her eyes again.
"You mean some men would be glad to creep out of the engagement?" He stared at her blankly. "Swanhild, will it be so bad as all that, telling the truth?"
"It will become a matter of history,"
she replied, her eyes seeming to cling to his despairingly.
"The newspapers, you know, and it will be put in books, beastly books about notorious scandals, all in a section by itself, and it will be raked up in articles and magazines forever."
"My dear," he interrupted, "that's quite enough. If public exposure becomes necessary, I shall be compelled to procure a special license at once. I don't approve of a hurried marriage for you, but even your dignity must go by the board when it's a question of my getting the official right within 2 days to be involved in whatever public odium you and Oliver have to stand. And I'm badly mistaken if Luna Bartendale will desert Oliver."
"Goddard, you mustn't!"
Swanhild cried it as though she had been struck.
"You mustn't talk of them like that."
Goddard stared.
"Oliver and Miss Bartendale? Why, haven't we been bucking ourselves for a week because the old boy's absorption in her has kept him from brooding?"
"The hidden room changed a lot last night. Changed everything in the world."
"Except you and me, dear," he whispered.
They had wandered out of the avenue under the shade of some beeches. Swanhild sat down abruptly on a fallen trunk and hid her face in her hands. Goddard put down the roll of papers he carried and sat beside her. After a while she was sitting up again, braced by the little breakdown with him to see her through it.
"If only I could tell you," she said.
"Just so. Now you are all right again, and we will converse on everyday topics, such as why the deuce I'm here."
"Why? I forgot. The Culpeper manuscript."
She started eagerly. He shook his head.
"No use raising false hopes. It's another Frost. It sheds no light on the monster's nature, though it contains an account of the warlock's opening of the barrow, and how he let it loose after it had been laid there by the anchorite."
Swanhild jumped to her feet.
"So Luna was right as far as she got. You may not see anything in it, but she may."
"Righto, dearest. She's an expert in such things and can probably detect hidden meanings in my compilation, just as a naturalist can reconstruct the entire beast from one chip of tooth. We'll barge along and consult her, but it's my belief we have been let down and landed in the cart by the golden pigtails."
End of section 26. Section 27 of The Undying Monster by Jessie Douglas Kerruish. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. The Clue of Clues, 1520 to 1651. Oliver and the guests were in the Holbein room. Goddard, entering, found himself trying to look narrowly at Luna and the warlock's portrait simultaneously. Luna was quite herself, bland and insouciant, as he had expected. He knew she had no need to be upset as Swanhild was. Fifth-dimensional horrors were all in her work. Only he noticed a deep line right across her forehead and was not sure if it had been there when he first met her, or even the day before. "No success in the lumber rooms," announced Oliver. "Swan told you, I suppose?"
"Oh, yes, and I had to make a similar report about my efforts. A long narrative with nothing in it."
Luna shrugged her shoulders as though not surprised.
"Still, we want to hear it, if you please," she said.
"Of course, I meant I couldn't see anything in it,"
he returned, catching and keeping her eyes as he spoke.
"You may detect hidden meanings. It happens to be an eyewitness's relation of the opening of the barrow by the individual over there."
"Oh," said Madame York and Oliver. Luna's eyes opened.
"We must hear it," she repeated. "Is that the manuscript?"
"I've sorted and fixed all of the original scraps on transparent paper, but it is very gappy, so I drew out a shorthand précis of it to read at once, thinking you could examine the other at your leisure."
Oliver, highly excited, started to pull chairs into position round the hearth.
"The document is in a deplorable state,"
Goddard explained when they were settled.
"There's so many holes and missing words that, to make the main story intelligible, my copy is a modernized paraphrase, with all the old flowery turns of speech omitted. First, Culpeper repeats the details of the case he came to investigate. It seems that the Lord of Danow, Sir Gilbert Hammand, and his youngest son were returning home one night from Lower Danow. One of the horses turned up at Danow, riderless and with its throat horribly torn, and a search party found young Hammand, a boy of 13, dead and partly eaten in the shaw. The bodies of Sir Gilbert and his horse were lying in the main road, at the spot where the beacon almost overhangs it. It was evident they had either fallen over while struggling with the monster, for the horse's flanks were somewhat torn, or else jumped it in a panic. Culpeper therefore came to make inquiries for his friend Reginald, Sir Gilbert's elder son, who was hiding as a royalist at the time. To begin. Fragments modernized of a letter from Nicholas Culpeper, Esquire, written from next door to Ye Sign of Ye Red Lion, Spitalfields, London, to Reginald Hammand, Esquire, address lost, December 1651. The document begins with a gap. The tale that the Hammands be of breed vampirish, and if one be slain prematurely, he shall hie him neither to heaven nor hell, but live unnatural in the grave his allotted span of life, so long as he may drink at certain times the blood of some creature that is quick. Which tale the vulgar do repeat, coupling it with the name of your brother Oliver, slain in Worcester fight, and brought home for his burying this 2 months past. So I went down to Sussex, and made my inquest, the time being the waxing of the moon, a period propitious for launching any work. And first I was intent to ascertain exact dates and hours of this monster's coming, that, the same being applied to the rules of our divine science of astrology, and the rules of science divine applied to them, the two interacting might formulate some warning whereby you, my good Reginald, and future lords of Danow, may be set at guard ad aeternum against whatever heavenly configurations do enable the comings of this ghost, apparition, wraith, succubus, demon, or whatever it may be. Goddard broke off somewhat breathless after the sentence. "There's an enormous gap here," he said, "and I don't quite understand this preamble anyway." "I do," replied Luna. "Our astrologer was ahead of his time. He tried to find the origin of the monster by means of astrology, as I am using archaeology and hypnotism. The same principle, utilizing different branches of science. Go on, please." "It's from here I've translated into more modern wording," said Goddard, and resumed his reading. "From family papers I got me the time of your great-grandfather's meeting the monster, which was the 10th of November, A.D. 1556, in the old style, and from your great-great-grandfather's tomb the date of his affliction through it in the secret room, which was February 8, 1526, old style. But of the hours no record is left. Then made I great inquiry, ranging from the sluts of your lady's mother's kitchen to your good neighbours of Whiston and Danny and New Timber, and so finally learnt that in Staining lives one Joseph Blunt, who boasts that in his youth he was intimate with John Slinfold, that was skyrer in his nonage to Sir Magnus Hammand the Warlock."
"What's a skyrer?" Oliver interrupted.
"Nothing so awful as it sounds, only a sort of medium, preferably a boy who'd never been in love, who looked into the necromancer's magic mirror for him," answered Luna. "Only what he had heard from John Slinfold Joseph Blunt would not reveal to any, being a chirurgeon by occupation, and used to keeping a shut mouth. To Staining went I, therefore, and was directed to a decent dwelling, where a grave citizen receives me courteously, being Master William Blunt, chirurgeon also, and a man of somewhat more than my own age. 'Ah, 'tis great-grandfather you would see, Mr. Culpeper,' he says. To whom I, 'Your grandfather surely, Master Blunt,' to whom he, 'Nay, sir, grandfather died peacefully of natural decay at the age of 87 last Martinmas,' and so conducts me to a room where in the sunshine sitteth one grey and all shrunken, but younger in the eyes than his great-grandson of 40. The great-grandson then makes my name and errand known and leaves us. Then we speak together after this fashion. The ancient man: 'Yes, Mr. Culpeper, I was prentice to John Slinfold until he died in my nonage 90 years ago. For 109 shall I be next Candlemas, Mr. Culpeper, and my son died of old age last year. I: Then in sooth, Mr. Blunt, I fear I trouble you fruitlessly, the matter being of such a time past. He. Indeed you do not, Mr. Culpepper. Life's like a good stage play, if one may name such in these days, whereof one retains good memory of prologue and end, though scenes between be forgot. Truly I remember the savour of the lollipops and marchpane I had in childhood 5 rains ago, though I forgot on what I supped last night. And I can tell you what Master Slinfold told me in the year 1559, though I forgot it whiles there's no king in London now. Master Slinfold then found me reading of a book that was Odomer his De Practis Magistri, and with choler bid me stop reading of such. For from the philosopher's stone, says he, 'tis but one step, and that inevitable, to black necromancy. Whereby I'm minded to tell thee, Joe, the woeful example of my quondam master, Sir Magnus Hammand, the whom began as gallant and virtuous a gentleman as ever England bred, yea, as ever Sussex bred, and is now a name to fright babes withal. And I said, Sir, I will listen and strive to profit, and he told me. Sir Magnus, said Sir Slinfold, was one that had no ardour for wine beyond the 3rd cup, who scarce noted any woman's looks save his beloved lady's, and thought not twice of gold nor rank. Also he was one of the gigantic squires that kept the Red Rose standard at Bosworth, and his dented helm and 7-foot sword are in Danow Church to this day, at the which folk would stare as often as they do at his shameful Boughton pardon. And for it King Harry of Richmond would fain have had him to court and to great honour, but he chose to bide at home and give himself to study. The which I tell you, my son, said Master Slinfold, to prove my contention, shown in the past and afresh in the present, that the best of mankind, for whom the flesh and gold hold no temptation, will fall deep as greed or lust could drag them through the presumptuous sin of prying into what God hath hidden from men. Concerning Sir Magnus, I can tell you one shameful thing he did that led to his end, I being his squirer many years, being an orphan whom he took into his house and kindly nurtured. And during my first years with him, his occupations were harmless enow, search after the stone that transmutes all metals to gold for King Harry his master, and for himself seeking the elixir of life, which he did innocently through drugs and distillations, capons fed on vipers and vinegar and the like. But after I had left him, said rumour, he sought it with obscene ceremonies and black rites, even such as brought the Maréchal de Retz to the stake in France, of which I can give no evidence, for obscenity is ever added to obscenity, as any evil tale passes from vulgar tongue to vulgar tongue. Only I know what he did over the opening of the Druid's grave, the which he would never have done when first I worked for him. Always a tale had been that the mound of Thunderbarrow hid a great treasure. Some holding it was Aaron his calf of gold, others it was the sacramental vessels of the Druids, the which they hid when Saint Wilfrid brought our Redeemer to Sussex. When Sir Magnus spoke with me of opening it, I put him in mind that a many had searched, but ever the treasure was shifted from their reach by the devil that sits a-guarding it. Whereat he laughs and says, You may keep all the gold we find, Jack, for your fee. I am after no metal, boy, but seek the sign and spell that empower whoso knoweth them to control all spirits, so that they go when he saith go, and come when he saith come. Then he said further, with his eyes all a-glowing flame, I'll get me them, Jack, and when I've gotten them, I'll use them more wisely than did Dr. Faustus. Poor fool! Through the spirits I command, I'll get me the philosopher's stone for making of gold from earth, and I'll get me the water of life, and through it I'll live forever, and whomsoever I choose shall live together with me forever. Yea, and never an army shall stand against the ghostly legions of devils and sprites I shall command by my spell, and never emperor or king but will barter his kingdom or empiry for a little life more, and a little more life, and time will be Magnus Hammand shall be emperor of earth, and whom he will shall be his viceroys. Who knoweth? In a few centuries hence, in 1800 or 1900, the ambassadors of subject nations may be abiding humbly in the meaner rooms of Danow,
to do their devoirs to Magnus Hammand, gold-maker, spirit controller, owner of the water of life, and therefore Emperor of Earth. Emperor of life and time, and therefore of earth. Yea, verily, so shall it be, and who knoweth but they may sue for favours through Jack Slinfold, the ever-living chief minister of Magnus Hammand, the ever-living Emperor of earth and life and time.
Goddard stopped, and all looked up involuntarily at the warlock's little dark portrait. To live forever. Emperor of Earth, said Oliver, a red flicker of admiration in his eyes. To control the world, and the world of spirits. He was moved by a tremendous ambition, nothing mean, when he went to search out the barrow, that ancestors of ours, Swan? And he ended by bribing posterity to pray for his soul, said Luna dryly. Pray go on, Mr. Covert. Goddard resumed Slinfold's narrative.
But, sir, said I, with all meekness, how know you this wondrous spell lieth in Thunder's barrow? And he, answering, Because there is a family tradition, the anchorite, my forbear, laid the monster in the said barrow, having earned the power to do so by his life of mortification. Yea, and 'tis true the monster hath never vexed the family since his day. Now I ask thee, Jack, my pupil, how could a spirit of such age and power be laid save by the spell of spells which is Solomon's, by Solomon's seal and spell wherewith he controlled all spirits good and evil alike? It is for written words and mystic signs we search Thunder's barrow. Then I, But, sir, if we remove these signs, will not the monster be freed? And he, Nay, Jack, we shall not touch the signs, but make a fair draught to study at ease in our workroom. Then I, bringing out my final objection, Sir, many have dug in the barrow, but never as one hath gotten aught save waste of labour for his fee, the devil ever moving whatever is in it out of reach. And he, laughing, We shall go preparing as never diggers were prepared before, to wit, with a hand of glory. And I, shivering, Master, this is black necromancy. And he, concluding the matter, Jack, the master am I, and on my head be the guilt. For the hand Sir Magnus went after dark to the gallows above the monstrous man, where hung Will Stredwick, gibbeted 3 days before, for killing of... Here is a break in the document. The next part begins in the middle of a sentence. And at the tips of the fingers and thumb we placed candles of fat, procured from Will also. Then all was ready, and on the 1st of the docks of February we went with hand and spade and pick to Thunderbarrow Shaw. These I carried, my master as the stronger bearing a lanthorn, and on his back a great bag of consecrated earth from the churchyard. Moreover, we each had St. John's wort, that keepeth evil spirits at bay, hung round our necks, and a sprig of garlet in our girdles, and my master's great boarhound to accompany us. Come to the barrow, we spread the earth on the ground by the mound's side, Sir Magnus instructing me at any alarm we were to spring into the midst of it, and drew a pentacle around us, with the cold iron of his rapier, the which he laid, ready drawn on the mould. Then we lit the glorious hand, and by light of it and the lantern began to dig at the midpoint of the barrow. Under the turf was light soil with certain trees that we had to remove, and beneath that a made soil of chalk stones. Under the turf first we found a slab of stone of about the bigness of a coffin laid flat. My master noted there was on it no figure of Solomon, his seal, so we left it and dug on a wider compass. You shall understand we got no further than the chalk that night, for the candles of the hand burnt out. So home we went, wearied as dawn was coming, to rest and make more candles. To be short, 'twas the 3rd night ere we came to anything save chalk. That night was windy and cold and whitely starlit. We had to hew a niche in the side of our burrow to shelter the hand from the blast, but a man works lustily and cold, and ere midnight we ended the chalk, and part of our burrow's side falling, there fell with it a great figure that I took for Aaron his calf of gold, it being of wood thickly gold encased.
Oliver clapped his hands in rapture. Miss Bartendale, you were right all through. You couldn't help the accident that smeared the inscription off the blade, but you did lead us after the warlock. The old brute, said Madame York. Still, he's interesting, and some brutes aren't. Please go on, Mr. Covert. End of section 27. Section 28 of The Undying Monster by Jessie Douglas Kerruish. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. The Clue of Clues, 1651 to 1920. Goddard resumed.
I was affrighted at first, but Sir Magnus laughed, saying no harm was done. There was no graving on the figure. Moreover, the dog sat unmoved. And, says my master, she will warn us if ghostly visitant cometh anear. So we propped up the figure again, and presently dug to a wooden flooring. Unsealed and uninscribed, saith Sir Magnus, we may safely break it up. Wherewith he searched out where 2 wide planks ended, put his pick-tip under, and heaves one up. 'Twas a great feat, but my master had the strength of 4 men. To make space for his working, he sent me to the top of the digged pit, and awesome it was there, with him down in the hole, the glorious hand burning steady in the calm that was there, whiles the wind hooned fiercely around me, with the roar of racked trees and the soughing of strained undergrowth in its breathy cry. Finally Sir Magnus heaved aside the 2nd plank, and out rushes, as it were, foul air that made my head to swim, and out went the candles of the hand. Mayhap my senses failed me a while there betwixt the dark of the pit and the dark trees and sprinkling of stars. Then was I roused, and the hair of mine head stood up by reason of a cry from Sir Magnus down in the pit. It is coming, it is coming. Satanas, avant, in nom. And he gabbles the exorcism of Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, his great manly voice rising to a woman's scream. Then, look to thyself, to the holy soil, Jack. At that the hound begins to whimper, and from the blackness of the pit there comes a cry that is neither laugh nor wail, man's voice nor beast's, nor demon's, but compound of all. I turned me round about and fled down the barrow's side, and at a bound to the middle of the consecrated earth, seizing the lantern as I went, and so stood there, with lantern and garlic in mine hands. Out of the pit comes the demonic howling again and again, mixed with screaming from the hound. Then over the pit's brim upleaps Sir Magnus, a last long bark snapping short behind him into the light's extremest rays. One moment he stands there, then flings himself down on the holy soil beside me, and so sits gasping while I put down the lantern, and with the naked iron draw the pentacle around us both. So sat we with the lantern between us and its upcast rays, making our faces strange and dreadful, most especially my master's, that was all blooded, and with bites and tears on it, his hands and forearms being in like case. It hath escaped, he groans, what I know not, and how I know not, only I felt something coming as the hand went out, and I fought, all hoodman blind way, yea, even to use of teeth and nails, and the blackness went red, and so came the light of the lantern in my face. Whereat I cry, The dog, sir? And he, She fought likewise. And he flashed the light round, and behold the poor bitch lying at Barrow's foot, beyond our earth, dead and most shockingly handled with tooth and claw, and her head near dragged from the shoulders, at which sight Sir Magnus cried out that she had died for him, and makes a long arm and pulls the body beside us, saying it shall not be further mauled dead that suffered in life for him. Then he redraws the pentacle round us that was broken by his reaching over its line.
"Bravo," said Oliver. "The old fellow wasn't such a hopeless case after all. We ought to overlook a lot for that dog's body, eh, Miss Bartendale?" Luna looked at him freezingly. Swanhild frowned, and Goddard went on.
"And what now, sir?" I asked, looking round at the dark wherein might snook some foe of soul and life alike. "To await daylight in this our harbour, Jack," he replies, taking the light and turning it round as far as its beams may reach, which showed undergrowth, and the tumbled tree trunks, and turned forth orts of our digging, whereabouts anything might lurk and hide. No doubt 'twas but a short while we waited, for the lantern candle was not burnt out when slats of grey showed between the trees, but a life of alarm was lived in our pentacle. At last came first dawn, and we could see in a way. Sir Magnus took the light and stepped to the barrow. "Now is the time when evil spirits have no power," he says, with no word about God who had preserved us. "We will explore our pit, Jack. What we have let loose is of power resistless at night. Sith it blew out our hand, but the mischief is done, and we will conclude our business in daylight." So I lay on my belly over the pit's edge while he went down, and it was a grave he had opened, for under the raised planks lay a skeleton in armour, disposed seemly head to west. Nay, rather, there was a cuirass of mouldy leather, with horn and iron rings on it, all fallen flat, and at its hem thigh bones, one broken by stamping of Sir Magnus on it as he fought Hoodman blind, and leather greaves, and a pair of shoes fallen this way and that. And over the cuirass was a helmet, horned and winged, with bronze and gold, and beneath the helmet 2 monstrous golden plates, lying to the beginning of the thigh bones, and on the left plate a round target with a sign on it like the cross potent of heraldry, and by the right a great broadsword all massed rust, and across the thighs a double-bladed axe, and below the shoes the hilt of a sword golden and engraven, and a leaf-shapen blade broke in 3 several pieces and green with verdigris. For some breath's space my master remained astride of the whole, staring down, then gave a great laugh and cried, "I fancied we had thrust unmannerly into a gentlewoman's final withdrawing-room, Jack," and so stoops down and plucks from between the plates 2 tufts of golden hair. "Mustachioed like a Don Spaniard," he says. Then musing, "I do remember on a time squires wore their hair in plates. Well-a-day, the monster loosed, the mischief done, Jack. We may as well pouch this comely golden sword, for its inscription's sake." I remonstrated, but "We'll pouch it," he returned. "Moreover, something seems to tell me we can do it without danger. Also, the writing on it is not utterly strange to me. Now, how do I remember all this, Jack? Can it be the sprit of the golden-plated squire is discoursing with me? This is a ship I stand on, I know it. That image is the figurehead, I know it. Why, body o' God, Jack, how know I all this?" Oliver interrupted eagerly. "I knew it all too when I spied the figurehead." "History repeats itself, Mr. Hammand," answered Luna. "The warlock, like you, had an uprush of inherited memory. Pray go on, Mr. Covert." "As a matter of fact, this is the end of the connected portion," Goddard answered sadly. "Of the rest I can give the baldest summary collected from infinitesimal fragments of manuscript. It appears Sir Magnus and Slinfold sprinkled churchyard mould on the armed skeleton, replaced the planks with more earth on, and then filled in the hole. For the rest, the warlock told Slinfold that he never saw anything of what he fought in the excavation, and attributed his keeping his reason and escaping alive to that circumstance. Soon after the occurrence, Slinfold lost his power as a scierer, and was apprenticed by his own request to a surgeon. He could only speak from hearsay of the tragedy of the hidden room, and the warlock's reason for buying the pardon. He ridiculed the idea that Sir Magnus had been engaged in offering his beloved youngest son to the devil when Lady Hammand came in and died of the sight. He thought the warlock was merely using the boy as scierer when the monster unexpectedly manifested itself, and that it was through his remorse for meddling with necromancy in the shape of the hand, and so loosening the monster from the barrow, that the warlock could not bear to live. That ended the Slinfold blunt narrative. From it, Culpepper learnt that the monster was loosed from the barrow about midnight on the 3rd night of the new moon, February 1520. At this point the document peters out into a few scraps past deciphering, so we don't know to what conclusion the astrologer arrived. Goddard folded his papers. "An irritating discovery," he ended. "We should have found out what the astrologer had to say about his deductions, not simply how he found his data." "Quite the contrary," Luna's eyes scintillated. "I know enough of astrology to be sure that the times he fixed were too vague to be of practical use. However, honest work is never lost, though the worker may not see the results. Providence allowed Blunt to live over a century so that he might hand to Culpepper information that was of no use at that date, but which may prove my clue of clues 3 centuries later. It's dusk now, and all the sightseers who have been about today in consequence of our work yesterday will be clear of the place. Who will go to the barrow for the runestone?" "The runestone?" repeated Goddard. "The stone the warlock left where he found it. Do you remember what he said of it according to Slinfold, Mr. Covert?" She held his eyes mockingly. "That Solomon's seal was not on it," he began, and suddenly saw the significance. "Why, from the way he put it, he did not say it was plain." "Precisely," Luna rose. "The particular symbol he looked for was not on it, but he didn't note it was plain. Ergo, it was inscribed. We shouldn't be long getting it. It is apparently under the turf, a little out of the radius of our work yesterday. You and Swanhild ought to be able to get it out, and Mr. Hammand will help carry it." They straightway loaded a couple of spades on the Mercedes, and within an hour the stone was out of the grass of the barrow top.
It was half as wide as an ordinary tombstone, as long and twice as thick. Luna had come provided with a clothes brush and a copy of the hilt runes, and straightway she was on her knees cleaning the caked mold from the signs deep cut in the stone on back and front. It had to be turned over before she found what she wanted, and, looking up, gave a nod and a glance of almost frightened triumph to Swanhild, while she pointed from the photograph to a group of signs on the stone. A replica of the sword runes came halfway down the longer one. "It's what you wanted?" suggested Oliver, politely pleased. Luna became null and non-committal at once.
"I cannot tell, Mr. Hammand, but it makes a new line of inquiry." "We'll photograph it. I dare not trust it to the railway," she said, not long after, when it lay on the rug under the warlock's portrait. "And we'll take the photos up to Professor Michelson by the first train tomorrow."
"Oh, really? You said you'd stay till tomorrow evening," protested Oliver. "No use trying to stop Luna when she's decided to hustle, Mr. Hammond," said the elder guest. "She never does anything she can shift on to anyone else. But when she starts to do anything, she's as energetic as a monkey possessed of what you'd call the poor man." Luna smiled at the tribute.
"You think I'd hustled too much over the barrow, Mr. Covert," she said, and Goddard reddened, for that was what he was thinking. "No labor is lost, however, as I observed about your deciphering of what the late Mr. Culpepper noted. I gained priceless data from yesterday's work. Only we must not cherish too much hope," she added, hurriedly looking at Swanhild's eager eyes. "We still have 1,000 years of mystery against us."
That night Goddard read down C, G, O, Q, and S in the dictionary again, lest he might have missed a pregnant word. It was in vain, and the Slinfold narrative added to the maze. End of Section 28. Section 29 of The Undying Monster by Jessie Douglas Kerruish. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. 6 ? Hammand. Again. The guests departed betimes next morning. Goddard helped to escort them to Hassocks and spent the rest of the day in supporting Oliver and Swanhild under a renewed press infliction, reports of the barrow operations having sent fresh swarms of reporters and sightseers to infest Danow from the Shaw to the manor front door. He reaped the reward for his efforts to brighten others that night, for at first sight of a photograph of the hidden room inscription which he had procured from Oliver, an illuminating recollection was roused. A retrospective picture of Luna when she first studied it. She had read to "under stars, sans," then glanced down at the gap. The French sans was commonly used in medieval England, together with other Gallicisms. Could the missing word be French? He consulted the French dictionary left over from his schoolroom days without result, and decided to run to London next day and purchase the fullest one containing archaic words he could find. Next day, Thursday, found the newspaper got flood still high. At noon came a telegram for Swanhild. The runes had been read overnight, and Luna wanted all three to come up to Chelsea that afternoon for a sitting. Not having seen her for a couple of days, Goddard was struck by the change in Luna since her first coming. She had developed a line over the forehead, and her hands were not very steady. It was easy to diagnose her appearance as that of a very strong-willed person keeping down overstrung nerves with difficulty. Madame York even seemed distinctly harassed, behind the mien of genial disapproval she had worn since the beginning of the sittings. This one differed from all that had gone before. Luna would not let them know the translation of the runes. She produced 2 typed sheets of foolscap.
"Duplicates," she announced. "When you are in a trance, Mr. Hammand, Mr. Covert is to read one over to you, and note if you recognize any words or sentences. No," she added, holding them behind her, "you are not to read them first. We have to avoid putting ideas into your head, you know. After waking you, we shall read the second copy, mark what you recollect in a waking state, and compare the two."
"It sounds interesting. Why don't you do the reading yourself?"
"Because I know what I think you ought to recognize, and so do Auntie and Swanhild in some degree, and any of us might give you a hint unconsciously by a change of voice. We must leave you alone with Mr. Covert also to obviate any chance of unconscious thought transference. Please sit there."
Oliver had reached the point at which a command and gesture from her sent him at once into a trance. Left alone with him, Goddard found it rather loathsome to be vis-a-vis with his friend.
Oliver, having received instructions from Luna, could hear what he said, but apparently could not see him, staring before him with unspeculative eyes, and answering in a flat, lifeless voice the queries that were read aloud. Like the animated corpse of old Oliver, Goddard thought. He worked carefully through the sheet and then called the women back. Luna's hands shook and her eyes seemed to shoot sparks through their golden veil as she scanned the marked paper. Finally, she gave a look of meaning to Swanhild, who was peering over her shoulder. "As far as it counts, not bad," she whispered. Then her habitual composure returned, and she waked Oliver. "Let's be comfortable while you read the other sheet, Mr. Hammand," she said in her usual way. They seated themselves round the fire, and Oliver read aloud. "Do you know anything of the following? Salvator Rosa, Ratotskar, Varino, Vishnu Sarangwan." What a queer muddle, he broke off. "I concealed what I hoped you'd recognized in a jumble of any chance words that occurred to me." "Oh, I see. To see if I'd pick out what you expected? Well, Salvator Rosa's a poet or sculptor or something. Vishnu's a Hindu god of some sort. I don't know the others. Hello, there's an old friend in the next line, Odin." "What does the word suggest?" "Myself sitting on the foot of Swan's bed and reading a book we had about Norse heroes to her when we were convalescing after measles." Out of the list that followed, he recognized a few classical names and the following words and sentences. "Thor, another Norse god, I remember. Balder, another of them. Teste David cum Sibylla. I don't know the words, but they go to a tune like this." He tapped on his knee, the Dies Irae. "Aesir Lok. It sounds like Loki, more Norse. I think he was the villain of the measles book. Sigmund, Hisen Wagner. Mjolnir, I half know that, but I'm not sure." He stopped, having reached the end. "In a waking state you have identified, or half remembered, 5 of the words I hoped you would," said Luna. "In hypnosis you picked them out, and 5 others as well. Ratotskar, Yggdrasil, Jormungandr, Einheriar, and Fimbulvetr." "I don't know those," he protested. "In hypnosis your awakened memory did. They are all from ancient northern religious tradition. You Hammonds have been English Christians for 10 centuries at least, but for scores of centuries before, your ancestors were pagan Danes, and echoes of their religious ideas are ingrained in your brain and can be wakened to active knowledge when you are hypnotized." He nodded slowly. She consulted Goddard's notes on the first paper. "You merely recollected vaguely the name of Sigmund, a merely mortal hero, but described Odin as the All-Father, Thor as owner of the hammer Mjolnir, Balder as the spring god, Lok as the devil, Yggdrasil you said was the holy ash tree, the Einheriar you called deified heroes, Jormungandr, something long and round, and Fimbulvetr, the final war." "Well?" he asked. "Waking, I don't know them, as I said." "You have a wonderful subconscious recollection of what your ancestors believed in when the bronze blade was new." Then she began to discourse about it, what people believed when the blade was new. Jormungandr, the serpent that held the sea in place round mid-earth, the holy ash under whose branches the souls of the Einheriar, heroes slain in battle, feast until the Fimbulvetr tide, when they should ride over the rainbow, Bifrost Bridge, to help Odin and the other gods in the final war with the devil gods of Helheim, and the death of the gods and the dying of the world, and the resurrection of them all, and the riding of them over the reviving earth. Goddard could not deny it was tremendous in its way. Luna's fine, impassioned voice had something to do with the charm, and the sheer clanging syllables of the ancient names themselves, and the barbaric splendor of the myths. When she stopped, he woke up with a little gasp and saw Swanhild's eyes, wide and shining like stars, and Oliver blinking and staring. Only Madame York was wide awake and calm, who had posted herself out of the radius of her niece's magic eyes. "As you talked," said Oliver slowly, "it made me think of Wagner. Oh, and something beyond Wagner. The ring music and something beyond it." Goddard could not help an emphatic nod. Old Oliver had voiced his own feeling exactly.
Yes, Wagner, Luna assented. He embodied in the ring his remarkable hereditary memory of old Scandinavian intellectual atmosphere. Aristotle said of the Eleusinian mysteries that he considered the initiated did not learn anything in definite words, but received certain impressions that produced certain conditions of the soul. That is what is done by my reminding you of the beliefs of your ancestors. She broke off and looked full at Goddard. It seems rather a deviation from the business in hand, Mr. Covert? Only very soon I shall tell you all why it is not so long away from the Danish Undying Monster to the old Danish Day of Doom.
Goddard did not forget a huge French dictionary, and at night he settled down to read the necessary sections, C, G, O, Q, and S, in search of 6-letter words ending in L or Z. It was about midnight when the word and its meaning leaped at him from the page, and nearly until dawn came he was still sitting trying to grasp its ramified meanings. It was past his understanding in some directions, only the horrible core of it was plain. 6 letters, and he understood the ritual, and why Reginald Hammand and Magnus the Warlock killed themselves, why the others who saw it pined away, why the Warlock's wife died of what she saw, why Swanhild and Luna could not tell him about it. Thousands of years of it, from Oliver and Swanhild back past the Viking whose dust they had disturbed 2 days before, perhaps past the Bronze Age warrior whose blade was its first fixed point in time. Sumless generations, and the monster ever at their elbows, undying while son followed father, from the Bronze Age to the 20th century of salvation. Undying to Swanhild and Oliver. No, thank God, not to Swanhild, only to Oliver. To Oliver, and an inquest in a little inn, with the worst result of civilization ready to bruit it to the ends of the world if a couple of louts were in danger, and the shame incredible of 100 generations must be told to save them. All explained in 6 letters. End of section 29. Section 30 of The Undying Monster by Jessie Douglas Kerruish. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 3, The Night of 3,000 Years. Chapter 1. The Spirit of the Age Takes a Hand. Goddard did not wake until very late that Friday. After 2 days of rain and enervating mildness, the morning was dry and breezy, with some frost on the down heights and a little sunshine over it. A day to assist thought, the dreadful truth became more incredibly logical and more revolting as he tramped in the direction of the manor. By an impulse, he turned into the church and inspected the brass. Coming out of the lich gate, he almost ran into Oliver. He caught himself starting violently and drawing a sharp breath. The word in cold print was bad enough. The reality embodied in one of its living victims was shocking. "Cheero, old man," said Oliver. "You jumped a bit. Church doesn't appear to agree with you in the morning."
I was looking at the brass,"
Goddard blurted. He had to say something, and nothing else came to mind. Self-consciousness foreign to his nature possessed him, and he dreaded lest it should betray itself in his manner, in an unintentional stare or too hurried withdrawal of his eyes from Oliver's frank regard. He felt a sudden consciousness of what a good sort Oliver was, how the kids used to hang round him in the refugee camps in Flanders. And oh, why hadn't a bullet found him in that same Flanders? It all flickered through Goddard's brain while he made his stupid reply. "Did you spot anything about it?" asked Oliver.
"Nothing,"
replied Goddard truthfully. "Miss Bartendale knows all and will know before long," said Oliver. "We got a letter this morning asking Swan to run up early. She's got some information sooner than she hoped, and is coming down with Swan this evening, and Mrs. York too, of course, to hold a final sitting in the hidden room. They want you to assist, so will you come round and dine?"
"Of course I'll come."
Goddard felt a great calm at the prospect of unburdening himself. "Then I shall pick you up as I return from Staining. I've got some beastly business there, and ought to be on the way home about 4.
"Right-ho."
Here a char-a-banc swept past, involving the 2 men in its wake of powdered chalk, petrol fumes, and strident remarks.
"That's the place. Them trees up there. They didn't half eat the poor gal. Did you see the Daily Post account? And what the doctor said? Fair made me sick, it did. What I say is, it's a thin tale there about their reasons for being there at midnight. That young gent."
damn, said Oliver. Goddard said, Hey, men. Real frost developed during the afternoon. Dusk and dark culminated in clear starlight, checkered by little clouds that drove in flocks over the sky, driven by a bitter wind. At 6 o'clock the earth was faintly starlit, the valley full of soft frost fog, the shaw lowering purple-black under the spectral grayness of the monstrous man. All horribly like the night of the monster's coming, so Goddard reflected, as he stepped into Oliver's car. The drive was a silent one until they had left the village behind, and were near the manor turning. We're beastly late, commented Oliver suddenly. They'll be there before us. Gone to sleep, old son? Goddard started. He had unconsciously fallen into a reverie, reflecting that the old conception of the monster, a ghastly, ghostly horror ready to materialize out of night without warning, was preferable to what the 6 letters had told him. Before he could reply, "Hello, what's that?" exclaimed Oliver. It was Will Cladpole, racing for home, humped over the handlebars of his cycle. The car overshot him. He shouted, pedaled fiercely, and clutched the hood to keep beside it. His face was white and frightened. Oliver applied the brake.
"Oh, Miss Hammand, sir," the boy bleated. "There's murder going on if someone don't stop it. Down into Shaw, sir. I heard a shrieking out."
"What on earth are you talking about?" demanded Oliver.
"The lady as went into the Shaw, sir, with the gentleman as takes pictures for the newspaper, the Post, sir. There was a lot on 'em in a big car, sir, a-going to Shaw, what nobody does after dusk, you know, sir. And I followed, and they went in a minute. She shrieked out awful, that awful, sir, that I didn't go in, but nipped right back to the road."
It was all delivered like one sentence, and he stopped breathless. "Pull yourself together," Oliver ordered, in a voice Goddard remembered from Flanders' days. A low, round voice that suggested command and the capacity to deal with any situation that might be impending. "Are you telling us some woman's being murdered in Thunderbarrow Shaw?"
"I'm telling you, Miss Hammond, sir. She screamed awful. They left the car outside and went in. You can see its lights."
The hedge blocked all view of the Shaw at that point. With one accord, Oliver and Goddard jumped out and ran to a gap. Over the valley at the end of the Roman by-road, above the mist level and at the rim of the Shaw, was a little red light. "Nobody has any business to be in that Shaw after dark," said Oliver, running back to the car and jumping in. Goddard seized his sleeve.
"You mustn't go, old man," he cried. "Remember what you promised."
"A woman in danger. Miss Bartendale would understand," Oliver replied curtly.
"Oliver, I'll go. You stay."
Goddard stepped up beside him. "Old man, it's my Shaw and my bane. I'm going."
"Oliver, you don't understand. It's only you there's danger for. Only—"
Goddard broke off, conscious of the boy staring and listening from the road.
"You mustn't go,"
he cried, and sprang at Oliver and caught him round the body, pinioning his arms and trying for a jiu-jitsu hold. Any sort of hold. It would pay to break one of Oliver's arms, anything to keep him out of the Shaw.
"For heaven's sake, old man, just wait while I tell you, by ourselves."
"While a woman's in danger, old son," the other man replied. "If you won't come—"
"I'll go, but you must not."
They grappled then. Oliver was half as heavy again as Goddard, and many times as strong enough to do a rough act harmlessly. He plucked Goddard from himself as though he were a child, swung him at arm's length, and sent him reeling backwards across the road. Goddard pitched over in the embrace of the low-growing hedge, dragged himself out in a clutching tangle of bramble trails, and saw the rear light of the little car vanish back towards the village. Without a word, he snatched the cycle from Will, mounted, and raced off in its track. He drove the pedals frantically, almost standing on them, but the car light grew smaller and smaller. It disappeared from sight, turned into the Roman cutting while the cycle was skimming bumpily over the village cobbles. He went the length of the street like a flash, looking neither to right or left. At the proper point he turned rather by instinct than sight, and the cycle went headlong but smoothly to the trough of the valley, into delicate fog that made everything invisible beyond the lamp's glare, ran along the level, and began to climb. To Goddard, fog and sky alike seemed to be crossed by letters of fire, writing before him the completed line of the rhyme, "Gaurul, Hammand, wear thy bane." Up the slope loomed a soughing blackness that was the Shaw. Below it 2 red lights scintillated. He jumped off behind the little car where it stood untenanted behind the equally empty 5-seater and took a hurried glance forward. In the depths of the shaw was a little glow, and on the wind there came to him through the stirred trees the echo of a woman's voice. Acting on a half-formulated thought, he snatched a rug from the car and slung it over his shoulder as he raced into the wood towards the light. It was in the clearing before the burnt beach. Downwind from it voices came to him as he ran, and once a squeal as of bodily pain or incipient hysteria. Speeding blindly, he stopped just short of colliding with a figure that bulked between him and the light.
"Oliver, thank God!"
he exclaimed. Oliver, at the leeward rim of the clearing, was hidden from it by a thicket. He turned his head, and it changed from a silhouette to a glimpse of nose and cheek lit at the edge, with a red sparkle of eye between.
"You, Goddard!" he exclaimed.
"Come away at once, dear old chap," Goddard begged. "You should not be here, you know."
"They shouldn't be here," Oliver indicated the clearing. "It's that blighter with an Oxford accent and filbert hair, Miss Bartendale's press jackal." Oliver's voice was hoarse with suppressed indignation.
"You promised Miss Bartendale not to come in," Goddard urged. "Come away. Let me settle them, whatever they are."
"It's my shaw, old man. As to what they are, look. A seance, if you please."
While the men talked, singing had come spatteringly down breeze to them. Goddard glanced in. A motor lamp stood on a fallen log, its light turned to them. And in that light Curtis of the budget leant against a tree, pencil and notebook in his hands, and looked across at the burnt beach. Owing to the efforts of souvenir hunters, the interior of the beach was open to view. A woman stood there. Goddard could see her face dimly in the starlight, holding hands in a ring with 3 others. They were singing "Lead, Kindly Light." Goddard said,
"Never mind them, Oliver,"
and plucked at the bigger man's sleeve. Oliver pulled his arm away. "I must clear them out. Just listen to that." The singing stopped. The woman in the tree spoke in a low, impressive voice.
"Is the spirit of Catherine Stringer here?"
she demanded, staring before her with vacant, unfocused eyes. A pause succeeded. Another woman gave a strangled, half-hysterical yelp. The medium then answered herself. Her voice, middle-aged and deep when she spoke in her own person, was screwed up to a falsetto travesty of a girl's.
"Catherine Stringer is here," it wailed.
"Answer me, Catherine," the medium said in her natural voice. "To what was your death due? To man, beast, or spirit?"
"To the Hammand bane,"
she answered herself in the falsetto.
"And what is the Undying Monster, Catherine?" another woman demanded. "Is it a vampire, or an elemental, or one of the hierarchy of the outer planes?" "I must not tell you," the falsetto answered. "I can but say it is able to manifest itself in one moment of your earthly reckoning of time. It is not perceptible to the keen senses of even a dog. It tears and sucks and devours."
All this came subconsciously to Goddard's ears while he spoke with Oliver.
"It's an obvious rehash of what was said at the inquest," he whispered. "Why won't you come away, Oliver?"
"I can't leave them there, you know."
"Then order them off and come away."
"I've heard if you interrupt a seance, the woman may have hysterics."
"Let them!"
exclaimed Goddard. He was in a fuming agony, owing to the limitations of his partial knowledge. It was evident that so far something was holding off what he dreaded, but he did not know what to do without the risk of blindly precipitating a catastrophe. While they spoke, the questioning went on.
"But what does it look like, Catherine?"
the questioner asked. The falsetto replied,
"I am barely as yet across the borders of the world of spirits, and have not the words to describe what I have learnt." "But is it a vampire, a dead Hammand who can't rest in the grave?" persisted the querist, to which the falsetto responded prudently, "I may not tell you of what has brought strong men to madness and suicide. I am but in the antechamber of this world." "What is the world of spirits like?" This was a deviation from the subject immediately in hand, but the querist was evidently not a person to miss opportunities. The falsetto began this answer without hesitation, launching into a muddle of materialistic eschatology blended with some elementary psychologic and biologic information, not unsuggestive of Lewis Carroll's Phantasmagoria. "Hang it, I can't stand any more," gasped Oliver. "That drivel. And on the spot where poor Kate met her death. Women or no women, this abrogates courtesy." He stepped round the thicket.
Goddard mechanically grasped the rug in both hands and followed him. His half-knowledge did not afford any information in the pressing question, whether to interfere bodily or to wait supinely, hoping that the unknown restraining factor would continue to hold the monster off. So the two stepped into the light and faced Curtis. End of Section 30. Section 31 of The Undying Monster by Jessie Douglas Kerruish. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. The Monster at Large. The Mercedes must have arrived at the manor about the time Will reached the high road. Mr. Hammand was not yet back, so Walton replied to Swanhild's inquiry. Swanhild involuntarily glanced behind her. The stars were very vivid in a moonless sky, the wind cold and dry. A monster night.
"We have his promise," Luna whispered, answering her thought.
Madame York went to her room. Luna stopped to look at a trophy in the hall, and Swanhild stopped to explain its beauties. Both were in the state in which people ache to chatter incessantly about things indifferent. After many minutes, the telephone issued its call. Telephones are apt to clamor at any time, but at the sound both started, and Swanhild hurried to answer it. She seemed to be switched back a fortnight, for it was Will's voice and the words of the midnight call 2 weeks before.
"Hello, the manor. Send Miss Hammand, quick." "It's Miss Hammand, Will. What's wrong?" "It's the monster, miss. At least, Mr. Hammond's in the Shaw, and somebody's murdering somebody there. I heard her shriek."
Swanhild was surprised at her own coolness.
"Are you telling me my brother is in the Shaw?"
"Go in there, miss. I heard a lady shrieking in it. I saw her go in, and heard her shriek, and came away and told him, and he pitched Mr. Covert out and set off for the Shaw."
"You mean my brother's going to the Shaw?"
"He must be there now, miss."
"And Mr. Covert? What of him?"
"He took my bike and started after the car. He didn't want Mr. Hammond to go, and Mr. Hammond chucked him into the hedge."
"Very well. Stand ready to open the gate for me." She rang up the garage. "Stredwick, have you berthed the Mercedes?"
"Not yet, miss. I thought I might have my tea first, miss."
"Good. She's plenty of petrol in. Run her round at once. At once, mind." She turned to find Luna behind her. "The only thing that would make Oliver break his word, Luna. Some woman in trouble in the Shaw. He's there, now, and Goddard is following him."
Walton stood beside Luna. Swanhild noted quite calmly the other woman's face was white, but perfectly reposeful, only the close-drawn lips and the eyes smoldering under leveled brows indicating the dynamic force in leash.
"You ordered the car round?" said Luna. "Can we overtake Mr. Covert, at least?" "No, it is just a few minutes too late."
Swanhild paused and considered.
"Not by the road," she amended suddenly. "I remember. By the Borstal we might intercept Goddard." "There'll be 3, began Luna. "No, I forgot. The woman's there already. We may be in time to save Mr. Covert. What of the Borstal?" She buttoned up her coat as she spoke. Swanhild mechanically followed suit. "Reggie once drove the Maxwell down the turf beside the Borstal. It was touch and go by daylight, but I'll do it or break my neck," she replied. "The roadway's hopeless. By this I can get to the Shaw in 5 minutes, or be killed."
"Oh, Miss Swanhild, the Borstal Bridge will be under water, with these rains," protested Walton.
She ran and opened the front door herself. From the left, the Mercedes purred up and Stredwick jumped down. Without wasting any time, the two sprang into their places. The car seemed to take the moat bridge at a stride and shot down the avenue with the throttle open. Luna was scarcely settled in her place before the frightened eyes of Will, his lantern, and the ironwork of the gate flickered past like a lime-lit picture. Swanhild turned the car to the left. It ran for a short way on a smooth road, turned to the right, slashed through long grass, and so leaped to the grassy slope beside the white line of the chalk path. They were facing the beacon and the breeze from it now. Their lashed eyes could only make out the surrounding country as a dimly illumined stretch of duskiness and deeper duskiness, with blurs of frost fog in the hollows, arched over with cold stars and driving clouds. Luna, compulsorily inactive, shivered like a leashed greyhound. Swanhild was tense and cool, her eyes intent on the flaring ribbon of path beside them. She saw before her a fan of light running over the short down turf, with the white line of Borstal twinkling along the right-hand extremity of it. The white line was her guide. To the left of it, the Maxwell had been driven. The angle of the slope steepened suddenly. The tilt at which the car rushed down it almost flung the occupants on the screen. Swanhild leant back and watched the rim of the light flow downwards, the white line of safety ever near its right extremity.
"Look for the bridge, Luna,"
she ordered, in a hissing shout that carried through the noise of engine and wind. Luna stood up, leaning back against the seat to keep her balance. Far in front she could see the dark bulk of the beacon, at the top the glimmer of the monstrous man. At the bottom of the valley between, crossing the barely discernible line of sheep track, was a rippling line, dirty steel color in the fog. On the wind there came to her a sharp crackling echo. There was no mistaking the hideous half-human note, far though it had carried.
"The bridge?" Swanhild repeated. "Is it over water?"
Luna stared under level brows at the murk.
"I see a kind of swirl and break in the stream. No timbers." "Sit down," ordered Swanhild grimly. "We'll jump it, and at worst it's only drowning."
The angle became slightly less acute. She put the car almost on the borstal and gave it a swift turn to the right when the edge of the lamplight flashed on water. It bumped violently, sank a wheel in the deep track, carried on out of it by sheer momentum, and splashed thundering and crashing on the invisible bridge. The bonnet drove through the stream like a ship's cutwater, and sent churned foam plashing over the panels. The car paused and seemed to sink backwards, recovered itself like a horse on its haunches, and landed on the opposite bank with a jar. Behind it sounded a rending of timber as the bridge collapsed. There was now only a moderate slope up to the Shaw. As they breasted it, a fusillade of the barking, unnatural howls burst forth.
"There's a light creeping along the Roman road to the village," exclaimed Luna. "I don't understand."
She broke off bewildered as the Mercedes stopped behind Oliver's little car. She jumped out and unshipped a lamp. Swanhild seized the other. From the Shaw's depths, the diabolic uproar of baying and barking came intermittently. Luna paused, with tilted chin and narrowed eyes, locating the center of disturbance, then ran into the labyrinth with Swanhild behind her. She ran like a sleepwalker, picking her way through the tangle of trees and massed undergrowth without looking. As they ran, the noises grew more distinct. They reached where the men had watched the séance. The monstrous screaming snarl droned out, a note of triumph in it, and Goddard's voice cried out shrilly. Luna swung the lamp in front of her and dashed into the clearing. Dead silence ensued. End of Section 31. Section 32 of The Undying Monster by Jessie Douglas Kerruish. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. In the Fifth Dimension. Oliver stepped into the light before Curtis about the time Will neared home. "Do you know what you're doing here?" he asked, with menacing blandness.
"Reporting the séance,"
Curtis answered, too astonished for more than a bald reply, staring at the apparition that towered the best part of a foot above him. "Also, you are trespassing," said Oliver. His hand descended behind Curtis's head, bunched up the back of his collar and coat and the scruff of his neck in a grip made ferocious by the outraged sense of decency behind it, and administered a shake that jarred him from teeth to toes. At Oliver's appearance, the medium stopped with her mouth open in the middle of a word, and silence held the four women for a moment. Then,
"It's her,"
one of them squealed, the grammatical reference being to their ghostly informant.
"It's the monster,"
two others chorused, when Oliver advanced across the clearing, the lamp in one hand, the other dragging Curtis. The medium said nothing. She was hardened to violent interruptions of her performances. The circle came to pieces, and the three other pieces huddled round her, too startled for hysteria. They were young women of differing types, but alike in possessing the wild eyes of that faith that neither doubts nor reasons. The medium was middle-aged and inscrutable now she had got over her first alarm. "No, ladies, it's merely the proprietor of this wood in which you are trespassing." Oliver's voice boomed forth tranquilly. Goddard, following him in a state of quivering uncertainty, remembered that in Flanders le Sergeant Hammand had been notable for his management of frenzied refugees. Oliver was in his best form now. His large, calm personality lifted the women's overwrought nerves clear from collapse to reassurance. "You will doubtless have the goodness to leave this place at once, ladies." He released Curtis in order to pick up a scarf dropped by one of them and handed it to her with a bow. That pine-lined ride is the shortest way back to your car, he concluded pleasantly. Curtis gathered together what was left of his dignity.
I am exceedingly sorry if we have annoyed you, Mr. Hammand, he began. I fail to see, however, in what way we have given you any cause for the unpleasant assault you have just made on me. We were simply endeavoring to solve the mystery of this place, and Mrs. Robinson, whose celebrity as a medium is doubtless known to you.
It's the only presence of your friends that saves you from a worse assault, interrupted Oliver in a low tone. Go away before I lose control of myself.
Yes, get out, man, for your own sake, supplemented Goddard. You don't know what you're monkeying with, and you'll be to blame if anything happens.
Excuse me, Curtis interposed. I am in no way responsible for these proceedings, and would never have proposed them myself. I was merely ordered to report...
Don't disgrace yourself utterly by excuses, snapped Oliver. Go before I lose my temper. He thrust the lamp into the pressman's hand. Curtis took it without any more words, for the medium was pulling at his sleeve meaningly, and hurried away with the women. Goddard linked his arm in Oliver's and took a step forward. Oliver stood firm. Half a sec, he said. Let them get away first. Goddard felt his face wet and warm, for all the dry cold. To follow or not? Which would be the least evil? He sweated and trembled in the misery of his half-knowledge. To let things proceed without attempting to guide them, in blind trust that the unknown factor that was keeping the monster manifestation away might continue to act to the end, might be fatal.
Oliver, old man, don't you think you really ought to boot that beast all the way out of the place?
He suggested. It's not my habit to brawl before ladies. Oliver smiled at him in the last reflection of the departing lamp. Also, he must be left in a condition to see them safely off, you know. Why, old thing, you're fairly shivering yourself to pieces. The light vanished and left them in a dusk that was darkness to them after its going.
For God's sake, Oliver, let's get out of this, exclaimed Goddard after a few moments' pause. They must be off by now. I'm in a blue funk, can't you see it? Miss Bartendale warned you.
Bless you, old son, it's all right. Hello, what have you got that rug for?
I just happened to bring it. Oliver, I tell you I'm afraid.
Artful old Goddard. Swanhild told you to keep an eye on me. I know it's all right. I alone am in danger, and you know it, but I also know all about it.
You know what the monster is?
Goddard almost shouted. No, but I know the spell that keeps it at bay. I dug it out of my inherited memory. Hey-sa, that's it. Hey-sa-ah. Why, what? Goddard, it's coming! His voice rose to a roar. Run, Goddard! Run, man! It's coming! I tell you! Hey-sa! Ah! The word began as a human shout, broke halfway, turned to the unspeakable droning snarl of the hidden room, and swelled into a crackling, roaring, screaming, demoniac howl. It was like the hoarded lust and hunger and hate of all the ages, expressed in a voice that passed the bestial in its perversion of the human. Goddard sprang back a step. His eyes were now sufficiently adjusted to the faint starlight to distinguish movement. He saw Oliver's immense body drop to all fours and crouch back in momentary defensiveness, while his eyes lit up and glowed red against the dark bulk of it. A moment they remained so. Goddard, paralyzed by the glare of them, remained motionless. Then they soared up, phosphorescently opalescent, with a predominance of red, like two sinful dead planets escaping from hell. Kate's delirious words flashed through Goddard's brain. Something as big as a house. As the eyes rose, he waked and acted instinctively. He leapt sideways and flung the rug over the rising stars, keeping hold of two corners. It was bearskin, stoutly lined, but it was torn in three at once, while the demoniac voice swelled into a burst of baying and the immense body whirled round on him. Again Goddard stepped aside, and as he stepped he whisked part of the torn rug round his artificial arm. He was prepared, as none of the other victims had been, though he knew any preparation would but stave off the end a while. The red eyes were over him again. He curved his real arm over his throat and presented the other before it, as he went down under an irresistible weight. He fell on his back and so fought madly, again and again thrusting the insensate arm at the panting, red-hot, slavering jaws that strove to get at his throat, and the burning teeth that fixed once in his live arm and tore it hideously as he wrenched it away. Thus defending head and throat, he staved off frantically, with feet and knees, the body that crouched over him. The rug did yeoman service with its loose hindering fragments, but at last tearing fingers wore through the folds and raked the clothes from his shoulders. The red eyes were over his, nails tore at his chest, and a last triumphal snarl seemed to fill the world and vibrate the earth on which his head was pressed. With a final effort, he thrust the skin-wrapped arm upwards. The howl was cut short. In the sudden silence, he heard the cracking of the artificial limb as the jaws set over it, and a white light swept over them like a wave. With the shock of it, Goddard's thumping heart sucked and paused. He shut his eyes in the glare and fell back limply. He only closed his eyes a moment and opened them to this. He was flat on his back, his real arm crooked over his neck and a warm rain from it dribbling on his chin. His artificial arm was smashed and should have fallen limp, but was held up at full length, with ridiculous tatters of bearskin drooping from it over his chest. Over it was the upper line of Oliver's teeth, and over them a demoniac travesty of Oliver's face. Oliver was on his knees astride of him, his palms just off the ground, the blood-bedabbled fingers convulsively crooked as Luna's hand on his forehead forced him backwards. She was bending over Goddard's head, the lamp trained full on Oliver's face, and Goddard knew he would carry the picture of it to the grave. It was the face of Oliver Hammand, devil-obsessed or else turned by some Circean spell to an animal with power of hatred and cold cruelty beyond the human or bestial. His hair stood on end, while under it his ears laid themselves backwards. His upper lip had almost vanished from sight in a diabolic snarl. The whole mouth, blood-smeared and slavering, was distended and sucked in at the sides. The jaws protruded abnormally, and the big teeth appeared to project still further forward, while the upper part of the face seemed to be contracted and sloped back into insignificance, a mere setting for the red eyes. And the peculiar marvel was that the ensemble did not suggest the animal that is nearest man, but one quite diverse, for the face was fantastically vulpine, suggesting a man's capacity for hate blended with a wolf's ferocity, and set in a body blended of both man and wolf and animated by a devil. It was photographed on Goddard's brain while the arm dropped from the relaxed jaws. Oliver's face changed. His eyes lost their red and were stonily horror-struck. His jaws apparently retreated. His forehead came forward. His ears straightened and his hair subsided in damp curls. It all took but the few seconds that brought Swanhild to them, half a dozen paces after Luna. In those few seconds, Oliver flickered back to his normal self, all but the blood on his mouth and fingers and the stony horror of his expression. Swanhild fell on her knees beside Goddard. Slowly, Oliver rose to his feet, without changing the pose of his head and arms, and stood astride of Goddard, arms taut, fingers crooked, and eyes staring glassily at Luna, who stood beyond Goddard's head with the lamp. Finally, he said in a thin, blank sort of voice, like the hollow shell of his normal bass, "I have gone mad. I'm not dreaming. I've gone mad. Gone mad and killed Goddard."
"Not killed, old man," Goddard cried reassuringly. "I was only exhausted for a minute."
Swanhild jumped to her feet and flung her arms round her brother, forcibly bringing the rigid hands to his sides.
"You are not mad, dear, dear old Oliver," she almost cried. "You are sane, and you always will be."
"I'm dreaming," he said tonelessly.
"No, dear, no. It's all right, perfectly all right, dear boy,"
Swanhild crooned, holding him tighter and tiptoeing to press her face against his. There was blood on her cheek when she canted her head to look in his eyes. He stared at her dully. "There's blood on your face, Swan," he said. He slipped one arm up out of her hold, looked at the crimsoned fingers and clean back, drew it over his mouth, and eyed the resultant pink smear on it. "I am mad or dreaming," he said, as though trying to find mental foothold. "I felt the monster coming round me, entering into me, and I wanted to kill you, Goddard, kill you and get at your throat with my teeth. Oh, say I am mad, for heaven's sake!" Goddard jumped up and caught his hand, squeezing it hard.
"It's all right, dear old chap," he declared. "Not your fault, and it won't happen again."
"Won't happen again?" repeated Oliver. "How do you know? What do you know? Has it happened before?"
"Dozens and dozens of times, and no blame to anybody," Goddard assured him. "I know all about it. Do buck up and don't take it too seriously."
Oliver pulled his hand away and put it to his head. His eyes traveled to Luna's. I shall go mad soon, he said quietly. She stepped to him and looked him full in the eyes. Mr. Hammand, she said slowly, since this has happened, it is best to tell you all simply and fully. You are not mad, though you attacked Mr. Covert just as a hungry wolf would have done, just as you attacked Kate Stringer here a fortnight ago. Oh, Luna, it was Swanhild who interrupted. It is wisest and kindest to tell all at once, Luna went on unmoved. The monster did not enter into you, Mr. Hammand, simply because the monster has never had any existence. It is purely a creature of the fifth dimension, and the fifth dimension is the human mind. She paused. The others stood in a bunch, Swanhild with her arms round her brother, Goddard grasping his hand firmly. The situation was past any words at the young people's command. Both could only try blindly to impress on Oliver that their relations with him were unaltered. Luna's voice proceeded, cold as fate. I have told you that a powerful impression on a human brain is passed along through the ages. A virtuous impulse, a vicious one, an unnatural one, all will repeat themselves throughout the centuries. You are, in that way, a victim, Mr. Hammand, of lycanthropy. Lycanthropy, he repeated. I seem to half remember. Lycanthropy is a form of erratic mania that causes the victim to imagine he is a wolf, and to act in accordance with that belief. It is a mental disease that has reached the form of an epidemic very often, and in the men of the line of Hammand it has become hereditary. It only appears when the victim is in a pine wood, in starlight, and with only one human companion.
There, exclaimed Goddard. That's what I didn't know. One other person.
Oliver's gaze never shifted from Luna. Wolf madness? He said. I remember now. They called such people werewolves, didn't they?
In German, Luna replied. In Old English, turnskins. In French, loup-garou. In Old French, the term was garoul, as in the hidden room inscription.
She ceased. I begin to understand, he said without emotion. I'll realize by and by. How long have you known this, all of you?
Since Monday, Swanhild answered, and...
Since last night,
Goddard chimed in. He continued to look at Luna.
Since I first saw the brass, she said.
Since your first day here? He spoke dispassionately, and it was the more dreadful for the grotesque disorder of his face, blood smeared and scratched and beginning to discolor where Goddard had beaten it off. You've known all the time I'm no better than a mad cannibal, that my ancestors were men-eating brutes in human shape, that if I had children they'd be the same, that I mauled and half-ate a woman here?
I know that it was not you, yourself. It was an impulse of memory, caused by the sin of an ancestor 3,000 years ago.
It's good of you to make excuses. I quite understand now. It explains everything. Pines and cold and starlight, and wolf mania. Oh, I see it all. Grandfather killed the woman he had coaxed into the wood, and the warlock started to eat his own child. Oh, I quite understand. Quite understand, you know. He smiled round at them. By and by I'll realize it, I suppose. Cold, isn't it? We ought to go to the doctor and have your arm tied up, Goddard. He strode into the pine ride. Swanhild ran and hooked her arm in his. He looked at her. You've known it a week, he said. You realize it, I suppose? Well, I shall later. She only clung to him, and so they passed along the path. Luna and Goddard followed with the lanterns. End of section 32. Section 33 of The Undying Monster by Jessie Douglas Kerruish. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. One Loose Link. When they reached the cars, Goddard halted.
Half a second, all of you, he exclaimed. We must explain how we got knocked about, you know, Oliver. Swanhild, you're able-bodied about the hands. Will you kindly take that push-bike and hurl it violently on its front wheel on the road? You all perceive my game. I had a small accident and bumped into Oliver in the course of it. Hence my state and his face. Topping, Swanhild.
She had fallen in with his suggestion and flung the cycle slanting along the path so that the front wheel buckled.
"You'll steer the Maxwell, Miss Bartendale," Goddard concluded. "I suppose you'll go with Swanhild, Oliver."
While the two cars crossed the valley, Goddard explained his discoveries to Luna. Oliver in the other car sat with head up and eyes drooping, silently regarding the blood-tipped hands folded on his knees. When driving permitted, Swanhild placed her disengaged hand over them. He turned his head and looked at her with vacant eyes. "I'll realize by and by," he said. "At least you're the same, Swan dear."
"Everyone's the same, dear old thing,"
she whispered back, but he smiled in a spiritless way. "They can't be, Swan. It's best to understand that at once." People were flocking into Village Street in knots from the south, in a way suggestive of a crowd returning from a sight, but the occupants of the cars were too intent on their own affairs to notice anything unusual. In the manor courtyard and hall there was a general hubbub, most of the house staff huddling about, while Madame York tried to persuade the terrified Stredwick to get some conveyance ready to take her on her niece's track. A hush fell as the cars appeared. "It's all right, Madame York." Oliver roused himself to address the guest in a voice meant for the audience in general. "Some spiritualists were holding a screaming séance in the Shaw, and Goddard and I had an accident after packing them off. That's all. I'm not hurt to mention. I'll just go and tidy myself a bit while Goddard is tinkered up. If I'm wanted to go for the doctor or anything, I'll be in the Holbein room in 10 minutes or so." Luna gave her aunt a meaning glance and swept it round to Goddard and Swanhild.
"He's best by himself for a while," she whispered.
Within the 10 minutes, she entered the Holbein room. Oliver had turned on only one light above the fireplace and stood leaning on the mantelpiece. His face seemed flat and gray, curiously like the painted face of the warlock above his head. There was a dull composure about his features. Luna had an irresistible impression that Sir Magnus had looked like that after his wife fell dead in the hidden room. "Well," said Oliver, his voice pleasantly unemotional.
"Mr. Covert's injuries are trifling. I came to tell you that while Swanhild and Auntie finished the bandaging. No need for the doctor."
"You came to reassure me." "Oh, Luna, what's the use of pretending? You know what a dream I've had. And then to learn this?" He almost cried it, with a break in his voice, and stretched out his hands appealingly. She would have taken them in hers, but he stared at them and drew them back. "There's blood on them," he groaned.
"But there's none on your conscience,"
she cried back, trying to snatch at them. He placed them behind him. She came close and put hers on his shoulders. Her bright curls barely reached his chin. Irrelevantly, there came to his mind a sunny line from one of the sunniest works in England's radiant literature. "As high as my heart," he quoted aloud, and, "Oh, Luna, Luna."
"Oh, Oliver, dear Oliver, you know it is hurting me as much as you."
She almost whimpered it. Her face was drawn, her eyes wide black pools of anguish. For the moment her composure had dissolved and her underlip worked like that of a child on the point of breaking down. The temptation to stop its quivering in the easiest way presented itself in that moment of revelation as a mere obvious necessity, but in the fraction of a second it took Oliver to bring his hands round and half bend his head. Something woke in him, the ingrained self-restraint that was too strong for temptation. He raised his head, and instead of closing round her, his hands lifted to remove hers from his shoulders. "I know it, Luna," he said gently. "I know it because I have dreamed dreams lately, and I know you would have let yourself dream them too, but for your knowledge. Now I also have the knowledge, and perhaps it would be better if you did not touch me." She drew back a step, her composed self again, and settled quietly in a chair by the fire. He seated himself opposite her as quietly and began to speak in a level tone. "It seems curious I don't feel excited," he began. "No, it isn't curious after all. One learnt that in wartime. After a real disaster, one was a bit numbed and quite cool. And this is a real cataclysm. Waking from a dream to reality is the biggest cataclysm, isn't it? And it was such a heavenly dream, dreamed between the reality of war and the reality of hereditary madness."
"Not madness,"
she interrupted.
Hallucination.
What does it matter what one calls it?
Hallucinations may exist in a perfectly sane mind.
But hallucination that is hereditary is another matter, dear. He spoke as one who argues gently with the self-deceiving. An hallucination that has led to murder and madness along the ages has got to stop, and it rests with me to stop it. She was silent. I'm the last male Hammand, the last link in the chain. Oh, it all finds down to me. No getting away from that. My ancestors thought it was an external evil spirit. We know it's in the brain, handed down from Hammand brain to Hammand brain, and that mine is now the sole repository of it, and must be the last. It's quite simple, and you knew it, Luna, while I dreamed dreams.
I had your promise, and relied on it to avert accidents until it was time to tell you the truth.
Quite wisely. No decent person could calculate what spookery and the press would do. I am not apologizing for my broken promise.
I should have been surprised if you had kept it in the circumstances.
Exactly. We understand one another. That's where the bitterness is. His voice broke, but he controlled it. Only, you knew I was dreaming and did not wake me.
I had my reason.
I can imagine it. You who are so learned and gifted, who can find out the secret thoughts of the long dead and go through the minds of the living like so many books. You are human yourself and dreaded to end my dream. She looked up as though ready to speak, but checked herself. He went on. It was your dream, too. No use trying to deceive one another. The dream came to both of us when we met, only you knew it could never become reality. When was that?
I suspected from the first. The brass was decisive.
You knew from the first day? You've suffered all this time. And you are the worst sufferer. I've only had to bear the shattering of the dream, while you've had to shatter it yourself. Oh, Luna, dear, you are the greatest sufferer. Only the dream. I didn't realize how lovely it was until now it's broken. The dream every decent man dreams. He glanced up at the portrait, and his voice hardened. It isn't fair. He lived his dream before it was broken, and you've said he was to blame. His wife and Kitty, though. Good Lord, he may have suffered more. But then, he didn't lose you, Luna. He lived his dream, his ancestral house, his wife to make it home, his own little children to be loved and worried over. The dream every normal man has at the back of his mind, though he doesn't talk about it. Only, I'm not a normal man. Strictly, I shouldn't have been born at all. She hid her face in her hands. He checked himself. Oh, yes, it was right I should. If it was only for the 2 hours during the retreat from sea. He went on in the tone of one who considers a question. I was half as big again and 5 times as strong as any man who was left alive. All thanks to generations of well-bred, well-living ancestors. That's why I was able to lift the Maxim into the gap and work it with the one hand I had fit to use. And that meant the Greycoats didn't get through before the Lancashires came up. They said it saved the line, my decent ancestors having bred me big and sound. It wasn't the line I considered, of course, but the crocked chaps behind me. We collected 5 lorry loads of them, a couple of 100 men with a fresh chance of life and fulfilled dreams, a couple of 100 who weren't stamped into the mud after all. The woman of a couple of 100 men not needing to take up life without them, all depending, you know, on one of the strongest sound arms I inherited straight from the warlock's arms that swung that big sword at Bosworth. Oh, it was worth being born for, even if my own life had to be ruined. If only I'd never met you, Luna. Are you crying, dear? He ended gently.
No,
came through the fingers interlocked before her face.
And if I were, it would be for gladness that God hasn't made me love a man who would rail at him in trouble.
Oh, my dear, he didn't make you capable of loving a cur. My fate's just that of most people, after all. He allowed my forebears to hand me mingled good and ill, a sound body to be of some service to my kind, a kink of the mind to wreck my own life because of the noblesse oblige that has also been handed down to me together with the blessing and curse. Oh, it was worth being born for, working the Maxim. I would not have minded dying over it. But it's another matter to go on living after meeting you, and learning I cannot have you. Living in the same world with you." She made a little movement, but did not speak, for she knew it was good for him to talk freely after the shock. "But of course I've got to do it," he went on. "Live and bolster up the family reputation until the line dies with me." He stopped, and the dreary composure of his eyes gave way to a red light of horror. "Good Lord, those poaching brutes! If they are arrested—" She lowered her hands, and her eyes looked into his. 1,000 years of disgrace. Everything to be explained for the swine of the papers to exploit. I began to realize it now. Cannibalism, no less. Past imagination. Unique. He stammered on. She interrupted. "Not unique. There was a trial for it on the high seas, in London 30 years ago, and men have been accused of it even in Sussex. Colonel Lunsford and—" "It's the last straw, that I may have to come forward and brand myself and my ancestors publicly. No, it is not. Losing you is the worst." Oliver sank his face into his hands. "With you I could have faced everything." Luna suddenly flung herself on her knees beside him.
"Oliver, it's too hard. You shall have me. I'll stand by you, and nothing shall separate us. I was made for you, and God has brought us together, and He cannot mean us to be the victims of past folly and sin."
"The future is our business, dear," he said.
"Why should we be slaves of the unborn future? Let the future look to itself, so long as I can make you happy. Your ancestors handed on the curse."
The man was suddenly very calm and collected. "They did it in ignorance, dear. We should do it deliberately."
"What does it matter? We only live once in this fine world."
"There's a life after, and we are responsible to those who come into possession of the fine world after us. Just look forward, dear, forward to the Lord knows how many Oliver Hammonds with their lives ruined. Perhaps just when they'd met the women of their hearts, and who knows how many Kates hideously done to death. No, dear."
"I can see it all. I've seen it all for weeks, and I do not care."
"Of course you don't, dear, for the time. You'd give your soul and wrong all the rest of humanity to make me happy temporarily. Only, it would never answer. You'd come to your senses, and you'd hate yourself for stooping, and I'd hate myself for allowing you to stoop. You are learned and wise, and I'm commonplace. But in this matter the man must be master and save the woman from herself. And you know, dear, it might be better if you didn't touch me. I'm no Galahad, only a man who loves too well to sacrifice the woman he loves to her own love for him. Oh, my dear, you know how it hurts me. Enough to give me some idea of how it must hurt you, Luna." She threw her head back.
"It takes away part of the sting to learn I loved a man so much better than myself, Oliver."
"Dear, I'm not, only it is grand that you should think it, and perhaps I should not have said I love you, though you knew it."
"I knew it," she replied triumphantly, "only I had it in words before I could make you promise to marry me if the one loose link in my chain of investigation proves dependable."
He had drawn back from all that touch of her. He was sitting, she kneeling, and his eyes stared incredulously into the calm starriness of hers. "Your chain?" he said.
"I did not forbear to tell you from cowardice, but because I hoped that when I told you of the monster's nature I might perhaps give some feeble hope of its exorcism. Oh, do not hope, Oliver, one link is weak, but if it holds, the monster curse may be removed forever."
He put his band to his head. "Oh, you mean a doctor? I've heard surgeons can do wonders, make blighters decent or idiots clever by operating on their brains." She laughed an overwrought laugh.
"Rubbish, rubbish, newspaper rubbish. A mental curse must have a mental cure, if one can find the first cause. And I think I've found the first cause, back in the Bronze Age. Only one step is pure conjecture, one link uncertain. In a word, Oliver, if that link does not hold, you must be the last Hammond. But if it holds, you can marry me for my fee, and let me stand shoulder to shoulder with you through life. Oh, don't hope, Oliver," she burst out. "When have I told you all will realize how doubtful the link is, but if it holds—"
In the middle of his amazement he heard a step. Quickly he sprang up and lifted her to her feet. The door opened and Swanhild came in, and behind her Goddard, one sleeve empty and his hand bandaged, and Madame York.
"Oh, Oliver,"
cried Swanhild,
News has come from the lodge. The aides were arrested half an hour ago. They resisted. That's what all the village was watching while we were in the Shaw. And Will learnt it was for poor Kate's death."
Oliver turned to Luna with a bitter smile. "Thus passes publicly the good name of the Hammands," he said. End of section 33. Section 34 of The Undying Monster by Jessie Douglas Kerruish. This LibriVox recording's in the public domain. Chapter 5. Bronze Age to Judgment Day. They all remained at gaze a full minute. Then Oliver said, "I must phone the police at once. Those fellows must not remain in suspense."
"No," cried Luna sharply. "Before we make a move, we must clearly understand the business. A few hours' arrest won't hurt them."
"They're women," said Oliver and Swanhild together.
"We must be just even to ourselves. The men brought this on themselves. In 3 hours Swanhild shall let their women know they will be released. But I, who am morally responsible for this arrest, demand 3 hours' delay, if only on my own account, for I have risked so much, even my professional reputation and personal good name in the matter."
"I don't understand," said Oliver, bewildered. Swanhild hurried to him, clasped her hands over his arm, and looked in his face wistfully. He contrived to smile at her desultorily. "I shan't commit suicide, at least, Swan," he said. "It was the only decent thing Grandfather and the Warlock could do, as they were responsible for the presence of the victims. For me, it's different."
"Luna told me that from the beginning."
"I'm glad she reassured you. My course is to face life and disgrace. At least you are the same always, Swan. God knew what he was about when he made sisters who are sisters. You'll always be the same. And you, Goddard?" He glanced at the other man.
"Always the same, naturally. Even more so when I'm Mr. Swanhild Hammand and officially qualified to stand beside you before the world. You might know it without hinting a question."
Oliver's stark eyes softened a little. "I think I could get my bearings if I knew how much you all know." He looked at Madame York. She answered quickly, "You knew I'm Luna's confidant. She's told me every step from the beginning."
"Luna told me all last Monday night, when she feared she had got to a dead end, and I ordered her to keep the secret and search further,"
Swanhild said in her turn.
Goddard chimed in, "Of course it wouldn't have been cricket for Miss Bartendale to tell me anything while you were in ignorance. I found out the missing word last night. I was investigating off my own bat because I distrusted Miss Bartendale's secrecy. But Swanhild explained more while she tied me up, and now I know she has been preparing for the final step."
"One final step?" Oliver repeated.
"One final hour's experiment in the hidden room," said Luna. "Oh, don't hope for heaven's sake. I have practically no hope myself, but we must try if the one weak link of my chain proves unexpectedly strong."
"There can be no cure for hereditary madness until Judgment Day," said Oliver. "And every man's Judgment Day is the day he dies."
"For hereditary hallucination there may be a cure, if one can find the absolute cause."
Luna switched to her professional manner, so strong is the hold of training.
"Like most of the general public, you have never considered that any hereditary peculiarity must have a beginning and a cause. Some things only God himself can alter or cure, by such revolutionary miracles as he does not often work, lest mankind should depend on miracles and cease to use its gift of reasoning. But in some cases he decrees that the power of some of his creatures acquired by study shall culminate in what is a miracle slowly worked. I've told you the fifth dimension is the human brain, the lump of material gray matter which has the power to comprehend all the other dimensions. The solid third dimension of our material world, the nebulous fourth dimension of ghosts and fairies, all are enclosed in the human brain. But there's dimensions beyond the fifth, and one beyond it. Far beyond it, though short of the dimension that is God, is the mind beyond the brain, the power of abstract thought that animates the brain. I have studied, I have investigated, and God's grace has afforded unusual clues to the origin of this monster mania, and it may be my portion of mind outside the fifth dimension may mold and alter your fifth-dimensional brain."
He shook his head. "Dear, you forget, even if you should kill the hallucination, I cannot have you linked to our disgraced name."
"Oh, you stupid man!" she exclaimed in exasperation. "That's what I've been searching for from the Bronze Age to Judgment Day. The right to share your outward disgrace, if
our consciences approve it." She had evidently forgotten the others for the moment. "Why, in any case, I am involved already," she went on. "I must give evidence of what I have learnt in support of your confession. I may even land in the dock for all I know."
"Luna!" he exclaimed.
Madame York supplemented bitterly. "She may. She told us today. She will have to explain how she destroyed certain proofs, that she knew the truth from the first day here, and let suspicion rest on innocent men in order to shield you."
Oliver had stared at her while she spoke. He turned his eyes to Luna again.
"Yes," she answered defiantly. "There was a scrap of your silk muffler in the dog's mouth. Also some hairs that had evidently come from your mustache on its wounds. Any detective would have started to make deductions if he found them. You had bitten the dog, which had not done the assault on the girl. A man of your size could have torn the beast as it was torn, if he were in a state of dementia. The family history would become significant. Oh, I definitely gambled my reputation and all on the poachers not being arrested when I hid those hairs in the scrap of silk, and finally flung them out of the railway carriage."
"It was a desperate chance," he said. She looked round defiantly and went on, her cheeks hotly pink and her eyes like wintry stars in the shadows upcast by firelight round them.
"I could not have a peaceful hour in life if I had not risked all I value on the chance of averting the scandal. I should have gone mad. I know I should, if I had left you to your undeserved fate without risking my all on the infinitesimal chance I saw of either averting the exposure or making you a normal man."
"You think there is a way of stopping the monster manifestations? Of doing away with the inherited wolf mania short of my death?" he said. "That an hour's experiment will settle if I am to live disgraced and alone in the same world with you, Luna? Or face and bear the disgrace with you always with me to comfort me in the right to comfort you in the disgrace you have brought on yourself for my sake? Oh, it's no time for pretense. We five understand one another. It is as I have said."
"It is."
Her voice was unfaltering. "Then for heaven's sake, let us have the experiment at once."
The point gained, she spoke very quietly, with the quietude of one facing a task that requires complete mental control. "We must have an explanation first, and certain preparations."
"But the men?"
"They can stand it for my 3 hours. We will have the experiment before you surrender yourself to justice."
Her personality dominated them all, as it did when she chose. In Oliver's eyes the red light was rising. It was but the light of anxious hope, but it was fierce as that of the lycanthropy had been as he began to realize that the ruin of his life and Luna's had a slender chance of averting to totality. The shocks of the evening had been so many that his brain was still a little numbed, and the dawning hope of snatching something from the wreck dominated the horrors for a time.
"We will now make ourselves comfortable," said Luna, settling in her chair again. "We cannot be overheard in this waste of room, and I will explain briefly all about the Hammand monster from the Bronze Age to the Norse Judgment Day."
End of Section 34. Section 35 of The Undying Monster by Jessie Douglas Kerruish. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. The Vow of Sigmund the Volsung. Oliver posted himself in the shadow by one side of the fireplace. Luna sat full in the glow. Swanhild sat on a stool beside her brother and clasped one of his hands as they lay on his knees. Madame York and Goddard were to Luna's other side.
"First," began Luna, "I must impress on you that a man's earlier ancestors matter to his history as powerful as do his childish impressions. Subconsciously, the more striking incidents of our first years affect us to the end of our lives, and in the same way the more impressive experiences of those who lived in the world's childhood were bound to subconsciously affect their descendants to the end of time. Moreover, modern people are not so powerful as a rule, either mentally or physically, as those of early times. Then rough living weeded out all but the fittest, and, in a sentence, there were giants on earth in those days. The men and women of partly barbarous ages, also, did not addle their heads by incessant cursory reading and impotent worry over all the affairs of all the world. Therefore they had tremendous stores of vivid mental energy to devote to brooding, for good or ill, over the few thoughts that really concerned them, with a force that affected the structure of their brains and has sent echoes of their thoughts to us along the ages.
Remember also that Western mankind now can scarcely realize what religion was to those of far back days. To the bulk of us in this age it is a mere subject for speculation. To our forebears in the Bronze Age it was as real a thing as love and hate, fear and hunger. Yes, and even more powerful, for love and hate, hunger and fear could be overcome at the command of religious belief. Now to begin. Towards the close of the Scandinavian Bronze Age, say about 700 B.C., the time of Hezekiah and Sennacherib in the east, you Hammands had an ancestor named Sigmund of the Volsung line, a great prince of the north. It happened the Volsung race was hounded down until only 2 members of it were left alive, Sigmund and his sister Signy. And Sigmund only survived by fighting, tooth to tooth, with a wolf.
Oliver started. She nodded gravely to him.
I relate the tale baldly. Sigmund survived, but, maddened for the time by a share of grief, pain, and starvation beyond human bearing, he broke down in nerve and soul. He did what other men have done, cursed his god. Others have done it, but his curse took a specific form. He made a solemn vow that in the final warring, the Norse day of judgment, when all heroes shall come to life and ride behind the Asa gods to the final war with the powers of evil, instead of having him, Sigmund, the human hero, to help them, they should find him opposing them, as a wolf on the side of the evil powers. Pray remember again how hard it is for us, in these days of higher criticism and Hyde Park oratory, to realize what blasphemy meant in older times. Remember, too, there was no striving for sin. He who sinned must reap his condemnation. When he came to his right mind, the thought of his blasphemy never left Sigmund. Rather, it increased in force, always lurking in the background of all his other thoughts. It was in a wood of firs and pines, on a frosty starlit night, that he fought the wolf and made the vow. Afterwards, when his fortunes were mended, he chanced to be in a starlit pine wood with one of his sons. The associations of time and place brought his long brooding to a head. Lycanthropy was a common mania at the time, and he imagined the curse of his god Odin had come on him. In short, he had a fit of wolf mania. Through hereditary and suggestion combined, his son had a similar attack. They remained in that state, imagining they were wolves and behaving as hungry wolves would to all they met, until the daylight came and their senses returned. To make the story short, the impression on Sigmund's brain was so acute that it passed on to his descendants. And to this time, at uncertain intervals, a man has been born in his line liable to turn, mentally, into a wolf in this combination of circumstances. A wood with pines and firs in it, a cold starlit night, and only one human companion. Do you understand? Swanhild answered. As the smell of hot tar reminds us unconsciously of when our ancestors were at Derek Carver's burning, so the pines and the rest of the combination wake the older recollection. Exactly. When the Carver test was so successful, I knew I was on the right track. Sigmund doubtless consulted his priests, and they told him the mania was a curse from Odin that would haunt his family forever. In consequence, Sigmund's male descendants were liable to turn werewolves, both because they had inherited the brain convolution made by the vow, and because they were told they had it. Please note that last clause. One of Sigmund's sons was named Hammander, and he had the wolf mania, and also he had a specially beautifully bronze sword, which he left to his son and heir. From father to son, that sword passed for over 1,000 years, until the Bronze Age Hammander's descendant in the Viking Age went buccaneering to England. His name was Magnus, called Fairlocks, and he surnamed himself Hammander's son, just as we boast our descent from a far-off, distinguished ancestor. Iron weapons had long been in use by his date. It is probably the bronze blade was then a sort of sign of headship among the descendants of Hammander. Pretty much as the lordship of the manor of Poynings went with ruby ring in later times. Anyhow, Magnus Fairlocks was so proud of it that he had new hilt plates put on it, with his name on in ruins. He came to England, as I said, buccaneering on a ship with a golden dragon figurehead, married a Saxon lady, and settled down in Sussex. Duly he died, and his longship was dragged ashore and buried with him in it, in a mound on a mound, where he had cut a turf and chalk image of the Danes' favourite god, Vingi Thor. His heirloom sword was broken and buried with him because I gather he remained a pagan while his children turned Christian, like their Saxon mother. And on top of the mound they erected a memorial stone with his name and descent on it in runes. In later times this stone was regarded as an accursed druid relic, thrown down and buried.
just as the Hove Goldstone was treated 100 years ago. Now the descendants of Magnus, who named themselves Hammand, when surnames came in fashion, had the curse of the wolf in them. The origin had been utterly forgotten. Lycanthropy was very common in the Middle Ages, therefore it was not considered so outrageous as in our time. It came to be regarded as a demon who had power to possess the head of the Hammands.
1 minute, Oliver put in. Didn't it extend to other branches of Magnus's descendants?
No, for we are none of us the sheer victims of heredity. We make our ancestral curses better or worse, for suggestion is as powerful as heredity. It was an article of belief that the Undying Monster, which represented the medieval idea of the mania, could only possess the owner of Danow, and every successive owner was told that, and subconsciously expected it to happen. Unless a Hammand owned Danow, he never expected to be possessed by the monster. If he owned the place, he was always expecting it unconsciously. Only they knew it could only have power in cold and starlit pine woods, and with the best intentions they inaugurated a most deplorable practice. I mean the ritual. They composed a warning rhyme, describing the conditions, and when each heir came of age he was solemnly conducted to an obscure chamber, taught the rhyme and its meaning, and tested.
Tested? Said Oliver.
There are pines outside the hidden room window. With the shutters open in starlight the conditions are fulfilled. I have proved it. This is the ritual I deduced. The heir was solemnly warned and exposed to starlight in the room. In the circumstances he would be certain to have an attack of lycanthropy. Those in the secret knew how to check it, by showing a light. This would warn the youth to avoid starlit pine woods.
But why didn't my ancestors remove all the pines on the estate? Oliver asked. Luna smiled.
Because they were not cowards. They did their best, and if it failed, reckoned it God's will. It would have been unmanly timidity to avoid in their own ground what they were bound to encounter anywhere else, as 2 of them did on the way to Rocamadour. They did all contemporary science could suggest until God chose to arrange a way in which the mania might have died out. If it had not been for the warlock's unhallowed studies. I mean the anchorite, of course. He sought to deliver his race by sacrificing himself, giving up his family and his worldly prospects for the life of a recluse, and prayers and penances by which he sought power to lay the monster forever. That he did lay it, compelling it to lie helpless in the barrow, was firmly believed, and so the power of the mania was weakened. Then came the final dispensation of Providence. During the War of the Roses, everyone who knew the ritual met a sudden end, and Danow came into the hands of a Hammand who had never been initiated into the secret, and who understood the monster had been chained forever in the barrow. That was the turning point, for the mental impression that the head of the Hammands was liable to attacks of lycanthropy in certain circumstances was substituted the conviction that the monster was chained in the barrow. In a few generations the cure would have been complete, and the monster had become a dim memory of something in the past tense. Most unfortunately, Magnus the Warlock undid the good Providence had planned for him, by his occult dabbling. You have heard his version of the opening of the barrow. I'll elucidate it from the point of exact mental science. He worked by artificial light with one helper. Unluckily, he pitched on cold and starlit nights for the operations. When he reached the figurehead, his ancestral memory began to stir, as it did with you, Oliver. At sight of his golden-plated ancestor's bones and Danish harness, it woke violently, and he was in a perfect state of nervous tension when the artificial light failed, extinguished by the gases from the open ship, no doubt. He automatically thought it was the monster, broken free and triumphing over the hand of glory, and the mania came on him. He killed his dog in the cutting, flinging its body out, and sprang out to attack his assistant. Fortunately, the lantern was alight, and in its rays the mania ceased. He knew what he had done, thinking he was possessed by the monster, but prudently did not tell Slinfold that. Convinced he had released the monster, he recklessly took the inscribed sword hilt, taking his ancestors' runes for a mystic spell. He kept it safe with the hand of glory, and some years later tragedy overtook him. He had sunk low enough to use his own child as assistant in his black magical experiments, and during the course of one in the hidden room he must by accident have lit on the fatal combination of starlight, cold, and pines. The wolf fit came on him, and he destroyed the child. Lady Hammand must have come with a light in the middle of the horror. She died of shock, while he came to his senses and realized what he had done. He had nerve enough not to let the public know he had been the monster's instrument, as he would suppose, but he probably told his father-confessor. We know he killed himself after buying the incredible pardon and making a cryptic remark about the hidden room.
This reference I rightly understood to mean he merely attributed the disaster to his forbidden studies in it. After that, the course of the mania was plain. The warlock's evil doing had undone the anchorite's sacrifice, destroyed the idea that the monster was chained. The warlock's son killed his own wife. Through shame and horror he would not say what had happened, and pined to death. You will be able to explain every case to yourselves now. When the patient came to himself, he saw no reason to explain he had been the monster's instrument, and the truth was never found out, for the reason that the mania only came on with but one other person present, and that person was invariably killed being taken unawares. Only in 2 cases the patient's own dogs must have killed him when he attacked them. Grandfather killed 2 people, said Swanhild. He was meeting a woman secretly, answered Luna dryly. She had met her fate before the blackmailer showed up and met his in turn. So you have the story from the Bronze Age to now.
Only for my part, Oliver looked up now, staring straight before him. I understand it now. Poor Holder gave no warning because the monster's approach was only my brain waking. The rage I felt was a wolf's hate for a human being and dog. The poor old tyke must have run off until I was done with... Oh, I can't say it. And attacked him. Only the blow on the head. I don't quite understand that. You slipped as you threw the dog's body away. Other Hammands came out of the fit naturally and knew by their own state what they had done. The blow utterly confused your memory. When I broke up the fit by bringing in the motor lamp this evening, you woke naturally and understood confusedly what you had done.
Totally ruining my beautiful bought and paid-for arm, said the irrepressible Goddard. I was in a stew while I didn't know what was keeping you in check, old man. Of course it was the presence of more than one person. I believe we are to learn how you learnt about all this, Miss Bartendale?
Yes, I must explain my investigation in order that you may all understand the last experiment.
End of section 35. Section 36 of The Undying Monster by Jessie Douglas Kerruish. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. Judgment Day on the Horizon.
When Swanhild told me the traditions I saw there was something at the back of them, something nobody suspected, Luna resumed. The Shaw at once settled all question of a fourth-dimensional being. I must tell you that in my professional work I have not yet met with a case of ghostly interference that would stand investigation, but I have established that anything outside of the normal third dimension is always perceptible to a dog or cat or human sensitive. I followed the track of the only abnormality in the wood, that of spilt blood where you were carried, Oliver. I had a suspicion already by that time, knowing you had been cut up a good deal in the war and were in a highly strung state.
You seem to suspect me of this enormity pretty quickly, said Oliver. She returned in quite her old patronizing way.
Such things are not so uncommon as the laity suppose. I warned you of the fifth dimension, but shelved the idea for my subconscious mind to ruminate on while we tried the church. There I looked at the monster's alleged portraits and found no enlightenment at first. The pardon gave me my first starting point. A man who was bold enough to practice forbidden arts in Tudor days must have committed some abnormal sin before he would fly to the lowest superstition of his time, the bought absolution, and that of the most gigantic proportions. For the time I wondered if the monster really started with him, and tradition had faltered it on his forebears. As we left the church, another glance at the brass brought illumination. The body of the brass monster is roughly human, while the head might be anything from a dog's to a dragon's, and the paws are short-toed dog paws. The monster always tore with grappling hand-like paws. This could not be a literal representation of it. It must be allegorical. A human body, hands and head, the seats of impulse and action animal. Human body and animal thoughts and acts. I saw the meaning of the rhyme at once. Hammand monster, do ye wit, with the race is firmly knit. It explained all. In the anchorite's day it was known it was something inherent in the race, which woke and possessed the victim. The dog's not giving any warning was finally explained. Remember, I have peculiar knowledge, and cases of people who have apparently been possessed by animal spirits are not unusual in my experience. Lycanthropy was what I said to myself as I left the church. Only the hereditary character is unique, in the modern West at least, and that feature engaged my attention at once.
Of the origin of wolfmania nothing is known. With the earliest records, it is already an established form of madness. Yet it must have had an origin. A man can go insane through shock or physical accident, but he doesn't imagine he is a particular animal without some mental prompting, and some crime against nature is at the root of all abnormal heredity mania. Crime committed by a single person sometimes extends its punishment to the guiltless through long ages. Might it be possible to find the origin through your hereditary memory? You see, even at that early stage the hope of doing away with the bane had come to me. I had learnt it was a creation of the fifth dimension, an impression of the brain that obsessed the brain's owner in specific conditions. Like cures like. If I could find the exact origin, might I not be able to banish it by a counter-impression? So I kept my counsel. The matter was so long established that only the exact truth of its origin would serve, and I had to keep you in ignorance, Oliver, lest you should unconsciously start to invent particulars. I had to test your recollection by association alone, and see what light archaeology and the family history would shed on what I elicited. At that stage all was a chaos of disconnected data, but the hidden room at once afforded something to start from in the shape of the Scandinavian sword. I had noticed that the family features, like the family name, pointed to a Danish origin. The north was the home of the werewolves, and the Danish sword and the runes on it might prove the clue to the monster's origin. The connection with the hand I did not then understand, beyond its proving the nature of the warlock's work. It will be obvious now how I deduced the ritual, and that it was extinct before the warlock's time. This extinction was explained by the pedigree, also how Providence had enabled him to start life with the entail of the curse broken, and that in some way he must have ruined this advantage through his occult studies. While my learned friends wrestled with the runes, I tested your memory in the way you know. When the Danish sword suggested golden pigtails in the field fought, I wondered if the warlock had taken it from some Danish grave, in which case the use of the hand was evident. I had already surmised the monstrous man was a Danish creation, as was the corrupt name Thunder's Barrow. The legend of the hidden gold was another step, and my friends reading the name of your ancestor clinched matters. Then your persistence about the inscription on the bronze blade made me certain that inscription contained the secret, since memory of it had survived when the ritual was forgotten. I was right and wrong in the Barrow matter. Right as to the warlock's digging, wrong as to his motive, as I realized when the gold-plated figurehead appeared. The excavation was an apparent failure, but it was not utterly so, for in the course of it I learnt how strong your dormant memory of old Danish matters is, Oliver, and that encouraged me to persevere. I decided to try a serious experiment. You remember that night I hypnotized you in the drawing-room, and that when you were waked 2 hours later we simply told you we had elicited nothing fresh? Well, during those 2 hours, Swanhild and I took you into the hidden room, bringing you back before you waked.
"By Jove!" exclaimed Goddard. "Pardon the interruption. I'll tell you about it later, Oliver."
I told Swanhild the truth as soon as you were asleep. She could not believe it without evidence. Therefore, leaving Auntie in the drawing-room for fear a servant might come on some errand and be puzzled by her disappearance, we took you to the room. There I made you stand inside a chalked pentacle, impressing on you that you could not move outside it, placed the hand, sword, and golden plates in your view, turned the light low and hid it, and made you believe you were alone with Swanhild in the starlit night with pines near. The effect was overwhelming, the werewolf fit coming on at once. You were unable to get out of the pentacle, however, which told me the strong power of suggestion I had acquired. While you were in that state, I summoned Hammand, your ancestor, to appear, calling him by his proper designation of skin-turner, and hoping to get further information from you. But you were incapable of coherent human speech. To all intents, you were a mere animal for the time. It grew painful for Swanhild to bear, so I conducted you back to the drawing-room, leaving her to recover a little. Oh, I'll tell you that in detail later. Next day, Slinfold's narrative turned up. We secured the inscribed stone, and it proved to be the final clue. On Thursday, my professor read the runic inscription on it, and this is how it runs. She unfolded a paper. Oliver held it to the light and read. Edith, his wife, and Olafur, Ragnwaldr, and Swanhild, his children, raised this memorial to Magnus, that was named Fairlocks, that was of the blood of Hammand Sigmund's son, the Volsung. It was quite enough, Luna resumed. It linked you with the Volsung tale as told in the Elder Edda. Now pray attend carefully that you may understand my weak link. On getting the translation, I applied to the British Museum and had a summary of the Volsung tale prepared from different versions of the Edda. One point eluded me. There must have been some exact connection between the fight with the wolf and the lycanthropy, but that connection was not apparent. The mere fight with the wolf was not enough to induce the abiding mania. At last my museum assistant, at his wit's end, was reduced to consulting poetry. He produced William Morris's metrical version of the Volsung epic, and in it is Sigmund's vow, which was not introduced in any of the prose translations at my command. This vow idea offers such a convincing and logical reason for the mania that I related it to you in its proper place. Still, it is the weak link. An explanation is not necessarily the true one simply because it is plausible. On the other hand, a true poet can so enter into the thoughts of others, even of the dead, that he can often explain a motive of which no tangible record is available. That is the history of the Undying Monster. Its cause, blasphemy when men believed with heart and soul, and brain. Its agency, a kink in the brain, and the unfortunate heirs of that kink. Its effects past summing, ramifying from homicidal mania, to put it scientifically, to a crop of disgraceful legends. Now I shall lay before you the feeble hope I have of ending the history, for the monster may be undying in itself, but liable to be killed if my weak link holds.
Oliver raised his head and looked full at her as she went on.
I came down today with the intention of making the experiment. I have only had to hurry owing to these arrests. What I purpose to do in a sentence to make the wolf mania work itself out.
The mania work itself out? How? He asked hoarsely.
By working backward through your memory right to the Bronze Age, until I persuade you you are your own ancestor, Sigmund the Volsung. There was much method in my putting you through your paces at our different sittings. Your memory for ancient Danish religion is very powerful, as I proved apropos of the last warring 2 days ago. I shall wake all recollections connected with Sigmund, then carry it further by suggesting that you, as Sigmund, die, that the final warring comes, that the wolf mania has worked itself out, in accordance with the terms of the vow, and that Sigmund has been forgiven by the gods and taken into the company of the gods and the risen dead at the recreation of the world. In this way the convolution of the brain that harbored the wolf mania will be altered, and henceforth only hold a vague complacent sense of something done with. Do you understand?
I do now, if it succeeds.
Oh, do not hope, she begged. The weak link, no more than the idea of a poet 3,000 years after your ancestors' time, is so very doubtful. But we will try. I shall rouse the wolf mania in the hidden room, put you in hypnosis, and do as I have described. Then we shall repeat the conditions for rousing the mania. If it does not wake, then you are a normal man forever. But if it wakes, the vow idea is wrong, and the problem of the future is for you to settle.
End of section 36. Section 37 of The Undying Monster by Jessie Douglas Kerruish. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. The Hour of 3,000 Years. At 7 o'clock, Luna and Oliver were at the end of a short conversation alone in the Holbein room.
"It's time," said Luna. "You quite understand, Oliver? You must not hope for fear of the...
She hesitated, her eyes seeking his miserably. For fear of the disappointment if the link fails, he completed.
If it fails. But I must hope. For if the link does not fail, the whole may yet fail if I do not do my work well. And one cannot work convincingly without hope. It rests on the link, and on me equally."
"It is cruelly hard on you, Luna. It hurts me that you should stand such a strain."
"Oh, I have to consider my own feelings as well as yours."
She saw he was weakening and braced herself back to her usual manner.
"Our assistance should be done now. There was not much to do. Swanhild and Goddard only had to put pine boughs round the hidden room window. Anything to accentuate the circumstances, and Auntie to superintend the transport of the piano."
"Eh? The piano?
To the corridor outside the spring cellar. Your reference to Wagner gave me the idea. Anything to accentuate the Norse atmosphere. Besides, it pleases Auntie to be useful to one of her beloved boys. I hear her coming."
They stood up. "The hour that will settle if I must shoulder the curse of the dead." He looked up at the warlock's portrait. Or, oh, Luna.
"Oh, Oliver."
Her voice was unsteady. She stepped close to him and held out her hands. He bent his head, but again ingrained discipline asserted itself, and his kiss only touched her forehead. Only, he pressed her chilled hands to his own burning face for a moment.
"That's right," she said. "We can't afford to be unmanned. We must be captains of our own souls, and pray God the link holds."
Two cold and steady young people accompanied Madame York to the disused complex. The piano stood by the open door over the water. In the hidden room, Swanhild and Goddard were adjusting the last big pine bough beside the open shutters. All the party wore their thickest coats, for it was very cold in the stone room, with the wind pouring through the window. Madame York remained at the piano, able to hear, but not to see what went on in the room. The four young people were very quiet. 3 pairs of eyes followed Luna's every movement. With the hush and the blowing air, branches and gurgle of water, it was suggestive at once of out of doors and an impending operation. The warlock's table was at the foot of the stairs. The free space beyond it was still filled by the chalk pentacle, now somewhat blurred. Between the chalked line and the window were heaped the gold plates of the figurehead. The hand and the bronze sword lay on the table beside a lamp that could be shrouded in an impromptu screen. Luna nodded to Oliver. He stepped into the pentacle where a chair waited. She took a stick of chalk and remarked the lines.
"Remember, you cannot step beyond these lines," she told him, her eyes holding his. "Look, pines and stars to be seen outside the window, and cold wind, and—"
She gave a gesture, and the other 2 ran up to the niche.
"And only one person with you. Garul Hammand!"
She slid the screen round the lamp. The room was black to Goddard and Swanhild as they peered down the stairs, and quite still for a minute. Luna stood with teeth clenched and palms damp. Her eyes became adjusted to the dark, and as she discerned a star or 2 through the grill, 2 red sparks lit at the top of the vague black bulk that was Oliver in his chair. The demoniac barking howl that Goddard and Swanhild had heard before broke out. In the corridor, Madame York clutched her ears. Simultaneously, Luna swept the screen aside, and the room was lit again. The howl stopped halfway. The 2 in the niche returned to their posts at the table. Oliver stood, shaking convulsively in the pentacle, his face just losing the vulpine appearance it had worn in the Shaw. Before he could speak, Luna flicked a hand commandingly towards him.
"Sit and sleep,"
she ordered. He sat down, his lids drooping. She closed the shutters and then commenced the process to which all were now used. She carried him back through the history, showed him at the proper stages the hand and golden plates, and finally gave him the bronze sword to hold while she explained he was Sigmund Volsung's son. At that he recognized the blade at once. He had owned it as Hammander, but it was first made for Sigmund. Then she spoke of old Danish gods and beliefs, and finally carried him through Sigmund's history, from the fight with the wolf and the vow to his death. Completely under her mental control, he lived over every detail she suggested, as he had lived over the horror of Carver's martyrdom at the first sitting. Then she seemed to wake to life. Her voice took on a fervid cadence that seemed to fill the whole room with a thin, hushed mass of sound.
"Sigmund Volsungson, vower of the wolf vow, I speak to you," she began.
"I hear whom am Sigmund the king, son of Volsung the king, and the vower of the wolf vow," he answered tonelessly.
"Sigmund, you are dying on the strand of a strange country," she went on, "dying after a battle wherein Odin's self came to slay thee."
"The old man in cloud-gray raiment, who smote me down with a stained twybill, was truly Odin himself," he quietly assented. He sat rigidly at attention, his eyes following her every movement.
"Do you know who it is that bends over you as you die, Sigmund?" she answered. "It is your queen." He turned his head to the right, but his eyes remained directly to her. "My queen, Hjordis," he said, and staggered to his feet and stood swaying. "Let me die standing, as a Volsung should, Hjordis," he cried in a voice gone suddenly feeble. "Alas, now is the life gone from you, Sigmund," exclaimed Luna. Immediately he collapsed into the chair, but ere he well fell back, her voice changed and clanged out ringingly. "Sigmund, awake!" she called. "Hear the call to Godholm, Volsung soul! Arise and come away!" "I come, chooser of the slain." He sat up as though galvanized. "Die, Valkyr!" she called, turning her head to the stairs, and from the corridor, made mystically impersonal from the invisibility of its source, the ride of the Valkyries swelled through the room. Through what followed, it made a background of swooping, galloping melody, with the gurgle of the spring running behind it, through which Luna's voice pierced, thin and clear, in a steady thread of recitative. "Mount and come, Sigmund, thou sunlit hill of battles! Mount and ride with the Valkyrs, the choosers of the heroic slain! Hear the clatter of our horse hooves on the stairs as we gallop through the sky! See Volsung's sun, the storm clouds, fleeting past us like wisps of mist! See the world wax small and ever smaller beneath us, and hold fast lest you fall!" The blankness of Oliver's face was gone. It was flushed. His eyes flamed red. His hands were held in a way that suggested the grip of an imaginary bridle. At her warning, his knees crooked and stiffened as though calves and thighs gripped a horse's sides. "Onward! Ever onward!" She proceeded. "The earth is past, the stars are past. The firmament's very rim has felt the last touch of our horse hooves. Winter and summer are outraced. We reach Valhalla, Sigmund Volsung's son. Enter Godholm, son of Volsung. Enter and rest and feast until the day of Odin's need. You are in Valhalla, Sigmund, feasting, wrestling, fencing with your peers in Einherjar, ever living through the short years of unwearying days. The centuries are sweeping past on mid-earth, Volsung Sigmund. Long wars there are, and short times of peace, but they pass unnoticed in Valhalla, in the fair companionship of Einherjar. With the leaves of Yggdrasil, the holy ash, ever soughing overhead, and Odin's self in the shade of it. The peace of Valhalla! And now wake, Volsung's son, for the ages have passed like a night's dream, and it is the Fimbulvetter tide, the day of Odin's need, of the need of the Asa gods, son of Volsung." Her voice had risen gradually. It dropped now to a thin thread. The music ceased, and the pianist began an improvisation of her own in a minor key that barely seconded the gurgle of the spring and formed a flat, nebulous background to the flexible voice.
"Look down and abroad from Valhalla's golden wall, Sigmund," it exhorted. "Look as the Asa gods and your fellows, the Einherjar, look to earth in the Fimbulvetter tide. The fated 3 winters of war are overpast. The torn and tangled nations would fain be at truce to till the ground fattened with 3 years of shed blood. But the judgment of the Norns is upon them. They have spun and carded and sheared, the Norns of past and present and yet to be, and the latter days of Fimbulvetter tide follow the first. 1, 2, 3 winters, year-long winters of cold, and mankind is spun out and carded and sheared by the 6-fold winter of war and cold. As wool is spun and carded and cut by mankind, so is their fate dealt with on the distaff and spindle of the Norns. It is the time of the Ragnarok. The sun and moon are darkened, the stars vanish in the shriveling arch of Ymir's skull. It is the day! The day of Ragnarok, Sigmund, son of Volsung. The earth is quaking. Valhalla's self trembles." Her voice had become a steady, toneless chant. Oliver sat upright, quivering in every limb. "The earth trembles, Volsung's son. Look how Fenrir, Loki's son, Fenrir the wolf, has burst his bonds and rages over the shrinking land. Yes, and behold how Jormungandr, the serpent, no longer reposes, tail and mouth, to hold the waters steady around the world,
but strives to climb a land and lashes the troubled waters, wave on wave, so that they overwhelm the shore. See the waves writhing upwards even to the shriveling sky, son of Volsung, and see what creeps forward on the lashed welter of them. Naglfar it is, son of Volsung, ship Naglfar, builded through the ages of dead men's nails, and launched now and sailing with a crew of hell's legions to the wreck of Godholm. Look to west, look to the blazing mountain of Muspelheim, to the flaming mount where bide Searcher and the sons of the flame. It is Ragnarok day, son of Volsung, and they arise. They saddle their flaming horses, behind Searcher their lord they ride through the splitting heavens to the wrecking of mid-earth and Valhalla. See, too, how Hell's own jaws open, and Hela its ruler, and Asa Loka merge, and range beside the flaming chargers. From Muspelheim they advance, and the flames and gleeds of it following them like hounds of fire. And wake now, Volsung's son, for Heimdall has climbed the highest height of Valhalla, and, hear it now, he has sounded the Gjoller horn. Lo, the Asa gods in Einherjar rouse them. Hear how it drowns the very blast of the Gjoller horn. The clangor as the Asa and the Einherjar fling on helm and cuirass and snatch their weapons, and hear the sound of the peace strings snapping. Oliver sprang to his feet. His face was transfigured, shining with a radiance from within as he towered before her, staring right over her head at some imaginary sight, chin up, eyes flaming and flickering under tautened brows. A long snarling call rippled from his throat. "A Volsung! A Volsung!" She made a little gesture to the chair he had left. "Cuirass and belt, sword and helm and shield," she said. He went through a rapid pantomime. Taking an invisible object from the chair, he went through the movements of dragging it on over one arm, and his head, pulling it down round waist and hips, and buckling it down the side, his hands moving with feverish haste. Round his waist an invisible belt went, then a helmet on his head, with some adjustment of it over the ears. Something was lifted with reverence from the chair and slung to the belt, something else slung on the left arm and hitched over the shoulder. It was intelligible enough. As he shifted the imaginary shield into place, Luna spoke again. "Die, Walker, once more," she called up the stairs, and again the tremendous music surged forth and filled the room. Very coolly and gently her voice took up the thread of recitative. "The choosers of the slain, and now the leaders of the slain to the unshapen isle, and the last warring of the gods, and the sons of the flame. Look how the hordes of Muspelheim reach Bifrost Bridge, which mortals name the Rainbow. See them crowded, rank on rank, and the flames and gleeds behind them. See, Bifrost bends, Bifrost breaks beneath them. It comes apart. See its splinters falling to the foamy sea below, where rides Naglfar, opalescent splinters mixed with the gleeds and sparks of the flame. See, Searcher and his legions are in the wallowing flood. Their steeds strike out, but the gods are on the strand of Valhalla. Their snowy chargers breast the waves as do the flaming steeds of hell. The Einherjar are streaming down from the gates of Valhalla. Volsung Sigmund, vower of the wolf-bow, why do you alone delay?" A look of the most blank and abject horror came to Oliver's face. The clear battle light in his eyes altered to an unfocused glare of dismay. He stopped in the first movement of a rush forward, and hung awkwardly on one foot. "Vower of the vow, you who swore to be a wolf on the day," she said quietly. He stayed as he was, glaring before him. "Sigmund, you cannot join the Einherjar," she went on. "You restrain yourself with difficulty. You know who vowed the wolf vow, that no beast nor bestial man can smite upon the sides of the gods in that day. If you join the strife, your place will be with Wulfenrir and the horde of Suture, and you will tear the throat of Odin's self, even as you blasphemed him in your despair. The vow is coming to its fulfillment, son of Volsung." As she spoke the word, Oliver went on all fours within the pentacle. The inhuman werewolf call crackled and roared out, and so he crouched, propped on his palms and writhing in every muscle. End of section 37. Section 38 of The Undying Monster by Jessie Douglas Kerruish. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. The Last Twilight and After.
The Einherjar ride, and you may not ride with them, Sigmund, son of Volsung,
Luna went on, intoning now in a species of level chant.
Shall not he who blasphemes Odin All-Father reap the harvest of his tongue, though it be not until the day? You restrain yourself even as the Einherjar ride in your sight, who would have been their peer and comrade in the day, but for the sin of your brain and voice. See they pass, your father Volsung the king and your brothers with him. There your forefathers, there the Nibelung brethren, dark in the blue Nibelung mail. There ride your sons, Helgi and Hammander. There sing Fjotli, Signesson, who was a wolf with you in your life. There, all golden in dwarf-wrought helm and harness, is Sigurd Fafnir's bane. Your sons, Sigmund of the wolf vow, for the sin of your lips you must stand aside on the day, yet, by Odin's dear grace, your flesh is battling by the side of the Asa gods in this tide whereto all time has led.
She ticked off each name with a finger in the air, and Oliver's eyes followed the gesture as though he saw what she described. His face was completely wolf-like. He strained the upper part of his body forward as he writhed on all fours, with his hands on the chalk line of the pentacle, precisely as though it were a concrete barrier he could not pass. Cold as the room was, his face ran with perspiration, as though a rainstorm were beating on it. Swanhild gave a little cry. Goddard slipped one arm round her and placed his hand over her eyes.
There ride the kings of the north, of Denmark and Norway and Sweden. There Olaf Tryggvason, for all he brought the white Christ to northern lands, and with him Einar Tambarskilver, and Kofbjorn, and even Hakon too of Lad. There is Canute, lord of all the north. There Sigurd Jorsalafar. There, stream on stream of them, the Byzantine incense fumes still in their helmet plumes, come the Varangers. There they come, one and all, the heroes of the north. Only you, Sigmund of the wolf vow, must stand aside on the day.
Oliver was alternately straining against the pentacle's line and rolling on one side and the other like a rabid dog, writhing all the time, barking, snarling, and panting loudly between the paroxysms. The chant picked up speed. They ride the sea. Look, Sigmund, you who must stand inactive on the day. Asa gods and Einherjar, ghost crew of the Nagelfar, horde of Hela's realm and sons of the flame, they ride the sea. See Odin lay about him with his twybill. See Thor's hammer rise and fall and rise bloodied. See the Einherjar smite. It is vain. She lowered her voice still further, and the music died off until she was speaking with increased hushedness to the mere accompaniment of the gurgling water and the sough of wind between the grills. Wulfenrir seizes the throat of Odin. Where is the Allfather? Dead. Allfather Odin is dead, and for the sins of his mind and lips, Sigmund could deal no blow in his defense. Look, look, Asa God Tyr is down. Garmr the dog has him. The sons of flame win. They win. The Asa gods are slain. The Einherjar drop one by one. Searcher is calling to Muspelheim. He orders. The mountain of the flame answers. It pours its fires, stream on stream, over the earth. The sea vanishes in a spurt of steam. The streams of fire rush. Splashing wave on wave, they overwhelm dead gods and dead Einherjar. They beat against the golden walls of Valhalla's self as waves beat the seaside rocks. The wall of Valhalla melts. The flame waves overflow Valhalla. The earth reels. The sky shrivels. The sun and moon alike drop into the sea of rocking flame. Only Yggdrasil the ash stands, quivering amidst the wrack. The gods are dead. Then, Die Gotter Damarung, she called, and the somber cadence of the funeral march of the gods rolled forth. In the pentacle, Oliver cowered, half exhausted and foaming at the mouth. Luna's voice sank even lower as she proceeded, and the words came slower and slower. Swanhild, seeing nothing with her actual eyes, beheld all the other women put into words. in the recesses of her brain-inherited memory, would have responded, in that hour of highly strung emotion, to the mere thunder of the ancient northern names. The images briefly sketched with Luna's magnetic voice made a magic reality of it all. In the dark behind Goddard's soothing hand, Swanhild forgot even her brother, as she lived through the twilight of the gods and the death of the universe, as her ancestors had foreseen it for thousands of years.
All are dead. Asa gods, earth, and Valhalla, and time. Only Sigmund, son of Volsung, lives on in an unliving life. He who for his tongue's sin stood aside on the day. He who did penance for his sin by standing aside on the day. Look upon creation, Volsung Sigmund. A fire-scorched nothing it lies in your sight. Only ash Yggdrasil stands firm over the wreck. Earth is but an icy cold wilderness now that the sun is dead. The sons of flame, they who won, died as all powers of evil must die in time. The ages pass, age after age, unreckoned in this eternity after the death of time. Muspelheim's fires die. The ice of the gaping gap, whence came the universe, crawls over their slaked ashes. Only Yggdrasil stands in a dead creation.
"But Volsung, look!" Her voice rose with electrifying sharpness, and the music ceased. "What is happening to the tree, and what is toward on the earth? The ice is warming, turning to rivers as a new sun glides up into the new forming firmament.
They cut themselves channels in the earth's surface. They run. Greenness is creeping over the dead world. Trees are budding from the clefts of the barren rocks. It is spring. Time is born again."
Oliver cowered in a quivering heap, his scarlet beast's eyes fixed on her.
"Look!" she cried. "Who ride forth on the newborn earth? Whence did they come? Horses trampling joyously, harness chiming, voices calling, friend greeting friend. The Einherjar are risen."
"Who rides at their head? Odin arisen. Who ride amidst them? The Asa gods arisen. Odin and Thor and Tyr and Balder. The gods are arisen." She rapped an order aside to the stairway, and the commanding clamor of the Song of Awakening rang out. Penetratingly clear, her voice chimed in with it. "Odin calls! Odin calls his chosen heroes by name to the glory of the new heaven and earth. Rise, rise, Volsung Sigmund, for the first name Odin calls is the name of him who vowed the wolf vow and expiated it by his self-made agony of remaining aloof on the day. Rise, forgiven Sigmund, wolf vow worked out and atoned. Rise and join the Asa gods and Einherjar in the newborn Valhalla forever." As her voice ceased, so did the music. Goddard gave a little cry and snatched his hand from Swanhild's eyes. She blinked for a few moments, dazed by the change from tremendous melody to silence intensified by the blurred sounds of wind and water, and at the waking from cosmic myth to the concrete lamplit room.
"Look at Oliver,"
Goddard whispered. Oliver was on his feet in the pentacle, almost on tips with the gush of alert energy that had straightened him upright, chest out, chin up, hands raised in what Swanhild somehow knew was the root attitude of worship in all humanity. His face was the wolf face, only the eyes were not red. They were human eyes. Oliver Hammand's normal eyes set in the wolf mask. And no sooner had his sister realized that than the wolf features changed. They did not fade gradually, as in the Shaw, into his natural features. Rather, they vanished between two flicks of the watcher's eyelids, and Oliver was there in his pleasant human entirety. Only, he seemed bigger and more splendid than he had ever been before, and his eyes blazed with a steady, ecstatic scintillation, as though they reflected the light from a world beyond ours. "Worked out, and forgiven. I thank you, Odin Allfather," he cried. "Forgiven forever, wolf nevermore." Luna, before him, seemed almost tiny and insignificant by contrast with his radiant, magnificent manhood. She trembled and shrank back, then pulled herself together. "Wake Oliver Hammand!" she ordered. He shut his eyes a moment, gave a little sigh, and opened them. Why, what?" he began, looking round confusedly. "You were going to hypnotize me, weren't you?" "In a minute," Luna snapped. "Up the stairs." She called to Goddard and Swanhild. They obeyed without a word. It was the final minute.
"I want to try you again, with pines and starlight, and only myself present," she said to Oliver.
Then she swung the shutters open and shrouded the lamp. There was a long pause in the darkness. Swanhild clutched Goddard's arm and found she was trying to pray with half her mind. "The stars are very clear," said Oliver quietly at last. "I don't quite understand. I thought you tested me for the wolf mania you told me about. And I thought you were going to mesmerize me. I'm sure I remember sitting down, and I was standing up just now. I'm quite muddled." He stopped vaguely. The pine branches smelt powerfully on the wind through the grill. By that time, Luna's eyes were adjusted to discern the points of peaceful light beyond the ironwork.
"Pines, stars, cold, and one companion. Garul Hammand," she said.
"Good Lord, I remember," he cried sharply. "You told me I'd go mad, turn to a wolf in such conditions. Didn't you make me do it just now? I'm all confused. Only it really doesn't affect me at all. Makes me feel rather pleasant. It's all so fresh and nice-smelling and quiet. Luna, does it mean you were mistaken about it? But I remember the Shaw. I feel all confused. Am I crazy?"
"Not crazy. Cured."
She flashed the light on again and confronted him, her eyes almost wild, her breast heaving as she half sobbed.
"Not crazy. Cured. You are a normal man for the first time."
"Normal?" he repeated. "Good Lord, I remember fully. I am to tell the police—"
"You are to remember fully that though you must tell the police you are a normal man," she answered.
End of section 38. Section 39 of The Undying Monster by Jessie Douglas Kerruish. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. A Night of Cloudless Stars. Swanhild and Goddard came down into the room, and after them Madame York. Oliver hid his face in his hands for a minute. Then he raised it again and squared his shoulders while he regarded his surroundings. The gray of the room, black shadows dancing in it a little as the draft rustled the pine boughs round the grill. The gold plates, hand of glory and bronze sword on the floor outside the pentacle. The others very quiet, as people are after a climax. His look came to anchor on Luna as she leant against the window-sill, the breeze drifting tendrils of golden curls round the wide, haggard eyes that stared, all pupil, at him. "I'm rather confused, you know," he said at last. "You've all had more or less time to understand the business. I've only had tonight. But two things I do comprehend. That I'm normal, and that I must ring up the police at once. And somehow I don't feel either sorry or glad, afraid or hopeful. It's all been so sudden, and the idea that I was to lose you, Luna, had not time to really get a grip of me before you found that the link held. That it held," he repeated. "That God has allowed you to give me hope of a future, in spite of disgrace." He ended indecisively and in a different, kindly tone. "You're used up, dear," he said. "We'd better get you out of this." He offered his arm. She linked her hands round it, and for a moment elation sparkled fiercely in his eyes. "I'm normal. A sane man. Whatever disgrace comes is inevitable, and not our fault. We are equals, you and I," he exclaimed in a voice for her ears alone.
"Not equals, dear," she whispered back. "My work is done. Now you are the man, the strong one, and must shield me."
The plea was what would rouse and steady the best in him. A great calm came to his face, and with it he seemed to grow more vital and virile. He would fail at times, but from thence onward he would always be in his normal mood, what he was then, a strong man who had thrust the hopeless past aside and turned all his powers of soul and brain to molding the future for the comfort of the woman who had earned him the right to mold it. They both forgot the others as they climbed the stairs without further words, Their arms linked for the first time. Swanhild took the lamp and Goddard closed the shutters. "Of all this crowd, I'm the most upset," observed Madame York, "presumably because I have the least concern in the matter."
"That," said Goddard, "is sound psychology."
Outside the gallery door, Walton hovered. So he had hovered during the first investigation, only now at night he was more abjectly terrified.
"Thank heaven, sir,"
he quavered. Luna would have drawn away from Oliver, but his big right hand shut down on both of hers and held them on his arm. "Well, Walton, what is it?" he asked.
"Inspector Burrell, sir. Just rung you up, sir. I told him your orders were you were not to be disturbed, but I'd tell you when I could."
Luna's hands twitched on Oliver's arm. He smiled down reassuringly into the agony of her eyes. "Very good, Walton. Tell the inspector I expect the call, and we'll have a few words with him immediately." Walton hurried away. "It's as well it has come at once, both for the two fellows and our own sakes," said Oliver quietly. "Swanhild, you'll get your motor things to run round to the aids. Goddard, you'll come with me. No, Luna, dear, I'd rather you went into the Holbein room a minute." She obeyed without protest. Swanhild ran upstairs, glad of something active to do. Within a few minutes, she would be helping to bring the family name down in eternal ruin. What would they do to Oliver? Put him somewhere as a dangerous maniac? And poor Luna who had risked all to save him. In her room, 2 photographs caught her eye. She found herself thanking God silently her father and mother were dead. When she reached the door of the Holbein room, the men were still at the telephone across the dusky hall. Oliver dropped the receiver and stared at Goddard. Goddard stared back. The whiteness of their faces showed in the dim light. She heard him say, "Goddard," and Goddard took him hurriedly by the arm. They walked quickly across to the stairs and up them. She waited to take Oliver's other elbow. Both men had eyes that stared and faces expressionless with too much emotion. Oliver was almost panting. Goddard began to make little sounds that would have suggested incipient hysterics in a woman. Luna turned from the fire to face them. Her lips worked and her eyebrows almost met with agony, but she smiled at Oliver.
"You have told him, dear?"
she asked. He crossed the room and bunched her hands in his. "I haven't. Oh, thank God, Luna, thank God," was all he could reply. Goddard shut the door.
"Let me tell," he cried. "It's bathos, and bathos suits me. It's not the Shah, that's absolutely Napu. Those 2 men took a bit of brimstone or sulphur or something into old Hudson's preserves last night. 6 brace of pheasants, sold to a staining poulterer. They were drunk when the boys in blue came for them and waxed disorderly. It must have been a rural Sydney street, less the Home Secretary and Maxims. The village flocked to the show, while we gambolled undisturbed with the spiritualists, hence exaggerated accounts of the cause of arrest. The family name saved. All is saved, and the monsters laid forever."
Luna's eyes sought Oliver's. "All saved," he said. "Only... Oh, Luna, the poor girl." When Goddard took his departure, Swanhild walked with him as far as the moat bridge, and they leant on the parapet a little while. The night world was cold and illimitable under its roofing of translucent black sky and quivering stars. The dark water rippled gently. The wind stirred a million little voices in the ivy round the house.
"Night is the only really peaceful thing in life," Swanhild whispered. "And though it is only 2 weeks since the Shah, I feel as though I'd never felt the peace of it before. First, the idea of the monster as a spirit lurking in clear darkness. Then, the worst horror of the truth. Oh, I never seem to have seen the stars without a cloud near them before."
End of section 39. Section 40 of The Undying Monster by Jessie Douglas Kerruish. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Envoy. The inquest came to an end with the second adjournment. The police had to admit they were unable to solve the puzzle of the Shah, and Kate Stringer's fate was added to the list of Dano's unsolved mysteries. It seemed that the aids had never been seriously considered by the official investigators, in spite of Warren's frantic efforts to fix the guilt on them. "I have abandoned the Danow mystery in despair, and have consequently abandoned my profession in chagrin. At least that's what all the enemies and dear friends I own are saying. They don't know I started the tale myself." So Luna spoke as she sat with Oliver in the little Chelsea drawing-room on a fortnight after the finale in the hidden room. "It tickles my North Country sense of humor to end my career with a failure engineered by myself," she added. "On the other hand, it's held in the Danow district that you laid the monster in the Red Sea, on the strength of the servants' tales of our preparations for the last sitting in the room," said Oliver. "Well, laid it is. 10 times since, on frosty starlit nights, I have been through the Shaw or in the room alone with Swanhild or Goddard." "Laid it is," she assented, "and it will remain a mystery to the outer world to the end of time." "Thanks to what you did over poor Holder, dear." "Under Providence and I can do wonders when we give our minds seriously to a problem." She tried to laugh. "Even at that time, the first day, you made up your mind to involve yourself in the family crash," he went on. "It was impulse, when I worked over the dog. We didn't know an inquest would be necessary, and I felt it was worth the risk of holding back evidence for the sake of an innocent family. I only destroyed the evidence after our drive to Hassocks. It was then I felt the virtue go out of me, in the car, and decided to lie and run risks, sink or swim, for you, Oliver." "But what virtue, dear?" "My sixth sensitiveness. That sense clung to me long enough to find the hand, but when next I was in the room I felt no discomfort over handling the thing, as Goddard noticed. That's all. I am no longer a trained supersensitive, but a perfectly ordinary person." "And I, thanks to you, am also an ordinary person. We can start life afresh and together, unburdened by the past." Oliver stopped. "Oh, Luna, poor Kate," he cried. "I dream of her. I don't seem to have realized till now the incredible horror of what I did." "Oliver, dear," she interrupted gravely, "you know what I risk for the right to start life with you. Don't make it too hard for me to make that start hopefully and cheerfully." End of section 40. And end of The Undying Monster by Jessie Douglas Kerruish. Read by Ben Tucker.